sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. Apologies for my shabby dressing off. It's a heat wave over here. A heat wave. You never think you hear that phrase said about the United Kingdom, but it's a heat wave over here. Even with this shabby dressing, I'm sweating like a pig that's about to be roasted. No. So here it is right there. So this is ground zero of now the next 4 years. So this moment that I'm speaking to you now is ground zero of the next 4 years. So this now marks the final curtain on whatever electioneering looked like. So now from here on in, we may have tomorrow, but for after the next couple of days, the concentration of this platform is going to be about Tinubu's governance, his delivery on promises, and we shall hold him to the promises that he has made. So now this is now ground zero. So at the noise making, you know, sometimes when there's a wasp or a fly that is buzzing around you and you are comfortable where you are, you are already comfortable where you are, but there's a wasp or a fly or some insect buzzing around you, and you swat it away. And we've all had this experience. You swat it away, and then it disappears, and then you carry on, and then it comes back, and then you swat it away, and then it carries on. So when that buzzing sound, it becomes too much of an irritant, then you go up, you get up from that comfortable position you are, you go and get an insecticide, and then you flit it out of the way. So the insectification, if there's such a word, let me coin that, the insecticide for the obey noise has been administered today by the Court of Appeal. The insecticide of that buzzing annoyance it has been administered by the Petition Tribunal today, and it was in the most cruel and brutal manner. It was delicious. It was in the most cruel and brutal manner. So there it is, ding dong. It's all over for that space, so we can buzz them away. So buzz off, get out of my court was essentially what the justices said in an elegant fashion. But what is my manners? Good day to you, good to see you, and how are you? So we gather again to go through now the final bones. We pick the bones of what's happened, and hopefully we'll be having our SAN joining us later, and then he will just talk us through exactly what we have just witnessed. So there it is. We completely now, so that's the end of all of that. So this is now the funeral rites, the epitaph of that space. So we do this, and maybe tomorrow, and then we move on. So that's the end of all of that noise making. But there it is, the obedient noise and all that. So let's kick it off. Before we kick it off with the headlines, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You know to do that already. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. You should have done that. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is for you to come and participate in what is now a very important discussion. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us. And your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's just pinned right at the top of the of the comment section. And if you cannot, it's 3 easy steps to buy your host cups of coffee, but it's 1 click of a button to superstar or super sticker to the platform, which are your doors routinely. So keep your company by clicking on that $ at the bottom of the comment section as well. So do all those. What are we contending with today? There's only really one thing to contend with. So we kick it off with this, and then we try to wrap whatever. Natasha Akpoti, she got her senatorial seat off the back of a tribunal decision that happened today as well. But then, of course, this presidential petition, rightly so, has subsumed all of the news headlines. So all of the satellite stories will still not be abandoned, but we are gathering everything now for one final splash out. So the splash out now of that wayward behavior, our mandate, we will not dabba dabba mandate or the mandate. So no more dabba dabba mandate. From now on, you have my permission to administer a correctional flogging on anybody that says, give us our mandate. From here on in, because those judges, they say those judges are too fatly rewarded. They certainly earned their coin today. I gave up at about 10 hours, and they were still going on. Point by point, detail by detail, every minutiae of everything that was presented by Atiku Abubakar and his man Friday, Peter Obi. They went through it with a fine-tooth comb and then told them to get out of the court. So they earned their coin today. So that ends all of that today. So anybody that still says anything, give us a mandate, etc., you have my permission to administer a correctional flogging on that person and tell them that one man went to more permitted you. And when the police arrest you wherever you are, then you're on your own. But there it is, the end of it all, the end of the nonsensity. So the headlines that we are contending with, so there it is. Tribunal upholds Tinubu winner of 2023 election. So there it is. The judgment was so irritable and the judges could barely contain their annoyance that there is absolutely categorically nothing else that the Supreme Court, in fact, I suspect that maybe 1 or 2 of them would not even go to the Supreme Court, and a lot of lawyers ridiculed themselves. Did you see that ridiculous lawyer, SAN, that was standing up to interject an appeal court judge to direct him on how to deliver a judgment? I have never seen anything like that in my life. I'm standing in judgment over you, and you're telling me how to deliver that judgment. So that is the audacity of that space. But thankfully, today marks the funeral rites on of that noise making. So today marks the funeral rites on all of that space. Tribunal upholds Tinubu winner of 2023 presidential election. So we kick it off with that. Where else can we possibly kick it off? It has to be that. And the victorious man claims his pulse. Tinubu breaks silence as he defeats Obi Atiku at election tribunal. So how many more defeats does Tinubu have to administer onto this wayward man from the north and his man Friday from the east for them to concede that Organa master? So the concession that Organa master, Tinubu breaks silence as he defeats Obi Atiku at election tribunal. That seems to be just a recurring decimal now. You just pick up a newspaper and the headline of pretty much over the last 2 years is Tinubu defeats Obi and Atiku, and then the next day you pick up another newspaper, another headline, another subject matter, Tinubu defeats Obi and Atiku. Maybe Atiku and Peter Obi should change their name to Tinubu defeats Obi and Atiku. Tinubu defeats Obi and Atiku. Labour Party rejects presidential election petition court judgment. So, of course, fairly predictable that one. But then, of course, what was that thing that they said to them? If you don't like it, go where? Go to court. So there it is. If you don't like it, go to court. But don't take to the street, so you will get water, whichever fashion they are delivering it in. So some of the judgments that was arrived at. Tinubu's U.S. drug dealing forfeiture, not criminal indictment. How many times did Ogbeni have to? Ogbeni even had to find language that was pedestrian enough in order to impact the understanding on us lay half-wits, and some people still don't get it. But now they get it because the Court of Appeal has spoken. Tinubu's U.S. drug dealing forfeiture, not criminal indictment tribunal. So there it is. The beating just keeps on coming from left to front. And very quickly, of course, the mocking will start. The mocking will start. In fact, let the mocking start now. Let me start off the mocking now. Let me start off the mocking with this. Where was that piece again? Hold on. So let me start the mockings with this. They said all eyes on the judiciary and all the eyes turned up in court. But this is what they ended up doing. So that is Michael Zokome. It looks like somebody that snores, actually, because you can see from the way his mouth is opened, you can tell he's a snorer. But then this woman, this lawyer woman, her husband certainly a snorer too, because she's not even flinching at all as the guy snores like a locomotive through what now the most important court case he's ever taken on. If you look at this Hausa man to the left, he a bit more elegant. He's trying to guy it out, but completely asleep, of course. The former governor of XYZ in the north, he's not even trying to guide anything, and Ganduje is nearly falling off the seat. So all eyes on the judiciary, but those eyes on the judiciary, they should be really like this. So there it is right there. All eyes on the judiciary, the bug eyes of Peter Obi are watching on from wherever he is. So there it is. So the mocking has started, as I said. And who mocks better than Reno Omokri? Obedient, is Peter Obi still coming? Reno Omokri turns Labour Party supporters. If you've never followed Reno Omokri on Twitter or before, or Instagram, follow him for the next 2-3 days. You will laugh till you keel over. So because that guy, he knows how to, dig it in, and dig it in he certainly is. Obedient, is Peter Obi still coming? Reno Omokri turned Labour Party supporters. So a lot of that's going on, a lot of that going on. So they are now picking over what just went down, and blames now being apportioned. They are now picking over the carcass of what just went down, and blames now being apportioned. 2023 PEPT judgment. Articles greed cost PDP defeat. This is Okechukwu. Whoever Okechukwu is telling us what should have been corrected, but landed them where they find themselves. What should have been corrected that landed them where they find themselves? So now, in the midst of all of that, there is still governance going on. In the midst of the brouhaha, there is still governance going on. And could you believe it's already 100 days? But what has happened in that time that we've been subsumed by the screeching and squealing from our brothers from the back of beyond? 100 days of courageous leadership. So now, this is coming from Arise TV, of course, and that word courageous then coming from them, it always had a proviso. But what little proviso, what little jara are they adding to that? So all of that in the mix. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Put your hands up, surrender yourself to the space, just for however long the session lasts. Promises to be a blockbuster of a session coming up. So lean back, kick back, relax into it and take it easy. But before you do any of those, the usual protocol, click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you've never used it before, use it now, because this is going to be, I suspect, an interesting conversation. Invitations to buy your host cups of coffee, that's ever ready. Continue to ignore it. You know where we're going, of course, the K Guides.
Only water, where they see my water. Papa, you don't come. Oh, Papa, oh, Naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe àdúrà ńlá àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀. Iku kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So I'm only going to do about 2 readouts. Get quickly to the conversation because I think the story already tells itself. Let's have it. Justin, Tribunal upholds Tinubu winner of 2023 presidential election. In a decision that came down on Wednesday, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, PEPT, upheld Bola Tinubu's election as Nigeria's president earlier this year. A panel of appellate court judges resolved petitions submitted by Peter Obi of the Labour Party, Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the Allied People's Movement, NAPM, calling for the annulment of Mr. Tinubu's victory. The tribunal, led by Haruna Samani, delivered the judgment Wednesday evening in a courthouse packed with political stalwarts, including cabinet officials, Vice President Kashim Shettima, Festus Keyamo, Femi Gbadabiamila, and opposition governors like Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State. This petition accordingly lacks merit. I affirm the return of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So now, for all of the because we gave up at 10 hours and hopefully they finished, they could well still be there reading out, they could be there for the rest of the year. But that one sentence is really all that is needed. Pardon me. This petition accordingly lacks merit. I affirm the return of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The parties are to bear their cost, as Samani ruled at about 9 p.m. after addressing all issues of aggrieved contenders. Security across Nigerian capital Abuja was fortified ahead of the decision at the Court of Appeal headquarters in the city center. Mr. Shettima, whose nomination was challenged as invalid by the Allied People's Movement, APM, was excited after the court said he was validly nominated, celebrating alongside Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, who chairs the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Mr. Tinubu was absent in court on official trip to a summit in India, as were petitioners Masas Obi and Atiku, whose whereabouts were not immediately clear. They are on the run. Atiku is in Dubai, and Peter Obi is trying to sneak into the UK after what happened to him the last time. Some of the allegations raised involved overvoting, compulsory 25% in the FCT, invalid nomination of Mr. Shetima as Tinubu's running mate, perjury charges on the account of Mr. Tinubu's false claim under oath that he did not obtain a foreign citizenship, and so on. The judges said they could not find any evidence of gross ballot rigging and non-compliance with the electoral guidelines. They also expunged all evidence against Mr. Tinubu on the invalid nomination of his running mate and his perjury to the Electoral Commission, saying they were not appropriately filed. Petitioners are expected to escalate the matter to the Supreme Court to review the tribunal's judgment for a final verdict. So there it is right there. So there it is right. I'm not even sure if we as a platform will be paying any attention to any Supreme Court anything. I think this is where it ends, really. In fact, this really is where it ends. So this is where it ends. Tinubu breaks silence as he defeats Obi Atiku at Election Tribunal. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians of his renewed and energized focus on delivering his vision of a unified, peaceful, and prosperous nation. This follows the judgment by the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, PEPT, in Abuja. In a statement signed by his spokesman, Ajuri Ngalali, Tinubu said he welcomes the judgment of the tribunal with an intense sense of solemn responsibility and preparedness to serve all Nigerians, irrespective of all diverse political persuasions, faith, and tribal identities. The president noted that he recognizes the diligence, undaunted thoroughness, and professionalism of the 5-member bench led by Justice Haruna in interpreting the law. The statement added that the president affirms that his commitment to rule of law and the unhindered discharge of duties by the tribunal, as witnessed in the panel's exclusive let's take that again. The statement added that the president affirms that his commitment to the rule of law and the unhindered discharge of duties by the tribunal, as witnessed in the panel's exclusive respect for the merit of the petition brought forward, further reflects the continuing maturation. So maturation, I never knew that maturity had a shun. The maturation of Nigeria's legal system and the advancement of Africa's largest democracy at a time when our democratic system of governance is under test in other parts of the continent. The president believes the presidential candidates and political parties that have lawfully exercised their rights by participating in the 2023 general elections and the judicial process which followed has affirmed Nigeria's democratic credentials. The president urges his valiant challengers to inspire their supporters in the trust that the spirit of patriotism will now and forever be elevated above partisan consideration, manifesting into support for our government to improve the livelihood of all Nigerians. Once more, President Tinubu thanks Nigerians for the mandate given to him to serve our country, whilst promising to meet and exceed their expectations by the grace of God Almighty and through very diligent hard work with the team that has been put in place for that sole purpose. So for that sole purpose, For that sole purpose, Labour Party rejects election petition. So that self-explanatory. Tinubu's U.S. drug dealing forfeiture not criminal. That's already embedded in the judgment. So let me give you Reno Omokri, and then we'll come to the panel. So let's go to Reno. We must not miss Reno. Reno Omokri, ex-aide of former President Goodluck Jonathan, has taken a swipe at the supporters of the Labour Party and its presidential candidates, P. Toby, the strong chieftain of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, shared a post on his Twitter page on Wednesday, September the 6th, to challenge Obi's return as Nigeria's president. So let's see what dig Reno is throwing in the direction of the obedient. Let's just scroll down. Omokri tweeted, "Obedient, is Peter Obi still coming?" Nigerians react as Reno Omokri turns Peter Obi supporters. As usual, Nigerians took to the comment section of the X page and reacted, and that's the first time, by the way, they've called Twitter X. We all have to surrender to it at some point. As usual, Nigerians took to the comment section of the X page and reacted to the development. So, this is Shemil or Zashimil. No, but stop taunting them, sir. Our article is also not coming. And then another one, I'll see you in 2027. Another one, sweet sarcasm, let me follow. Another one, eyes we don't already go blind, all eyes on the judiciary. So let's take in this one and then we come into the room. Tribunal gives verdict on Peter Obi, Labour Party's 25% FCT vote claims against Tinubu. The Presidential Election Petition Court has given its verdict on the petition filed by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, about 25% of votes in the Federal Capital Territory. So we need to reacquaint. The tribunal dismissed Peter Obi and the Labour Party's argument that President Tinubu failed to score 25% in the FCT. The court ruled that 25% vote claim in the FCT is irrelevant. So they said a bit more than that, but I'll have to go and dig up the fullness of the expansiveness of all of that. But let's come into the room, see who is available, and kick off the conversation. So let's come into the room, see who is available, and kick off the conversation. Thomas joins us from Australia. Enigmatic Hondi, he's here. Ogbeni, the man of the moment, he joins us. Folly B tells here to tell us that it's really all about Shore. Jide joins us somewhere from Lagos. There is Ajan Lekoko, of course, father of the bride. Kulata, he's just coming to glory in all of it. Desmond almost certainly in a truck somewhere, and Kumi is going to interject with some wild comment in a moment. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Good to have you here. An important moment in time, the man of the moment, Ogbeni. You told us this was going to happen, no? So I suppose you've come here to gloat. Ogbeni, good to see you.
Thank you, Woma. You know, I don't know why Pansat, or what do you call that man? I don't know why.
He won't turn up now. He's on the run. He's on the run now, or he's on the way to Lagos to fight for his mandate.
I don't know. 47. And I hope Des also is around.
Des is here. At least Des is manning up.
Who turned himself to a lawyer? Woman.
According to Google, section 124. According to Google. Where is Google now?
But woman,
what happened? Just talk us through what happened today, Benny.
Let me quickly tell you that I started noticing something from the appearances and from my practice experience. When you see a man or a litigant, who was present throughout the proceedings, you call witness number one from the day one of his petition to the last day. You will always see the so-called busy businessman, but found time to be in court. But on the day of judgment, you realize that the man was no longer to be found. you know that there's a reason for that case, different from what people thought the case was all about. And I'm talking of Obi. Obi wasn't in court today. Dati Baba was not there. Same with Atiku and Okoa. You can't find them. But they could have time during proceeding to be in court. So you will know that probably it took them some time before they realized that they had a patently defective case before the court. And I've been saying it here from day one, that those two petitions, in fact, Obi's petition, I can still rate some issues that he raised in his petition a bit, substantial a bit, but not Obi, which people always make noise about. It was a poorly drafted petition and a poorly presented case. A case that is completely bereft of any iota of credible evidence at all. And we've been saying it. You know, in fact, they had better argument on social media than what they presented in court. I don't know why the court didn't even allow press to at least cover some part of the trial, at least those witnesses in court. Because, and see, I'm happy today that the detailed judgment was publicly read, at least about 12 hours. Though I know some obedient guys will still try to manipulate things, but the fact that that decision, the best decision that the judiciary took in this case was they read that thing publicly and they took their time to read everything. Usually, you know what they would do? Usually what they usually do is they will just read, they won't read the reasoning. They will just read the introduction and they go straight to their holding. Because when you pick a judgment, what judges do is this. They have facts of the case. That's what transpired, what led to this case. Then after that, they do housekeeping. What are the applications filed? Then after that, they go to the argument of each party, right? Then after that, they go to the evidence led by each party. After that, they go to argument of each party. Then after that, they go to what are their own beliefs. Who did they believe? Who did they not believe? They will go to that. Then after that, they will go to their own judgment. That is what we call holding of the court. So usually, when you go to election petition like this, they will simply read facts that led to the case. Probably sometimes they brush through argument of parties, that's argument of their counsel, and they go straight to their holding. And they said, you can obtain, and they will say, you can obtain our written judgment, blah, 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 blah. And only lawyer will go and read. And then people go to social media and start speculating. But I'm happy today that they took their time to read everything, both their findings, the argument, evidence tendered by each party, and they were able to demonstrate to us how patently defective those cases were, and then arrive at their holding. Now, you see, the third point I want to make here is that, you know, it's always said that judges are among the most difficult individuals you can intimidate. And I hope Nigerians are seeing it today. And, you know, why are they so difficult? I used to tell people, why are judges very difficult to intimidate or to bully? I will tell you. And this is because you can have a judge. You see, each of those justices you see there, before you can become a judge of high court alone to start with, you must have spent at least 10 years practicing law. In your own little 10 years, you would have seen a lot of cases, different people from different backgrounds that must have toughened you at least a bit. Then after that, you move to high court. Before you move to court of appeal, maybe you spend another 5 to almost 10 years. An average justice you see there today has spent like about 20 years plus on bench. And that experience alone, you know, rolling out judgment to people from different backgrounds, different assault, this and that, people try to intimidate you and not. You're sending people to both prison and gallows to be killed. It toughens your heart. You are not the kind of person that anybody can just intimidate on social media and think they can bully you off. It's just like in those days, ancient days, when you have all these executioners, people that carried out their penalty for kings. Who want to intimidate them? They've seen both death and people living. They've seen people. So one of the things I think the audience should learn from this and bury for now is you can't intimidate judiciary. You can't bully them. You can't harass them. All those high on judiciary that they're doing around, they should stop that and sit down tightly and find a way to win.
Could I interject here a little bit?
No. Everybody has been waiting for Gwenny's delivery, so let him have that window to do that. Carry on,
I'm just driving down to analyze what happened today, so that people can also share. I'm not arguing here. The time of argument has passed. There's a judgment. There's nothing more anybody can do about the judgment. It's there. It's there in public, and I thank God that
I know, but it's good to have a dialogue. I'm driving, so I don't know how long.
No,
I'm
let me land.
wait.
You have your dialogue. Let me land.
Let's have a dialogue.
Yeah, carry on, Gwenny, carry on.
Let me land. So what transpired today? Let me go to what transpired today, since he wants to have a dialogue. First thing that transpired today is they consolidated all these cases together, so that it's not littered, anyhow. And we've discussed it here before. So the first set of decisions you see they first made was on the objections to all the petitions. And the second level of decision you see they did was the admissibility of evidence. Don't forget that during the pre-hearing section, which I've said here before, during the pre-hearing, all lawyers agreed that no objection shall be taken to anything you tender. It means that anything you bring to court must be accepted by default. Then, at the end of the day, we can now canvass arguments so that the case can go smoothly and fast. And we all saw how the case went so smoothly and so fast. So the second level of ruling you see them deliver today is on admissibility of evidence. Okay, which are the evidence we should not admit? We shouldn't have admitted, but we admitted. Which are the evidence that we ought not to admit? Things like that. More like housekeeping. So they struck out some. And something happened. You realize that when they started dealing with admissibility of evidence, something that I've said there before happened. I said the case of Oke and Mimiko, I emphasized on that case, which my laws also emphasize on it today, that by that case, you cannot add anything to the petition you have filed after 21 days. Even witness statement. And I said it when Obi filed it. I said Obi only have 3 witnesses. If he's adding any other witness now, is Nabubu. No court will countenance those witnesses. And the court did the same thing today. They discontinued 10 of his witnesses out of 13, and he was left with only 3. Why? Because his lawyers waited for 21 days. They were looking for, which I will still get to if time permits me. They were looking for INEC to give them some documents. Some document they even mentioned that INEC said we don't have anything like this. But just for the social media thing, they will come out and say they are not giving us. You're asking for INEC to give you for me, maybe EF that doesn't exist. Well, if I'm an INEC officer, I will tell you this thing doesn't exist. Go back and give me what you think it existing. Okay, that said, then they now move to the merit.
Let me interject you for a minute, please. Let me interject for a minute, if you don't mind. Do you mind?
I don't mind if you won't.
But don't make it rowdy. Don't make it rowdy.
It's not gonna be.
If you won't narrow it to something else.
No. What I would do, I would interject for like a couple of minutes. Then when I get home, then I dial in on the computer. But let me say to you, we've had a lot of legalese today, so you may want to elevate this. We know you made predictions, and by the way, congratulations on your doctorate there, whatever it is you got. But
Thanks.
Here in the United States, there's something we call jury nullification, right? Here in the United States, you're supposed to be tried by a jury of your peers, not your enemies. So I, first of all, disagree that you're able to call things scientifically. In Nigeria jurisprudence, you can't boast and say you came here, you said this is going to happen, and that happened.
Okay, why don't you start a class action in the United States against the judgment, and then you use the American system to overturn it?
One man, I understand that joke, but listen, what I'm saying to him, I only got 1 more minute to talk to him on this. I'm saying that this is just tantamount to a jury nullification. These judges operate like a jury, right? It's not like something where prejudice is not involved in this, right? They didn't follow precedents. Stare decisis are established up to 2008 on FCT. They did it in a way that they didn't give these litigants, these people, anything, right? It's like if you go to Israel and you bring a bunch of Palestinians to judge an Israeli, what is going to be that outcome of that verdict, right? Or you go and assemble these Boko Haram people, and they're judging a Southern Christian. What do you expect? You know, they've won a tactical battle today. Yeah, Tinubu, congratulations. He's got a tactical victory. But what about strategically? What have you lost? You know, you've lost a lot. You can't be celebrating this. This is not law. That's not the way. Like, we have a constitution. INEC did not do a proper job. You can't sit up there. Look at their accent and these Northerners. I mean, they have no shame.
Their accent offends you. The accent of the Northerners offend you.
It does, because
all eyes on the judiciary, Abi. All eyes on the judiciary.
All eyes on the judiciary, but like yes. I said, it's a mere tactical victory for Tinubu and those Northerners who like to suck into Christians, right? But
yes,
India, Pakistan, they know how they resolved it. So we're miles into that kind of thing now. It's strategically we won.
All right,
sorry, one man, Pansat. So I thought we came here for Nigerian jurisprudence and not. I mean, we're dealing with what happened, reality. So please, I will advise we stick to it. Thank you.
All right, back to Ogbeni. I think people want to hear from Ogbeni in this instance.
I will dial in later on to.
Yes, and don't worry. Later we'll get the Google interpretation, but let's get the proper interpretation now. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, back to Ogbeni.
Okay, thank you. I actually waited for him to land. I thought he wanted to join you on some of the points I've made.
Yeah, are you just meeting Pansat? You know him now. He just wants to.
Come on. Yeah, I know. So okay. We all heard the judgment anyway, but I'm not sure it's everybody that will wait for that 12 hours. And that's why I'm just trying to summarize some things I tried to pick because they were, you know, by the way, the judgment of that woman was my best. That was my best. Not even the leading judgment. The supporting judgment of that woman. That woman there. Very, very sound judgment, straight to the point. And she mentioned something about social media that you can't use this thing to threaten us. But that's by the way. So now, judgment on objections, judgment on admissibility of evidence, and judgment on the merit of the case. Now, on that admissibility of evidence, something interesting happened, which I said there, which is that when Obi filed his petition, Obi only faced two states, specifically in his petition, Benue and Rivers State. All other states, no specificity. Don't narrow it on anything at all. Then, those two states, if you calculate all what Obi is talking about, you can't hand Obi the position he's looking about. And he cannot nullify the entire election because plus or minus, we did it here. What Obi wanted to gain from Benue and River is not even up to 120,000 or something like that. So if you gain all those from those states, minus it from Tinubu's election, you won't still win. You won't still be the number one. You won't even be the number two. So nobody will declare you. Now, when you go to the final written, okay, so apart from that, Obi tried to, so you will see them talking about the supping witness. Let me tell you what happened to those supping witnesses, because I see people saying, after all, people, court allowed them, they are high neck, this thing, there are people from Arise, there are people from this and this they brought to court. Let me tell you, what's the purpose of supping witness? The purpose of supping witness is that you have a witness who will ordinarily be hostile to you. That is, who will ordinarily not on your contact to the person come to court to come and testify for you. So you want the court to help you to compel that person to come to court to come and testify for you. So how do you do that? You do it through what they call supping proceeding. So supping proceeding is that you file your form in the court. So by that form, all right, the court will now, it's just like an order. The court will now order that witness to come to court, to come and testify for you. The person is still coming to testify on your behalf. It's not a witness, and that's why the court said, it's not our witness. Because they are saying it's the witness of the court. The court said, no. The purpose is because you can't get this person readily available. You want me to compel? So if the person failed to still come, I can even hold the person of the contempt of court. That's the role the court played there. So, but what the court is now saying is that all these people, you are trying to bring them in as an additional evidence after you know that your 21 days is closed. Okay, for instance, they brought somebody, the person will be brought to court to come and testify. That woman that contested, he contested in Labour Party. You didn't file his own witness statement from the word go. You now use something witness to compare. Are you telling me that a member of your party will not ordinarily come to court? Or because their lawyers did a very, very bad job. Within 21 days, you couldn't file. In fact, they filed their petition on the last day. That woman noted it too. You file your petition on the last day. That means you had all your 21 days after the election, you file your petition, and you can't even file all your witness and everything together with it. You file only 3. And you want to struggle down one and put it in through the back door. And that's why the court said, no. Now, you may not also want to ask me, okay, since they have discontinued 10 witnesses out of 13, why do they still go again to come and, to be making findings on what those 10 witnesses did? So the issue is this. Once they discontinue that, they won't stop there. Because in case you now appeal to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court now said they ought not to have discontinued it. So they went in the alternative. They now said, okay, in case the Supreme Court now said, the case should have ordinarily stopped, partly at that stage. But they said, okay, we'll still go to the merit to show you that there is nothing even in the merit. That even if we listen to all these 13 witnesses, you have not established nothing in this court. And that's why you see all these hours of judgment, this and that and that. So that's about the 3 major things they did today. So, but I will just go on few specifics because I know many of it are something, there's no reason to be repeating all those things here. But what are those specifics? First and foremost, you realize that 25%, we said it here. It would be very ridiculous for any court to tell you that an electorate or a voter in Abuja, his vote carries more weight than somebody in my state in Ekiti or Iropora or Ifishin or in my
we've said it here, Ogweni, even at our own lay non-expert, it defies logic that you say that somebody in Abuja, by virtue of being in Abuja, is a superior Nigerian to somebody in Abakaliki. It's just a ridiculous thing. Yeah.
It's not, it doesn't even reason with sense and cut this with sense. And that's why they said today, they said the law is living, the law is organic. You don't make law for animals and non-living things. You make law for human beings. So if they had heard today that 25% of Abuja is sacrosanct and that is what the Constitution says, you know what will start happening in the next election? People will start moving. Politicians will start, they will start mobilizing people to be moving their polling unit from whatever they have, from Umaya, from Ekiti, from Ondo, from anywhere to Abuja. Abuja will be flooded. That's the implication. Because you are simply saying, because you have a status and you have the money to stay in Abuja, then your vote in Abuja is times 2, times 3 of people voting in other states. And I don't think anybody should argue against that. And even when you go to the letters of the law, I've said it here before, if the law actually wanted it to be like that, the law would have simply said 2/3 of the 36 states and 2/3 of FCT. But the law didn't say so. The law said 2/3 of 38 and FCT. So you should see that FCT as number 37. This thing is simple. Even the senior advocates of Nigeria that are going outside there to media, you see how all of them were quiet in court today. It should teach you that what we do in court is a serious business. It's not those social media aki-paki people. No. See us comments, all of them. They are very quiet.
They were asleep most of the time. They were asleep.
Because they know they can't play all their tantrum and things they play outside.
Ogweni, can I say something? I want to interject you for 1 minute.
All right.
Please. I remember Baba Jale Koko saying on this platform that you cannot query a son in the person of what's his name? What's this man's name now? This lousy lawyer, lousy son. No. This Yoruba lousy.
Falana.
Yeah. But today,
Falana, but yes.
but today, Ogbeni, I followed the proceeding from the beginning to the end. And today I say I withdraw the sonship of Falana and I hand it over to you, Ogbeni.
You know the sonship that I want to withdraw and hand over to Ogbeni. It was that rascally lawyer that got up and was preening and flapping his robe, telling the judge how to administer justice. But I thought that was the heights of impunity. But Ogbeni, before you pick it up, let's hear from the from the CEO, Alexander Gomez. A moment in time today. Alexander, good to see you.
Hey. Oh dear God. Good evening, folks. It was spectacular. Listen. Let me give you your flowers, young man. Ogbeni, you did an amazing job here, legal analysis. An amazing job. You did better than Livy. You did better than Ekwezu. You are a proud son of Ekitiland. And it's a pleasure that you are a Yoruba man with that kind of brain. I salute you today. I listened to the judgment from 3 o'clock my time in the morning all the way till it ended. I was multitasking, so I was listening to everything. You're very right. The damnation of the Yoruba woman of the legal team is legendary. I've never heard a judge speaking that kind of tonality. She used some words that were really damning. What's his name? Livy and Kweazu, they didn't do a good job in their defense of the case. And I would say that Olani Kwekun has proven himself to be the #1 lawyer in litigation in Nigeria today. He made Livy, who's supposed to be a very good attorney, made him look like a boy in court. And that's no mean feat. Listen, it's over and done with this election because he just has what it takes to rally people around him. Like him or hate him, he's a likable person when you meet him in person. He's someone that has a magnetic personality about him, and he will go out of his way. I'm speaking from top-notch experience now. And he'll go out of his way to help anybody who he can help. So if you have that kind of personality and it's time for you to demand favors of people, people would automatically surround you and do what you want them to do for you. Out of the 3 people, I said it, I was the first one to declare on this platform, you can roll back, that Tinubu was going to be the president of Nigeria. You said, one man, I was being a little bit too premature in my pronouncements. But the court proceedings today was amazing. They read every single line of the judgment. And I was proud to be a Nigerian today because we sure when we're high functioning, we sure are very high functioning. What we need to do now is over and done with. Let's be patriotic. That's the key word. We need to come together and take our country back to where it's supposed to be. Because we're in the dumps right now. I also said on
the way that judgment was delivered, Alexander, there is nowhere for the obedient narrative to run anymore. So it's time to drop. It's time to drop the dead donkey. Drop the dead donkey. Yes.
They killed it in its tracks. I mean, they were really damn. I was dialoguing with my brother back and forth, and I said, man, this justice is being very hard on especially Obi's team. Not as much on Atiku, but Obi they thought they did a very shabby job. They thought that it was a waste of court's time. That's the way they'll say it in legal palace. It was just a bloody waste of time. You had no case. What's this you're doing? You're fetching for things that don't exist. With what I noticed with the Atiku, more thorough, more professional in their delivery, because they did a better job. And
Atiku and his team presented themselves in a business-like manner,
yes,
but the
they
obedience
did a
space
better
was
job.
like creatures
They
from the
did a
back of
better
the yard.
yeah, they did a better job, so they accorded them their due respect. But it's over and done with. We're not going anywhere anymore. Tinubu is going to be the president for at least 4 years, and I think he's going to be a president for 8 years. And I know, and anybody can quote to me, that man would turn the fortune of the country around. It's going to take a bit of time, but he has the capacity and the capability to do that. So, congratulations to Olanipekwa and his team. Ogbeni, you did an amazing job. I don't know who you are, but I know you are a very smart attorney, and you need to go back home and really fight for your SAN, because if anybody deserves it, my friend, you deserve it. So, one man, thank you for having me.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander. Back to you, Ogbeni. Ogbeni, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. I've actually rounded off my program, and my flight to Nigeria is December. So, okay, let me continue my analysis. So, okay, so when you now look at the major objections, first on 25% of Abuja, and I kept saying it, if the drafters of that law, that section, wanted it to be 12% of 36 states and 12% of FCT, that's the requirement, they will simply have said 12% of 36 states and two-thirds of 20 and two-thirds of FCT. What they simply say, two-thirds of 20 and FCT. And they started using this thing disjunctively that, okay, no, it's two-thirds of 20 and then two-thirds of FCT. How? So today, the court didn't even go to all those, our analysis on what is the letters of the law. They went straight into what you call spirit of the law. Don't forget, when you pick a letters of the law, there's a spirit behind it. It means, what do you really want to achieve with this law? So the spirit of the law is that you can't rate a citizen above any other citizen in an election. Every voter's votes count for one. So how can you say voters vote in Abuja not count for more than one? So it's a simple logic thing. And they look at it and say, no, that is not what this law says. Then when you now move to the Chicago state thing, now, in Atiku Home, they went to the merits of that one. In Obi Home, they didn't even bother to go. Why? Because they said, in Obi's petition is not contained there. And I've said it there before. Obi didn't raise issue of education qualification there. So what they now said is that, in fact, it was the Tinubu and others who brought the issue in their own answer to the petition. So they are saying, no, what evoked their jurisdiction is the petition. If it's not found in the petition, we can't even see what is in the answer. So they discontinue the answer, they discontinue the issue itself that they are raising. So that goes with it. Everybody said technicality. I told some of my friends, the difference between me, a lawyer, and you is the technical part of the law. If the law were that simple, there shouldn't be any reason for legal profession. The reason is that I should be able to understand the tools of the law, the technicalities of the law, so that I may be able to use it for my client, than you that just read it on Google, or you just pick this book and you read. So when you say technicality, there's nothing bad in it. The technical part of the law is part of the law. It's just like you take your motor to a mechanic, and the person is diagnose your car and is telling you this is how this work, and you are saying, oh, it's too technical. Yeah, it's part of his work. That's why he's an automotive.
Benny, why would they come out? Because I remember what they said at the beginning of this whole show, because I call it a movie now. It's more like a movie. When I started this show, they said every judgment would be based on merit, nothing technical. So this whole thing that they did, why is there so much technicality in it? That's what I don't understand. Why? If they said something, they just do the opposite of it. I don't understand it.
Okay, Des, let me explain to you. See, when they say technicality, it's not the direct opposite of merit. Now, what do I mean? Technicality is part of the law. all right, which I've said. Merit means that I want to know what exactly is the case you have come to court to establish. So if you see what they did today, apart from telling the Atiku and Obi that look at how your case is defective in terms of the technical part, they still went into merit. I've said it today. Tell me one point that they didn't go to the merit today. There is none. They went
There
to the
is.
merit.
I mean, you said it yourself. I mean, if they had to strike out 10 what's it called? 10
witnesses
out of 13, 10 witnesses, that means it's not based on the merit. They didn't actually listen to whatever those 10 people are saying. They just strike them out because of one stupid reason. That is what we're talking about.
No, Des, you didn't listen to that judgment. What I've just told you is, having struck out those 10 and 13 remaining, they said, because if you get to Supreme Court and Supreme Court said we were wrong, it will be hard for you to come back to this court. They now went to the merit and even look at what each witness is. Do you think if it's just 3 witnesses, it will take them in 12 hours? No. They went into each witnesses. You can go and repeat this. Recorded, it's on YouTube. They went into each witnesses and dissect what they came to court to do. And they realized that they didn't come to prove anything. I would like to go to some of them, which I don't just want to take our time, but because of what you raised, I'll go to some of them. But let me deal with these preliminary points which they all raised.
Like the woman from the IT background, that they felt that she didn't even present credentials.
If you remember that woman judge decision, she said, and she has the audacity and temerity to come to court. You see, I don't know how these people joke with court. You go to court to do serious business. Court is a platform where they send people to gallows to be killed. You send people for life to be jailed. And you think it's one frivolous things you bring to court to waste.
Benny, that woman now, what merits what she brought? What merit did they talk about in what she brought? Apart from saying that she did not, like something like she didn't even state out his name or whatever they said. They now basically struck it out with a very violent voice. I mean, I was watching that. I'm like, what kind of judge talks like this?
That's how judges talk. If you don't know,
especially when you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That's how judges talk.
Go and read judgment.
When you bring an irritating case, that they will talk to you like that.
No, judges are not meant to talk with you with bedroom voice and be. Judges are meant to be firm. They tell you how it is. It's not their business how you
talk with authority.
Yes, they don't. It's not their business how you feel. And I keep
that is not authority. That is quite insulting. When you're using words like malicious, ridiculous, nullity, I can.
Let's not get into linguistics. Let's not go into linguistics.
Yes, it is. If you bring something ridiculous to court, it is simply ridiculous. The court is not meant to garnish it for you. The court is meant to tell you that it is ridiculous. If you see the way court even deal with lawyers, see that lawyer that interrupted them. See the way they gave it to him. That's a senior lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria.
Even if you are not properly dressed in court, they send you out.
They dress you down.
One man, please. There is an issue going on. I think somebody has cloned your platform.
Yes, I saw that second platform.
Yeah, so I don't know what you want to do about it, because I logged into there and they were saying all sorts of things. I was wondering, one man, what's going on? One man,
no. I think it's a collaboration that I'm doing with a Kenyan intellectual. Okay. Is that Kaizo?
Yes, Kaizoria Empire.
Yeah, how come I logged into the streamline and it took me there?
I saw you there, madam. I saw you there.
Don't go there. They are wayward youths. I'm trying to bring the wayward youths
into one man, the live stream, and it took me there.
No, that's Kaizo. Yeah.
One man, I was there earlier.
Sorry, I just said to.
No, they are doing their own separate.
But it's a separate thing. It's a separate topic.
I'm trying to bring. They are African.
They are wayward youths.
The African. What do they call them?
Thank you. I was
Pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanism. They are Pan-Africanists.
if you want to get a beating, then you go there. So
no, the funny thing was I logged into your live stream and it took me there.
It shouldn't, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't because there's only one. Excuse me. There's only one StreamYard key to every streaming, but he's streaming as well. But his stream is linked to this platform as my stream. As my stream is linked to his platform.
Okay, maybe
so
why.
it might cross over sometimes.
So that was what happened. Yeah. Thank you.
And you wanted me to get the gun immediately and go to
They don't have gun in Britain. We have it in America.
Go on.
And throw it there.
Yes. No, I'm trying to expand because, of course, we are getting to the tail end now of this electioneering, and the conversations now will be about governance. So I'm trying to expand our conversation to bring even more richness into it, and then expand beyond the Nigerian space into that African space. And Kaizo wants to expand into the Nigerian space as well. So we're just cross-pollinating somewhat here.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, back to you, Benny.
Okay, Woma, I would. I don't really want to extend my my analysis of this before, but I will extend it a bit in order to clear this question. But let me quickly clear this. The Chicago University, in respect of Article Home, that is the person who actually made it a case. Not to be Obi didn't make it a case. So you don't expect, you see, judges use precedents. Judges don't just make principle for themselves. There are principles that guide them. Okay. And part of the established principle is this. If you don't make something an issue from the word go, don't change the goalpost when you get to the middle of the game. Judges respect that. And by the time they see you changing goalposts, they kick you out. That's what they did for Obi in terms of the Chicago University. It's not part of his petition. Go and read it. The only man who made it a case is Atiku Abubakar. And they simply said you didn't establish it. And they showed the way you never established it. Are you talking about forgery? Do you say you didn't go to school at all? There is a certificate you have before the court. The other one you're talking about, where do you crop them from? You know, establish for us where you crop them. So which one is forgery?
Ogbeni, one man, please, can I seek your indulgence, please?
Yeah, carry on.
Yes, one man, I got my wine here and a glass. I think we have to celebrate ourselves on this platform. Maybe people should get their last wine. Maybe later we just celebrate ourselves. It's not Tinubu, because all we predicted has come to pass. I've got mine here. I'll put it here permanent.
Not to chest beat or anything, but I don't think we as a platform have gotten it wrong all the way through. They told us Oshibanjo was going to get the ticket. We told them Tinubu because we looked at the details and then we arrived there. They told us that his hand was shaking. He couldn't campaign. We told them that he could, and he campaigned more than anybody else. They told us he wouldn't win. We told them we did spreadsheets endlessly. How many hours were we going over spreadsheets, moving figures around on this platform to arrive at a definitive conclusion? And then they told us that they've gone to court. We said they should have gone to bed, and now the judges have sent them to bed. So there it is. Yes, let Ogweni carry on. The people have been waiting for him. Ogweni, back to you.
We have to celebrate later. I will open it here.
So Pop, maybe I'll go and get war pieces whiskey that I sent from Japan during Christmas. This might well be that day. Carry on. We get drunk online. Ogweni Omuti also
Before you carry on, I want you to expand on this too. Before you carry on,
but you have to give him the room to deliver though, because people want to hear from him.
I want him to basically occupy everything together. The judges made this claim when they were talking about was it how the election or the the votes should be collated from the polling unit, and they made a citing from the INEC Constitution, yeah, basically the 93 INEC Constitution, 93. I don't know how you guys say it, which is
Electoral
saying
Act.
that Electoral Act, which says that at every level of collation, where the INEC copies of collation results from the immediate lower level of collation exists, it shall be adopted for collation. Now, when they make that statement, I feel like polling unit result is not a collated result. So when they cite that electoral act, I'm like, what are they doing? Is polling unit result collated? We are talking about the polling unit result being uploaded in the IREV, and they are citing the electoral act 93 of collated results. So I don't understand. You can, explain.
Okay, let me quickly explain that before I move back to my point. So let me even quickly go there so that, because I know others will want to contribute. So let me go to their reasoning on that, which is the merit of the case itself. Because the whole case of Obi and Atiku that's the merit is hanged on this issue of IRF, and that that the result should be simultaneously, uploaded and then reflected on IREF is sacrosanct and mandatory. And without that, therefore, they should discontinue that election and nullify the election. That's their major point. And what's their reasoning on that? The first thing is this: they said IREF is not in electoral act, and I've been saying it here before severally. In fact, I remember Pansat, the day Pansat almost battered me on whether
it told you that it was your dad on that day, didn't it?
Yes, now whether I know what electoral act mean or what, and they said it today. Electoral act is the primary source primary law that guides INEC, and is sacrosanct. Then, pursuant to the electoral act, INEC now make what they call the guideline. You must have been seeing some things flying around now that they said upload on IREF is not mandatory, upload on IREF mandatory. Don't listen to that. This is the court reasoning. This is what they said. They said if you look at the electoral act, there is nothing like IREF did. Electoral act simply says that the INEC should make guidelines for themselves on what should happen, how will they conduct the election, right? And they said that guideline cannot override what is in the Electoral Act. It can't supersede it. They said it can only complement it, meaning that what you have in the Electoral Act, you cannot have your guideline to ease what you have there or to simplify more on what you have in the Electoral Act. And they further said that if what you have in your guideline contradicts what is in the Evidence Act, in the Electoral Act, what you have in your guideline becomes a nullity immediately. Because what the parliament actually made is the Electoral Act, not the guideline. The guideline is made by INEC, not the parliament. So they now went into IREF. So what they now say about IREF is this: you have what they call BVAS and you have IREF. They are not the same thing. BVAS is the device that you use they mention it, you use it to authenticate and use it to accredit. And Atiku and Peter Obi, they don't have any issue with that at all. In the election petition, they agreed that people were accredited and there were authentication, which Beaver did. So where did they have problem? Where they have problem is that when they finish, and okay, you ask a question whether you collate result at polling unit. The answer is yes, sir. You collate result of the polling unit at the polling unit level. You don't take it anywhere. And they said it point blank. IREF does not collate. And they didn't just say that. They went into what?
No, Benny, no.
Let him land so that other people can come in and then the conversation can flow. Yes,
they went into what Peter Obi, expert witness, admitted himself. They asked him during cross-examination that IREF does not collate, and he said yes. But it's very simple. What is collation? Collation is you are tabulating and calculating the final result. So what's collation? Don't forget our election is in pyramid form. They collate at polling unit, they collate at ward level, they collate at local government, they collate at state level. And then you now take it to Abuja where they did the final collation for presidential. So it's collation at each level. All right. So when you now ask the question whether they collate at polling unit level, yes, they did. What is the collation? All those things you see video going around, LP, LP1, LP2, that's collation. Where did they do all those things? At the polling unit level. So now when you finish collating, you now have this form you call EC8A. That is the result. That's the collated result at the unit level. So at that point, you have had a result. That's what the court is saying today. And that's what the Electoral Act recognizes. There is a result already at that polling unit level. So what does the guideline now say? The guideline now says snap it and upload it. So their question is that by snapping and uploading, was there any collation at that point? The answer is no. Because when you open HiRef to date, you won't see anything calculating and say this is final result. All what you will see is you'll be clicking each polling unit and you'll be viewing their result there. So they said it today. The HiRef is just a repository. It's just like a library where you put books together. Is the library the author of those books? The answer is no. And that's why I said, I love that woman's judgment. That woman's judgment is the best that anybody should go and look for in all this judgment. And you see her analysis. So it's just like you put books in a library. The library is not the authors of the book. They are just repository of the book. So what they have now said today is this. Guideline only complement what is in the Electoral Act. And fine, it is what should be in the Electoral Act. Now, why are they blaming Obi by not proving his case? The point is this. They said his own witness agreed that at the collation level, that in fact, his own witness first agreed that they are polling unit agents at all polling units. His own witness also agreed that they had polling unit agents at all those 18,000 polling units they are challenging. Okay, if you have all those unit agents there, your party agents there, and the pink copy, I keep talking about that. I kept talking about those pink copies over time. The court also mentioned it today, but they didn't call it pink copy. They said the counterpart for CAA. Because the Form CAA is made the counterpart. Whatever you write on the first one, it reflects straight on others. And they tear it. You take your own, Labour take your own, APC take your own, PDP take your own, and they give one even to police. And the Electoral Act said, if there is any problem and you now have different discrepancies, INEC, you can simply collect the one in police or you bring your own. So what they are now saying today is, if you indeed won this election, you should have brought the one your polling unit agent brought back to your secretariat. Where are they? And they said none. Whether Obio, whether Atiku, none of them brought a single copy of the counterpart that their agent brought back to them. None of them used that to prove this is the way I won. But they rely on HiRef, which is not the result, which did not collate any result. It's just a repository of result. So the point they also made further on that is that now you are talking of HiRef, and what you brought to us in HiRef is results that are blurred. And you are saying with this result you won. How do you want to prove that you won an election with a blurred result? The best way you can prove that you won this election is to come and show us your own result at each unit level. That's one argument they made. The other argument they made was this. Now, you want to tell us that they manipulated their result. How can you prove that? You have brought the blur. Your own expert admitted that the fact that these results are blurred doesn't mean that the originals that are with you and your agents are not correct. That's a simple admission. That you are saying that I have a copy with me that are correct. Then bring it to court. You did not bring it. You don't expect the court. And that's why that woman said, you don't expect us to be going on fishing expedition. And those are the language you don't like. He said, in fact, she mentioned social media, that you don't even expect us to be doing adventure and ghost chase and be going to the social media to come and be looking for all those evidences for you. Bring it to court and come and show to us.
She even mentioned market.
Yes, yes, but you don't bring it. So, and she also said any serious candidate will not rely on INEC, which that's the area I don't like. I don't like that area at all. And I think personally, I think that's the area I find fault in the judgment. What am I saying there? INEC owns every party the responsibility to release everything they have in their hand. But for a judge to now say you don't need to go and rely on INEC, the judge can as well say, okay, if INEC is frustrating you and you can't use the instrumentality of law to get INEC, bring the one you have in your hand. But not to say you can't rely on INEC. INEC should belong to her. INEC should not belong to a party. But how do you blame INEC? As there's a judgment already that says that INEC must defend any mandate that they declared in election. There are several judgments that have said that, right? In fact, several judgments have said that. So that is the statutory, they said that the statutory duty of INEC. So if INEC now comes, INEC becomes a party, right, in a court, then INEC must start working as a party against whoever brings them to court. So it's just like you want to now collect document from your enemy to come and prove your case.
All right. When you take a question from Aizon, I think he's itching to ask you a question. Aizon.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, Ogbeni, quick question for you. In the interim, congratulations to all you ratified. You finally got what you wanted. Hopefully your champion
Congratulations, Nigeria, you mean? Was that what you meant?
Congratulations to the ratified. As you well know, one man, Nigeria is divided on this. But I think hopefully he gets the support he needs to govern properly and take us out of the malaise that we're currently in. But Ogbeni, my question for you is this, and I think you touched on it on your last point when you talked about what the last piece the judge said as relates to don't rely on INEC. That is my question for you. What is the precedence that's being set here? If tomorrow, because with this judgment, they're saying that there was no fault on INEC. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. They're saying there was no fault on INEC, that the process was essentially done properly. And if that's the case, does this mean that tomorrow, if it's not Obi, if it's maybe a PDP or an APC on the receiving end of whatever happened, will that person be able to bring a case to the court? And then also, does this mean that INEC does not feel like it has a need to try to improve itself or its processes? Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the precedent they've established today. The precedent is this. First, IREF is to complement manual collation. What we still use in Nigeria today is manual collation. IREF does not collate. Two, IREF is not recognized is not provided under the Electoral Act. And I will come to solutions to that anyway. And note, this is not about Obi or Bat. It's about Nigeria. We are all patriotic citizens, even if we don't have same candidates, right? We're all patriotic. We may be more patriotic than others. Some of us left UK, traveled to Nigeria to vote. Some stayed in UK, and US and other places, and doing their own business, while they keep talking on social media. So the way we're patriotic may not be the same, right? Now, so that's the 2 points they made today. So the last point they made today is this. If there's any issue with election petition and you are coming to prove your case, whatever original document we have given you at the polling unit level, bring them to court to come and prove your case. Don't rely on INEC, because INEC is an hostile witness, is an hostile party to you. You are dragging INEC to court. You are saying INEC did not do well, and by default, INEC must come to court to defend its mandate. So INEC is not going to be there to find it easy for you. What are the solutions? Now, these are precedent I see they have established today. And I don't see how should be a problem if you indeed won the election. Which that woman said, if Obi won the election, simply gather the pink copy. Where do you put them? Have you destroyed them? Are they not in Labour Party Secretariat? If you did one, collect it from each of your polling unit agents. Then bring them to court. They are original. I don't know if you've seen a copy before. They are original. Bring them to court to then form a table and collate it. Then you say, okay, this polling unit, the IRF is showing that I have 20. Don't mind them, it's 50 I have. Oh, look at the result here. This polling unit, they say I have. Look at the result here. This polling unit, they say I have. Look at the result here. Tender the one you have in your. Then you can now make all this case of IRF thing you are making. But that is what your case should sit on. Because that is your best, in fact, that woman called it your best evidence. Not on speculation. Not on, oh, once what you have in IRF is blocked, therefore I won. Or therefore there's a mago somewhere. Court will not, because there's this, what we call presumption of regularity. When election is held, the court must first presume that it was regular, unless the petitioner come and prove otherwise. And when you are proving otherwise, you don't base it on assumption. So what are the solutions? And I'm not saying this is good for our democracy. I know first, the one that you should collect from your agent is good for our democracy. It's very good. For me, it's good. It means that tomorrow, if Obi is going to election in 2027, the one that, I know they don't have polling unit agent in all units. When I think it was in one interview, they were asking him and they were just telling lies. Don't mind them. We are polling in all the polling units. Instead of them to tell the truth, they didn't. So possibly they don't even have all these pink copies in it. Because we also understood that even opposition parties sponsor agents for them in some places. And you could imagine what will happen when opposition sponsor agent for you. That pink copy will not get your secretariat now. But they won't come and tell you, all these are Bure, Tanko, and all those guys are just filibustering around. They won't come and tell you all these things. They will be just making noise on social media. But what does this tell us? Way forward. Let me tell you way forward. First and foremost, I think from my electoral heart, and sincerely I'm telling you now, it's not about bat and all this. I think from my electoral heart, we should go and remove INEC there as a party. It shouldn't be mandatory that INEC must be made a party in an election. If INEC has declared, let them stand in their office. They don't need to come, because the moment I make INEC as a party, INEC automatically become hostile. It is natural. I sued you and I want you to be friendly with me. I want to rubbish what you did and I want you to be friendly. It's natural. I won't be friendly to you, my brother. I won't. Even if you are my younger brother, I will keep evidence from you. So
let me.
What you're saying? No, hold on, Des. I want Ogbeni to learn. I want to bring other voices in, just to vary the conversation. But then later on, we'll hold Ogbeni for as long as we can, because I still want him to speak to us about what happens at the next phase when they take it to the Supreme Court, or even if they should take it to the Supreme Court. But Ogbeni, bring this phase home, and then we hear from, we bring other voices in, and then we come back to you.
Okay, so let me land on that, because that's a very fantastic question. That the last speaker, I don't know his name.
Aizon. Yes, it's from the Creeks, but it's very clever.
The obedient Aizon brought to me. It's a very good question. It's a good question, which I've thought about today, and I discussed with some I have younger brothers who are obedient to. They've called me today and we discussed this thing. I said, look, by now, instead of occupying streets and be doing things that cannot work, by now, the oppositions in the National Assembly should be pushing for another amendment to the Electoral Act by now. And what are the things? All these things identified, go and put it there. IRF, for instance, go and put IRF in Electoral Act. No court tomorrow will tell you that it's not an Electoral Act. Now, if you put IRF in Electoral Act, can we improve our IRF to be collating instead of snapping? Even that snapping thing looked too crude to me. You just snap something and send it to somewhere, and so what? Is it that you can't snap and the thing will be... I mean, we are so IT expert. They say we are the best in IT thing in the world now. So why is it that we can't get standard this thing that even when you snap it, then it's collating and they are saying the thing? Although I know people will still say at the back end they are manipulating, but at least you find something that is, So as for me, Electoral Act to accommodate our IRF. By now they are not accommodating. Then INEC should not be make a party again in election petition. I know Osekuma has said that before, but I don't just like his style. all those media noise. I don't like it. But it's a very good point he has made before. Remove INEC so that INEC will be non-partisan, INEC will not be hostile. Then when we now do that, you see all those guideline. For me, I believe when INEC made their guideline, go and gazette it. When you gazette it, then your guideline will take almost equal to a statute, and then you could be able to have all these things together. And then look at what happened today. The judge said even one single polling unit agent, none of them call. And you want them to give? I don't know. I don't know what this guy thought they were going to call to do. One single polling unit agent was not called, at least to say in my unit to see the result, and it's not the same as the one they have in this area.
All right.
Such a case.
All right, Ogbeni, let's bring other voices in. You stay with us just for as long as you can, because if there was ever a moment, this is the moment that we have to tie you down. But let's vary it and bring Kulata in. So Kulata, you've been a bit of an agbaya today. I've seen you all over social media bullying all these young people coming into mainstream and pointing fingers and laughing at them. So, Kulata, you couldn't contain yourself, could you?
I couldn't contain myself, and it did not help that I'm on PTO today. So I had all the time in the world to mess around. So it was a glorious experience for me. I've truly enjoyed today. Like what I really enjoyed is the flippant way the judges were just dismissing the case, like struck out. I mean, it was more like, don't you guys have common sense? Honestly speaking, I do think Obi's lawyers is a conspiracy that they decided to maybe flop this case on purpose. Because, I mean, look now, when I looked at that electoral law some months back, we all looked at the electoral law and started calling that, I mean, come on, for you to prove, you need, first of all, if you say you won, it's by polling units. You did not even go with polling unit result. You did not go with copy of from EC8A. You didn't even, I mean, I'm not a lawyer by any stretch. I don't even play one on TV. So, and I know all these things. And then they went to make a case, and then they were coming up with stupid stuff like that civil case that we analyzed last year. You remember when I was reading that case? Like, this is a civil case.
Do you remember when Fatai, he went and dug out the PDF form? Yeah,
maybe I wasn't here that time.
And he did a PowerPoint slide, and it tormented. It forced us to listen to it. That this guy, there is no case about this drug thing. If a lot of it was ridiculous. That's why we keep on laughing at them, isn't it? Because a lot of it, the whole of it is ridiculous.
Because I know I brought it here. We looked at the case. I also took it to Dr. Damages. Like, it was stupid. And at the worst case, you're going to indict his bank account. His bank account is not the one on ballot.
One check with one man, Dr. Damages in Bayan, where you are in this thing.
Yes, no. I mean, what you check with Yami?
Yes,
apparently, she. I mean, let me just keep my mouth shut.
Okay, all right.
But
do you know that today he agreed that Levy did a shoddy job. I went to their page today. I told them, you are crying, you are shouting at the top of your voice. Rudolph agreed that yes, I was there.
Rudolph wasn't even online today, bro.
No, go and see his comment.
That was a 2 Niger.
That was hold on, settle down. That was 2 Niger. It wasn't Rudolph.
I don't know who was.
No, I was not live also. You were saying just like you are showing. He said it that if what Evie did was what the judges were saying, that he didn't comply, he didn't do the timing was wrong, the subpoenas came late, they were not part of the prayers, earlier prayers before the expiration of the prayer where you were supposed to present your case. That if he had done all those things, that he did a shoddy job. And I told them, and I replied them in the comment that you can see it for yourself.
But I've analyzed it here before now. I analyzed.
You've analyzed every single thing that was said today sounded like deja vu because you had come to this platform, you've said all this stuff like what is pre-election matter. I did not know anything about pre-election matter. I learned that from you. The only one I knew was you need polling units. I knew the draw case was rubbish. That one since last year. I knew about all this, like, how do you have to prove you won something by vote count? It's arithmetic. You did not bring arithmetic. You just bought some stage-crafted box inside
Colata, to be fair.
There's Obi could have just brought akara and puff puff to the court.
To be fair,
maybe that would have changed the tone of the judge. Maybe they would have had that bedroom voice that if they had bought akara, maybe they had not brought food.
Or to be fair to this case that you guys are bashing, we all here have been saying that Obi's litigants are not even in the court. They are not even saying that Obi won the case. There is no time they have been doing this proceeding that Obi has said he won. So I don't know.
So you knew he did not win the election and it was just BS.
No. Listen. No, it's not about he knew.
He went to challenge the process.
His argument was the process because there's no how. He knew there's no how you would have actually challenged the process that is faulty and still say you won. So that's why they left it apart. When Obeni is saying that they don't have polling units, I laugh you. Trust me, those polling unit results, they're full, can't be.
But still, the lawyer cannot even fault the process. All the evidences that they brought to fault.
Listen, Article 2 has all these polling unit results.
And they didn't tender it.
Are they intending to use it as wallpaper?
One man, can I ask this one question? Are you in Nigeria?
Kulata has the floor though, so I want to, but
no, I just want to ask this. Are you in Nigeria? Sorry, no, just answer that question, please. So if you are not in Nigeria, we are in Nigeria know that Labour Party, even in Ogun State, did not have what is it called, agents in polling units. It was in that polling unit that they were just throwing this thing around somebody's neck. So
what I would say is that you're not a Labour Party member and you don't know what's going on. So let me leave it at that.
It's telling you what happened. That you have to be. You are
telling me that a particular sport that someone is not very strong. He doesn't have a polling agent.
But that's reported nationwide now. In the north, they barely had a polling agent. They relied on the PDP agents.
Oh man, what you're saying is almost like PDP don't have agent. That's the argument you're making here, and which I tell you.
No, PDP has agents.
PDP did not present their polling unit agents. See, the problem is not about the polling unit result. The problem is there has been a Supreme Court judgment before, even in this Imo State, that they had to make INEC results superior, even the police whatever results superior to polling unit results. So polling unit results, anybody can just come and.
Where is INEC getting their results from?
No, that's not true. That's not true. You're talking about Imo.
Obeni is
that's
here
not
now.
True.
Obeni, if you can tell me.
Hold on, don't worry.
This is what Onwa did. Onwa, when he couldn't get all the pink sheets, he remembered that always every polling unit has a security agent in one form or the other. So he approached the police and collected all their pink sheets and presented it. That was how Onwa won, hands down, from number 4 to 1. So that's
Babati. They normally also have. When I was a polling agent in 2011 in Tasasha East in Enugu State, I had my own list, my own stuff, pink form. I gave all the agents, I gave the police. So even the coppers that you are seeing there also, sometimes you can also even, because it's a booklet, it's a big booklet. I'm talking about as a, we are the one that set up the electoral act of electoral 11 that Jonathan used. The first time Nigeria will be collating is having a correct data. as regards election in Nigeria was in 2011. So there's no way he would tell me that he doesn't have the result. He knew that he already lost. That was why he was looking for like a shortcut. There's no way you will present. Everybody has the result with themselves.
Obeni, you can tell me what the law says about the hierarchy of what the court can actually accept. The hierarchy is INEC result first, police result second, before you go down to polling units.
No, I disagree.
No, that question was to Ogbeni. Let Ogbeni address
it. No, one man. I just want to say something, please. 1 minute, please.
I just want it to be a structured session today. Let Ogbeni address it, and then we go back to
Ogbeni, I'm talking to the lawyer here. Yeah. Ogbeni, you can say what the hierarchy is.
Yeah, you've asked the question. Let him answer, and then we go back to Kolata. Yeah.
So the thing is not about hierarchy. There's you are right and you are not right. Let me tell you first the reason why you are right. You can tender certified true copy from INEC to prove. You can tender what the one you call original you have with police to prove, and you can bring the original, that's your own, also to come and prove. Now, when you bring each one, there are different hurdles you need to cross. That's what you want to say. If you bring INEC, it's a conclusive proof. Nobody can disprove it because it's coming from the custodian himself. That is INEC, and it's certified by INEC. If you bring that, it's a conclusive proof. Court must take it. Except if the same INEC is now bringing another one, there's a controversy. Then you now bring your own to come and dispute. That's one. If you are bringing the one from police, once the police certify it, it's also a good proof. Then the third layer is your original you are bringing. Now, when you bring your original, if the other party, for instance, PDP or APC, is not able to produce their own also to counter you, yours become a conclusive proof. But if they are bringing theirs now to counter your own, then we now need to go to INEC to get the citizen in INEC. Whatever citizen in INEC now say becomes a conclusive proof. That was the case of Osun State, right? Now, let me refer you to a case that just happened today, Natasha in Kogi State. You know that
yes,
woman?
we have to talk about that one as well, but carry on, yeah.
Do you know how Natasha won? Very simple. She just went straight, is polling unit agent, gather everything, and prove her case. Simple. And that's what the judgment of today just said. Bring your own. We know Nigeria is full of rubbish. We know Nigeria is full of a lot of things. You can compromise. Sometimes when they even say INEC is compromised, I laughed. Let me give you why I laughed today. I love what the second to the last justice did today. He made a clinical analysis of how the same INEC has favored Obi and Atiku. And he called it, he will now say the so-called favored Tinubu, that's the so-called favored man. He went to Abia, he went to Enugu, Bradeta, Adamawa, Imo, Ebonyi, Lagos, and FCT, where they all won. And he tried to do a clinical analysis of what the same INEC that they all came to court to vilify. How INEC was, they were able to get on INEC IRF, they were getting 200,000 plus, 300,000 plus, 100 and something thousand plus 200,000. Why APC was getting 15,000, 4,000, 8,000 in those spaces on the same IRF. So that same IRF, you want the court to nullify the whole IRF, which favor you in some areas too. So like my answer to this is, and that's why I say you are right. Yes, if you bring INEC directly, conclusive proof. If you bring police, conclusive.
Okay, thank you, Ogbeni.
Yeah.
Ogbeni, let me throw back another because you said INEC.
Yes, you don't do.
No. Yes,
you don't do.
I don't want some endless back and forth now.
You don't do. Your guy has lost.
Just one more.
All right. Let's get back to Kolata. So Kolata, does today draw a line under this as far as you are concerned?
I wish I had finished my thought process. Yeah. My thought process. Well, look, a line has been drawn to me since the election. So you knew I told you guys that not being a lawyer, this was no case. The one I thought could be a case was the Shetima thing. And when Ogbeni told us about that, is a pre-election matter, I just knew that all this is BS. So, but I'm insisting that Obi's lawyers, I don't believe someone went to college, went to law school. A lot of them, not one person. No, it wasn't even one person's job. Interns, if I gather a bunch of law interns, they'll do a better job than this. So I think this is intentional, or it's sabotage, or Obi just compelled them that we just have to go to court, because it's a mess of a case that they brought in front of the judges, and you could see the way the judges just flippantly dismissed every single thing, because it was, when someone brings bullshit to the court, that is exactly what happened. The worst case ever conceived by man is that Abuja 25% is the biggest bollocks.
Do you think that answer that question has been answered once and for all? That it was even a question is quite a thing, but now it's been answered once and for all.
It's been answered because it's so dumb. I mean, did God create a special set of Nigerians that their votes is only one until you get 25% of their vote, then you become president? It's so stupid. So this is a money grab. On the lawyer's part, is a money grab. On Obi's part, is both a money grab and a media grab, because he wanted to sustain himself in the media, and of course, he wanted to fleece the like of Des and Co. that send him money. I mean, Des, after driving hard with your trucks, you now send him money to be doing this kind of.
He even went to Nigeria to hand over $10,000. That's what Des did.
Imagine, Des, man of prestige, unfortunate people. That we are money that you can be donating to motherless babies. I mean, what's the name of those? I mean, the orphanage. You're now giving this guy to go to court, and then they now embarrassed you guys. If I was an I just kept on thinking that there's no single way that one can become an obedient. Obedient and common sense are divergent. They're like bipolar. They're 180 degrees. It's like you take north sides of a magnet and you try and connect it together. It's so stupid to be an obedient. Is frustratingly stupid, because look at all of them sitting now. What were you expecting? Like, seriously, what were you expecting? Man, people are foolish. Honestly speaking, maybe one should just.
Kolata, I don't want to agree with one of your points that possibly there was a sabotage. No, there wasn't any sabotage. They couldn't get their fact right, and
but now we're talking about senior advocates of Nigeria. We're not talking about fresh graduate from OAU or something. These are seasoned people, not even just seasoned people. They're supposed to be electoral.
You would have thought they would have rejected it because it would affect their record or something. You wouldn't want this sort of a case on your record.
No, look. No. Is the time to cash out. This is the time. Ogbeni can tell us better on this. Look, when politicians are desperate, even when lawyers tell them that, look, there is no case, they say, look for all means that you can win this case.
So you agree with me that Obi wanted to cash out to Abi?
Yeah, we agree that way. So the Obi is making the money from somewhere, and he want to continue making that money. He want to continue carrying that base along, and the lawyer are ready. This is the time for them to make money. They have to make money too. So it's not a game. Why do you think it's not at the court today? He knew that this thing, they are not going to, a party that doesn't have, how many polling booths do you have across the federation? Is it not 174,000? How many?
174,000.
And they have only 44,000 agents.
They denied it on national TV, but we know that's what they had. They denied that on national TV, but we knew that's
what
they
had. I mean, that is what INEC told us. That is what INEC told us. INEC said their agent was around 44,000 across the federation.
How are they even concluded that they won an election?
How would they be able to get the result, the result right? On which basis they're going to fight their case? They don't have it in the first place. So it's not sabotage. It's just the time for lawyers to make money, and
It's
lawyers
a money
will make
grab.
money.
It's a
But
money
what happens
grab.
with their
It wasn't
reputation?
for the 4,000.
Which
It was
reputation? Who
100.
does
But
It was
politicians have reputation?
no,
I
Ajale
mean the
Koko, though.
lawyers.
Look at the lawyer now.
Lawyers,
So
reputation in Nigeria. When there is money,
Ajale Koko. So
who's
assuming
looking
you
for
now run for
reputation?
election, are you now going to go get that useless obese lawyer and say go and represent?
No,
me?
no.
This
I
kind
will
of
rather look for Ogbeni to come and handle
Yeah, no, but that's the point, though, Ajanle Koko. The lawyers knew there was no case there, and they know that they will suffer a reputational damage off the back of it because it takes away from them, doesn't it? And
It
so
doesn't take
publicly as
anything
well.
away from them, one man. It doesn't take.
It does now.
In 2027, somebody will go and tap on the door of Levy.
No, lawyer doesn't win all the time. So they will win some cases. And
But they lost ridiculously. That's the thing now. They lost in a shameful
But
manner.
Agbakoba told them in the beginning that first, before he will come in, they have to remove INEC. And that's what Ogbeni confirmed here.
Is it not the same Akagoba that was championing the 25%?
No, he asked it as a rhetoric question. He said, let us conclude this matter before we go into election. He said it. He brought the matter up before election.
Yes.
I was like prophetic. And less than 7 weeks later, it became contentious.
Well, so it's the time for lawyers to make their billion. They will make it. Forget about reputation.
But Ajanle Koko, yes, I get it. Lawyer needs to make money. I get it. But if you're going to present the case, there was one day on OVA's platform that I just downloaded the PDF of the electoral law. I didn't even read it. It's like I spent 30 minutes just searching keywords. And I could figure out the whole thing out. And I knew that, okay, you needed this. And when you're looking at it, no polling unit something, no copies of your results, no, at least make an attempt at competence. Those lawyers were frankly disgraced in court today. Let's say the truth. They were disgraced in court.
You are
if
right.
I was a professional, I would never want my reputation shredded into pieces like that.
Well, you are not in Nigeria. You can talk like that because you live in Western world. You know what reputation means. In Nigeria, nobody cares as long as money is involved. Everybody go for money. That is it. So forget about
that's it.
All right, but back to it, Kolata. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time that they've live streamed court proceedings in Nigeria, as far as I can recall.
No, it's not.
I was a bit somewhat double-minded, but it wasn't. Was it not?
No, it's not. They did it. One of those old Buhari cases was done, and I think some parts of 2019 too was done live stream. It's not the first time.
All right, but what do you make of it, though? The spectacle of it. How do you think it?
I enjoyed it, though. I'm not even gonna lie. In fact, I enjoyed it more than I should enjoy it. I don't know if I'm a sadist or something, but it's in Nigerian Palace.
I enjoyed it so much.
The thing sweet my belly die. Especially the way they were just saying this is struck out. One judge said something like blah blah blah. I was like, am I hearing this for real? He said this and blah blah blah.
Yeah. I heard that blah blah. I said this is Ogbeni speaking now. I said this is Ogbeni. This is Ogbeni reading the judgment now. From Scotland. I hear
you know why it was the thing sweet my belly. You know, all these obedience they'll be threatening. All eyes on the judiciary. We're going to go get the names of the family of this judge. They have families. They have these. We're going to threaten them. We're going to. Those judges came.
Ogbeni said it in
all
the
eyes
beginning.
on the judiciary.
He said it, you can't intimidate a judge. It's not possible. These people are radical themselves. That's why when they hold their judgment, they say, the judgment of my court. My court.
Anytime anybody says all eyes on the judiciary, you get this image.
I saw Justice Kensington threw a file of a case at a lawyer in dismissal in court because he was questioning, did you file this to me, my court? How dare you? Which school did you go to? And poof, the 5 went flying. I said, they don't know judges. Honestly, or Afojudi, maybe that's what troubling
I
them.
don't know. I've never had some. I've watched some judgments before. I watched judgments on YouTube a lot. I've not seen lawyers talk that way before, ever in
They're
my life.
judges,
I've
yes, they're
never
not
seen.
Go and
lawyers,
read
they're judges.
Judges.
the man
I've
who
never
went
seen
for kidney.
judges
Go and read
talk
the
like
kidney
this
case.
ever, except they were.
All right, we want to try and contain the interjection a bit because it's cutting into the flow of the main speaker.
Okay,
But land that
let
point.
me quickly. So entertainment value, I give it a 10 out of 10. Like I will not. I honestly think I spent like I woke up late because I'm not working today. So I spent like 6 hours nonstop just listening and listening. A lot of time I was taunting people though, but it was so much like the delivery. At some point in time, when one Northerner was speaking, the obedience were now, when you've been defeated, they now started attacking the guy's English. Like, hey, his accent is this, his accent is that. You're like, Alabosi. What does accent have to do with anything? His delivery, what he's saying is the most important. So it was good. And another thing is, if I was a man of honor, based on the level of embarrassment that the judges gave obedience, if I was Obi or Atiku, I will not go to the Supreme Court because, honestly speaking, the case was so clear and it was so well stated that, you're just going to the Supreme Court is a bloody waste of time.
That space has been completely deflated now. I'm not sure that there's any energy anymore. If they even attempt it now, they'll just be. Renan Mokri is already laughing. They're just a joke now. So just drop the dead donkey. Just drop the dead donkey now.
Kulata, do you know?
No. Let Kulata carry on to land, and then we bring it back.
Make some one point so that he will run over.
Hold on. Like I was saying, the interjections are stopping. Sorry, Darati. I'll try and move around everybody quickly. Kulata.
So of course, I've looked at some of Reno's posts. Like, what is really painful is
sorry, Kulata. If you have been following Reno's post, that obedience space, they've been photoshopping Reno's images and using it to mock him. And then he's been bringing back those photoshopped images and then he's putting a strap line after it that come 2027, I will flog you again. That guy is having too much fun.
Reno is very petty, and this is the time where pettiness too is good because obedience are very extremely petty. But look at all this. Obedience, they want to fight. They will say revolution, but nothing. Online today, all of them were gentle, were quiet. They're saying now that people that live in Nigeria have actually moved on. People are thinking of how they're going to eat, how they're going to buy that 600 naira petrol. That's what's doing people in Nigeria. You can even see NLC. They try to coerce this by doing this fake strike that did not get 100% compliance. You saw that Labour NLC. Nobody called his ass before he decided to call it back because nobody complied with that stupid nonsense. Look, it's all that the fake outrage. We're going to do this. We're going to tear the country down. All those pansat. Nothing. If you want to be authentic with it, just wrap up this OB space, pack it, drop shit it, and go back to Biafra or death or whatever. Go back there.
Let them go and do Biafra for a while.
Go and do Biafra or death. Yeah.
Kulata Ekene was telling them yesterday that he's not ready for nonsense. They want to continue doing his business in peaceful atmosphere.
Ekene is my party. I gbadun that guy die.
And then GWell was saying, yes, there must be demonstration, people must demonstrate, if they rule on technicality, they must go on the street. I said, what? Ekele said he doesn't have time for nonsense. He wants to continue.
But this is the problem I see in Nigeria, though. you see a lot of people shouting, let's come back. People in there, they come back and protest. You're the ones suffering. You're the one buying that fuel. You're the one. I mean, Nigeria hasn't gotten to that point. That is what I know. They haven't gotten to that point that they're still seeing 1 square meal. To be honest, that's why.
Do you want them to get to that point? Is that what you want?
Eventually, where the country is going is gonna get to that point, and they never get.
Hopefully not. Maybe I'll start putting people at the back and then leave one person on the screen. Kulata, yeah.
There's one track we used to jam back in the day. The name of the track is called "Dream On Dreamer." You know that song? Dream on, dreamer. Go Google it. I think that is applicable to you. Keep dreaming. People have lives to live. People need to eat.
Yes,
so forget all this your nonsense.
If I might even interject, is this Des that was talking about, or was that Des?
Where?
I thought he was going to be in Nigeria protesting at the Abuja court. He didn't go.
He's doing it by proxy. He wants other people's children to go and protest.
Help us call Ekene to come. What do you have from Ekene?
Ekene said he wants to
the luck Nigeria has.
Jewel of the Nile and Des, they were all saying, I thought they were going to be in Nigeria by now.
The truth is that
we are Namat the get.
You stay back in Obodo Yibo, enjoying the good things, and you are pushing others to go and protest. Is that fair?
The only luck Nigeria has is that Nigeria is not drivable. I'm telling you the truth. If it's drivable,
you can afford to fly overnight.
Then what will happen when you get there? What will happen when you get there?
I won't be the only one man. It will be thousands of us going there. I'm telling you the truth.
Go carry truck go there.
What's stopping you now?
That is Shakara Loje.
You know, let me just say this, and then we'll get back to Kulata. It's a curious thing. All this posturing and feather flapping, we're hearing it from the obedience in the West, in the Western world. But the obedience that we have in Nigeria, Ekene is telling us that he just wants this noise to go away so he can carry on making his money. Emmanuel is telling us that his wedding plans are coming fast. He's found a new job and he's fed up with the noise making. Solomon is saying he doesn't even care. So all of the, but Solomon is not an obedient, by the way. But all of the obedience that are in Nigeria, they've already moved on. But the ones that want to protest and burn, the keyboard warriors. But Kulata, there it is.
So I mean, I want to say this. Ogbeni, Bayi, Great Ife, our product is showing in you. You really we knew bits and pieces, but you put everything together. And when I was listening to it, it felt like I've heard this before. It was so there was no surprise. One man too, Bayi, on this platform, there's merit into bringing every single type of voice, from the mine to the Ajanle Kokos to the Pansats to the Foley to the anybody brings their voice here. What you get as a result of honest, brutal conversations where we push each other, you get to see the truth. You get to see the light. And for those obedience that come here, I want to thank you guys for actually, taking yourself out of your bubbles and coming to live in reality. And I'm sure, the likes of theirs, they won't be shocked with what came out because they've already heard it from us. So this platform is doing well. I want to encourage everybody to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. When Angelico wants to say socialist, I'll come and jump and push. If obedient, it's a great formula. I think we should keep that robust conversation going because look at the result. We may not be 1,000, 2,000 people streaming, but the people that come here, they are well educated. They know what to expect. They're not surprised by anything. And this platform informs people. So I'm just going to have to give kudos to that. I'll use that to wrap it up.
All right. Well said, Kulata. And just to that last point that Kulata made. So oftentimes I'm in awe of the people that come here. People like Ogbeni, of course, Kulata himself, Babati, Thomas, Ajanle Koko. These are high, often instances you get one or two, but all we seem to have is just all the top end people congregating here just for us to chat nonsense for hours on end. Next, a person, she doesn't chat nonsense. She's a princess, Rosie. So, Rosie, how did today go for you? I bet you cannot contain yourself. Do you think this now marks the end of this obedient brouhaha? Princess Rosie. All right. Let's go to Ajanle Koko then. Hopefully we have Ajanle Koko. Did he drop? You didn't drop. Can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, one man.
I can hear you, one man. I can hear you.
What's going on, one man?
Yes, Ajanle Koko. I was just taking it round. You're up next. What went down today? The way it went down, and just how brutal the judges were. Even Des lamenting that they were too harsh. But how it all played out today, how did you see it?
They did an excellent job. You see, our country is a country that is not fair to people that work very hard for the interests of the country and the people as well. You see, the judiciary, particularly those people that are judges, those people work under a very, very difficult atmosphere. Can you imagine the way they wrote out every proceeding and the way they, in their judgment, the way they analyze point by point the election prayer of these people, all the argument and counter arguments that went through those process and all the time that they handle throughout the whole of the month that they handle this thing. Look at the way they handle it. They clinically touch on every issue, every question, every point that, from both sides of the argument, and they prove to every one of us, they convince everybody that, look, according to the law, electoral law, this is not right, this is not true, this is not, some of the prayers were not valid according to the law, and everything. They were able to, they lay it before Nigerians and the international community to see that, look, this is the best of the best judgment that we ever had in history of our electoral petition. So those people should be commended. The judges, they did a fantastic job, and even the obedient, the way they are silent today, they were proven by this judge. They proved to them by this judgment that, look, and they are all convinced. Even the obedient themselves, they have seen it. Most of them were even lambasting their lawyer that their lawyer did not handle it. It cannot do more than it did. It doesn't have any evidences or whatsoever to prove his case. This is a party that have no agent on the ground to collect all the facts for them. So they did not have any fact whatsoever to prove their case. So look, those judges should be commended for a thorough job they did, and detailed how they are detailed in the deliverance of the judgment is so superb that we have to commend them. They did a very fantastic job. So, but now,
Baba, please, can I interject?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, sir. What about the two trailer load worth of evidence that Obi took? You mean they did not consider all that?
Obi, imagine village again. Bella, he carried nothing. those 2 trailer or 5 trailer load of paper to carry
In
from
$1 store plastic.
it's just to deceive people as if they have anything to they have some look, let's forget it, madam.
No, but Baba, please let me ask you another question. No, I'm just being curious. Okay, now this instant, it's
That
like
one is a demo. This is not the first time. Look, let me tell you, lawyer can carry thousands of book come to the court just to show their client and the people that follow their client to the court that, oh, this lawyer is doing fantastic job. It's just a demo. It's for publicity, just to market themselves that, oh, look at the whole books that this man can. Look at the whole evidences is ready. And we bring it to the court in boxes. I've been to the court before. You will see truck, they be people in boxes bringing it to the court. Inside the court, they will load it up like this and be scratching inside the boxes as if they are looking for evidence. It's just demo and demonstration of grace.
Baba, what you are saying now, it reminds me of sometimes in those days when you go to the American embassy, you want to go and seek for visa. You see some people that will carry big wedding photographs, almost as big as a billboard. They will carry all sorts of things. And at the window, they will see stamped, not given. So is this like... And then also, I need to ask you this question. I thought it was a breeze for Obi at Anambra when he had a case now. So this should have been a breeze also.
Look, national politics is different from local politics. This national politics, national election, particularly for the presidential position, you must have people on the ground across the country. When you don't have people, you don't have a well-disciplined, a well-organized party, you can't win election. And that is what happened in the case of OP. The party was not well organized. The party was not a disciplined party. The party doesn't have agents on the ground. They don't have mobilizers. They don't have all that it takes to win the election. And that is why they can't win the election. They try. He was able to push his candidacy with tribal sentiment, with religious sentiment, and that worked for him to some extent. So we cannot totally discard him, but it couldn't get him, far to that position, and it should have, just let it go, and let the winner, carry the day and not go to court. But he went to court to disgrace himself, the grace of the greatest disgrace. He was knocked out on every prayer in his petition were knocked out. This is the worst case ever that we have seen in the history of presidential.
Ajale Koko,
yes,
those boxes that he took to court, whether you or Princess Rosie can answer this, where do you think it will end up? Is it going to be Puff, Akara, or Boli? Where do you think those papers will finally
It will go to the museum at Tonikon.
Which museum? It's not
The
relevant for
museum
nothing. Is
You know Wike is building a new national museum in Abuja, so maybe they will they will put Obi's plastic containers there. Look at
They destroy them. They will destroy them after 100 days.
After
They will burn them out.
It's not relevant
yes,
anymore.
because they have time to go to Supreme Court. Then after 90 days, Supreme Court, they will burn everything. It's no longer really.
Well, but I think it is clear to everybody now that Obi has lost it, and I hope he can come out and talk to his teaming supporter across Nigeria that they have tried their best. It's not working out, and it has not worked out for them. Therefore, they have to remain calm and let them hope for the best. Let them support the president that is there now, because there's no difference between them. They are all politicians same politician for the same how do I describe it? Politician with the same mindset and with nothing different. Nothing different. He cannot. He's part of the system, so he know how the system works, and it should partner with them and let them govern. It is time to save Nigeria from going down. Election, this petition of filing suit cannot get him anywhere. So in the Supreme Court, it will be they will smack them down very, very bad, because that is what this judgment has pointed to us, that this is the worst case. This is a case that have nothing to prove itself, and it cannot stand the test of time. At any time in the Supreme Court, it's going to be nullified completely. So it's time for him to make statement, to tell it and give up, and let that man in India that is negotiating, meeting the multi-billionaire,
the Hinduja brothers,
Hinduja family, he is trying to position Nigeria as a country for them to come.
They said he has gotten a $40 billion commitment so far, just on this meeting.
40 billion.
Yeah, just on this street. Yes.
I've got
40 or 14.
It's 14.
14.
Is it 14? Oh, right.
14.
Yeah.
That's still a couple of factories.
14 is not a small money. I mean,
$1 billion.
It's not small money. So
and those are firm commitments, so not just promissory notes. They are solid commitments.
Because India is our greatest, is the number one buyer of our oil today. So we have to do everything to solidify and improve our trade relationship with them, and that is what this man is doing in India now. So he should join hands and let them govern together. They are the same politician people. We have jumped from one party to the other. So here he is today. Where does he want to go? Where does he want to go? Apapa is going to take over that party from him. It's a matter of time. They will be knocked out of the party. Where would they want to go? So one man, this judgment is, and we have to give credit to Ogbeni, who analyze everything before this time to us, how it is going to go, and the same way as he informed us, that is what we have seen today. So Ogbeni, kudos to you, and God will continue to bless you and bless your knowledge and your capacity, and we so much appreciate you, and I celebrate you. I believe others as well. This platform celebrates you. You are our own. You are our best, and we will be with you all the time. We really appreciate your wonderful advice and wonderful your legal expertise.
Is luminariness, yes. Is luminariness, yes.
On this
one man, Baba, I think this is his own prediction. So we have to come together. That's an offering, no? For he has predicted. He did a prediction and it came to pass.
Yes, thanks and offering. There's a $sign at the bottom of the screen. So let's go on to Des to get a counterweight narrative. So Des, how quickly will the baying horde? How quickly will the baying horde gravitate back from that watering pool of Peter Obi back to their natural habitat, Biafra and Simonica? So how quickly should we expect this to be over?
I mean, first of all, to answer your question, obedience are not going anywhere.
They're not going back home.
People thinking that obedience are basically, we all know, we've said it over and over again, obedience are not just Igbos. We are everywhere, okay? So let's stop this about gravitating to Biafra or whatever. Obedience will be here if 2025 or whatever, 2027 happens, they're going to be here, and you're gonna hear us loudly even more during that period. But let's talk logic. Because I know one man, you talk about logic a lot. This is logic for you. We have 21 days basically to file, as they say, there's 21 days to file this case, or bring out whatever you want to bring out. 21 days, and you expect to use that 21 days. Some people saying they didn't even call any person from the polling unit to come and any witness. I'm like, we have 165,000 polling units, polling units, and you're expecting, if that person wants to actually say, okay, I'll take it serious and bring 165,000 personnel or witnesses in that court.
176,000. 176,000.
Yeah, you don't have to bring all of
176,000.
them. You only have to bring the ones where the elections went awry.
What this court is saying is more like you have to make your case in all polling units, and it doesn't.
When did they say
even, that? If you listen to it, there was a point. I don't have the videos here. There was a place they made that allusion of, that 21 days you have to make cases in all polling units and all that stuff. I'm like, it doesn't even allege to logic. It doesn't
They
even
never
make
said
sense.
that. Yes, don't make up stuff. Sir.
I'm not making it up.
They said you have to prove your case in all. I didn't hear
No,
that.
it's not that way, but there's where they put it. I'm just like analyzing it the way I understand it. That's just what I'm saying.
Is that an unreasonable request that you have to bring evidence
it is,
that you want?
It is when you're talking about 21
So if you
days
don't
is not
bring evidence,
enough.
you just say I want, and then they say yes.
No, first 21 days is not enough. With what they said, what they say actually the petitioner should do is not enough. And also, talking about logic, Obeni made a statement that we're talking about hierarchy of evidence, that the court takes, and he says the INEC certified true copy takes a leeway above any other presentation you bring to the court, whether is your level, whether it's your polling unit result, it takes the party result, it takes leeway above any other
proof.
Yeah, it's a conclusive proof. That's what you said. So now what happened in this petition? We all know how many subpoenas the court sent to INEC to provide their results, and which they provided their certified true copy, which Labour Party and PDP presented to the court. And most of them were blur, about 14,000 polling unit results. A lot of them, which is a certified true copy. And you are saying that it doesn't matter. When is INEC that certified it? And if INEC certified it and is supposed to take leeway above any other one, I don't understand. How is that logical? It is not. So what is going on here? I say it and I say it again. This is just a written judgment. And if you can even hear it from when they were writing it, it's as if they don't even know what they wrote in it, and they're just like they were just reading it for the first time. That is what it felt like.
Was it Fashola that wrote it for them, or
I don't
know.
I don't know. I don't know. The judgment has happened. The judgment has happened. It has happened. There's no going back. But what I see is that they have shot themselves in the leg, because going to the Supreme Court is going to be another a whole new ball. Because now, I tell you, I kid you not, those polling unit results are there. Trust me, they are there. If you think they're not there, then you're basically, fascinating, or just trying to, please yourself, think that they are not there. They are there. and they are gonna bring
I'm
it
not
out.
sure that they will be allowed to introduce new evidence at the
No,
Supreme Court.
these evidence are there. Those pile and pile of evidences, they are all polling unit results, but they didn't actually, you know, say it was polling unit result. It's just an evidence just in case, and those things are there. And I'm telling you,
In those plastic box, like they look like puff.
all those boxes, trust me, it's gonna come out. I'm not saying it, you're gonna see it in the Supreme Court, what is gonna play out. So what these judges do is basically shot themselves in the leg. They're gonna make themselves look like some idiots when the Supreme Court rules. And now you have a court.
All eyes on the judiciary, Abi.
No, we still have eyes on the judiciary. I don't know, but now you have a judge. I mean, sometimes I don't know, like I say, logic that is coming to say that, open his dirty mouth, saying that is an account. Is an
Are we
account
still
that,
there insulting the judges? Okay,
I mean,
just carry on. Yeah,
is an account that committed a crime. In my life, I've never had such a thing since I've been born. I've never had such a thing in this life, saying that an account committed. He verbally said it. An account committed a crime, was indicted. An account.
But Des, if you've been listening on this platform, I've said it several times.
You said
that
it. You said it. True. You said it, but I feel like you're just saying it because I don't understand.
I'm not just saying it. That's the legal implication. It is.
It's not. I don't wanna go to my personal view.
I'm not a lawyer, and God.
Ulata,
yes.
Ulata, I've taken my time. If you go back to some of our sessions, I took my time.
No, Ogbeni, please don't worry. Let me address this. Just give me 1 minute to address this.
Okay.
Thankfully enough, Des, you live in America. Nobody except a citizen carrying an American passport will be convicted and remain in US. You will be deported. That is one. Tinubu did not stand in the dock. I'm not defending what happened, but I'm just talking the reality. He was not put in the dock. Those two things, let us get it straight. If he was put in the dock and they took his plea and they convicted him, he will be deported after serving his sentence. You know, I know. Everybody knows. Thank you.
Okay. Now, what you're basically saying that.
Yes.
What you guys are saying, let me make it make sense.
If you can just let me clarify for you this, if you really want to understand what happened, because there's a difference between when you want to understand and when you just want to believe what you want to believe. If you really want to understand, let me explain to you what happened. There's a difference between what they call civil forfeiture and criminal forfeiture. I've explained it severally on this platform, but I won't be tired of explaining it. And the judges mentioned it today. What do you call criminal forfeiture? Criminal forfeiture is that I find you guilty of an offense. Before I find you guilty of that offense, I will first charge you to court. There will be a criminal charge, which always starts with CR/da. They will dock you. They will take your plea, whether you are guilty or not. If it's in absentia, we will still maintain that trial, even while you are on the run. It happens. Like Joe Biden, Snowbirding, for instance, was on the run, yet they've already concluded this matter in the US, right? So we charge you. You take your plea, whether you are guilty or not. You may say you are guilty. You may say you are not guilty. Then we'll go on trial. Then there will be conviction. Now, when they finish convicting you, they will now go against the proceeds of those crimes. For instance, let's say you're running brothel illegally. They will forfeit that property that you're using to run to run that brothel. For instance, let's say you are doing illegal bunkering. You fulfill the boat that you are using to transport those oil. Blah, 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 like that. That is what they call criminal forfeiture. It means that after conviction, you forfeit the proceeds of crime and those assets you were using to commit those crimes. Now, what is civil forfeiture? Civil forfeiture is simply against the property. And that is why they said it's not a judgment in person now. It's a judgment in rem. So how does it happen?
Ogbeni, please, one sec. Even though if you are forfeiting in a criminal case, that doesn't mean you still face the court. Am I right? You still face the
Yes,
court.
now that's what I'm saying. They will first convict you, then you forfeit your property. But in civil forfeiture, they don't. You are not the problem. You have not committed anything as far as they are concerned. The problem is the property, your account. And I've given an example here before. I've handled many cases on civil forfeiture. I use my case as an example here on this platform. A friend of mine bought pounds from someone in Nigeria, a Bureau de change guy. He paid his money to the Bureau de change guy. He paid his naira. Okay, give me my pounds. So, okay, they will transfer the pounds to your account. He sent his account number. By the time they transferred to his account, it was one Chinese name. Immediately, he told me, say, look, there's one Chinese. I said, see, go and withdraw your money immediately. Something wrong. Because you don't know this guy. How do you explain? He said, but I pay my naira. Withdraw your money. Before we could say Jack Robinson, Barclays Bank immediately closed his account. And they sent a letter to him that we have closed your account because we were tracing some shady deals and we realized that part of the proceeds entered your account. So come and prove or you forfeit it. He came back to me. I said, see, the advice I will ask you is you can't prove the one that you bought from that Bureau de change guy because the chain of event has broken. Series is too. Where do you want to start? But the best you can do is the money you have in that account before that one dropped there, just prove it and allow to forfeit the rest, which you don't know the source. Although you got it in a clean way, but because of the source is tainted. And at the end of the day, they said the money happened to be all this blood diamond money from Togo, Congo, that entered his account. But he was clean about the whole thing. And by the time we finish our papers and everything, he forfeited those things and got his own money, clean money from it. And they never opened their account. He had to go and open their account. But nobody convicted him. Because what will you convict him for? Nothing. That is civil forfeiture. So for people, you should understand now that civil forfeiture will go for your property because there is a tainted money that entered that account, or for many reasons. Why criminal forfeiture? You are convicted first for an offense. We call it predicate offense. So when you are convicted for the predicate offense, then they may choose now to go for your properties. Most times sheep. You see so many sheep they will burn. In Nigeria, what do they do most time? Navy will just go and burn the sheep. Those are the assets they use. Instead of forfeiting, they burn it. Sometimes to just keep some evidence that they don't even want to. Maybe some of them even involved in the things, So understand this thing. There's a difference between civil forfeiture. This platform is for us to get enlightened so that we understand all these things. We learn every day. So it's not about, you have not seen it in your entire life that they can sue it. Why not? In maritime law, we don't sue human being there. We sue sheep. Maybe you've heard about it before. In maritime law, we sue sheep, all those sheep you see. Owner of MV something, owner of Africana, owner is sheep we sue. Because sheep in law, you see the way those sheep that are navigating on waters in law, they are like a person on their own. They sue them. If they enter any territory like this, they will go and arrest sheep. They don't arrest the captain in the ship. It's the ship they will arrest. So if you now heard it in future that they are arresting sheep, you'll be, how would they be arresting sheep? But
the vessel is only representative of the flag is flying.
Yes. So that's what so each areas of law has its own technicalities and its own peculiarities. Understand these things.
All right.
All right, thank you. But I don't think Des is interested in that.
No. I'm a very logical person. As he explains it, I won't say I know it all, yeah. But if he explains it okay. And I understand. I'm not a lawyer, and with my experience, it hasn't happened. But he said I would believe him because he said he has experience of it. So I won't argue there. But you know, what I'm saying is nobody is, let's not rejoice or trying to say because, our principle is one and we are rejoicing because of Obi. This is not Obi's. Obi is a billionaire for the last time I checked. So it's not really affecting him. Like, I don't know why people think Obi is somewhat affecting Obi. He's going to be broke or something. No, I mean, what we are doing here is trying to make our country great. And if I feel like Tinubu is not going to take me there, I have the right to try to, protest and, you know, disapprove on whatever people are saying. We have already seen the 90 days, how it's gone. It's not gone right. And is it going to go right? I hope so. If it doesn't, Nigeria is gonna get to that point, like I said. People are still very much comfortable. A lot of people. Once you get to that point that people won't be able to even, I mean, it's getting there, like I said, it's getting there. If
Sorry,
something
Dex, can I
don't,
come in, please, Dex? Let me just come in,
let me
please.
just finish. I'm
Okay,
almost done. You can, you
okay, okay.
can. If something doesn't start changing, if something doesn't reverse and go the opposite way, I fear for my country. So
You,
when we
you
are
you mean
trying,
you mean you mean changes like getting billionaire global investors to come and invest in Nigeria? Is that the sort of
man,
change you like to see?
we we already see how I don't know, whatever Tinubu does, I take it with a pinch of salt. I mean, I won't say anything at that for that Indian whatever travel until we start seeing it manifest. So I don't want us to get our hopes up. Yes, is it good? Like I said yesterday, what he's doing is good, but I feel like he should have done it another way. I just hope my country will be great, and we have to go to Supreme Court, and it's gonna be a whole new, level. What we're going to see in the Supreme Court is not gonna be this. Trust me. This judges
But you
really
told
made
us
a
to trust you on the tribunal that they are going to make Obi
no,
president.
no,
So
no.
now
One man,
are we trusting you again when you get to
one man. I never said we're
how
going to
how
win.
many
I've
trust
always,
me? You told us Obi will
one,
win the election,
no,
trust
no,
me,
no, no.
and then you told us
I
to win the petition, trust me. Now you are telling us it will win the Supreme Court, trust
I
me.
have I have
Trust me.
been wrong. I have been wrong once, which is Obi would win, which he actually won. But Nigeria will always be Nigeria. This tribunal, I always knew that there's no how. I'm not saying Obi is going to win Supreme Court. I never said that. I said it's going to be a whole new ball game. I didn't say Obi is going to win. It's going to be a different sort of judgment. That's what I'm saying. Because like I said, these judges basically shot themselves in the foot. Um, shit, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, one man. Let's see how it goes. And we're still here. We're still, eyes are still on the judiciary. I mean, I urge
And
people to.
every time anybody says that, you get this. Yeah, yeah, carry on. Eyes
I
on the
mean,
judiciary. We are watching them
let,
like a hawk. Yeah.
let's nobody think that we're saying eyes on the judiciary, you start getting upset. I mean, eyes on the judiciary is always for you and it's for me. It's not just for the obedience or whatever. Don't always see it like that. See it as one day you're gonna be in that space that you need the judiciary. One day you're gonna be there and you'll be like, oh, I wish there's people here saying eyes on the judiciary. So don't always, sidelining us, in such a way that one day we'll lose hope. Don't say that. When we lose hope, you've lost hope too. Please, let's
No,
get it
no,
right,
no,
one
no.
man.
All right. Let me just leave that. But your hope is different from other people's hope. I think this is the conversation that's been going on for months on end, isn't it? Not everybody sees it from the direction that the obedience sees it. I think that much is clear. But let's go on from you. There, stay with us. Other topics still to cover. Let's go on from you to Princess if she's ready, and if she's not, then we go on to Baba. All right, let's go to Baba. Baba, I don't think Princess is with us at the moment.
Okay, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. Salutations to you all folks out there. Please like and share, subscribe this program if you are listening. By all means, at least click the like button and subscribe and share as soon as you can. This thing, I don't know, is just a foregone conclusion. My mind has been off it for weeks, months even. I never reckoned that anything will shake the entity called Nigeria. But firstly, let me commend your platform. I will tell you this for free. I did a listening for months in the background before I joined your platform. It's a new thing for me. I've never done it before. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Facebook. I'm like, all this gram thing all over. I've never been. It is by choice. Never will I be. One, I don't suffer fools gladly. And I have a very thick skin. One of the reasons I joined is to see if I firm up that thick skin, to see if I can really accommodate some skin tag in terms of skating response and things like that. I think I'm doing a fairly good job on that by joining your platform.
You were afraid of Pansat, Abi. That's why you didn't want to join.
No, I mean, look, at my age, one man, I'm teachable. I mix everything together. What I couldn't stand before is illogical reasoning. I don't suffer fools gladly, but I'm managing fine. There are a lot of fine gentlemen here. The platform is an admixture of all kinds of reasoning and things like that. I commend everybody, foremost amongst all, Enigmatic, Ogbeni Kulata on finance, Ajanle Koko, the other guy, the trucker, Bishop, everybody, Dopsy, Princess.
Well, Fatai is very strong too. He just doesn't.
And Fatai, I miss him a lot. You understand, because anytime I hear his voice, it reminds me of what I always refer to my ear, like in my head, like Omaye and things like that. Because I have my RAS side also. You understand? I commend all of you. I really think carefully. I teach. I'm learning a lot. I don't claim to know it all, and it has even Pansat. I enjoy him. It's tough actually enjoying him, but the logical things he says, when I marry to the logic, it expands my horizon of knowledge, particularly how the human mind works. So this is the thing. Like today, somebody woke me up, I think 5:19 at dawn from Newfoundland in Canada. I'm not listening. You're not listening to it. I said, well, what judgment? We leave that thing. I'm looking forward to after Supreme Court, what life will look like, what the economic environment of Nigeria will look like. But then I did some listening because I had to go to the consulate in New York. So, but I listened. When the thing was on end, I went to New York. And I have good news for all of you folks. I was there last about a year and 10 months. And next today, things are changing. Things are changing. First, this is just an aside, but just to let you know that, look, it's a new wave. And we all got to ride. We all have to ride it and encourage whoever. I got to the receptionist. I said, I'm looking for Mr. Lagbaja. Oh, Mr. Lagbaja is not around now. Oh, God. He saw my demeanor. He said, okay, let me call him. Can you believe that? He called. And I spoke to the person, and the person directed me to the second floor. This receptionist followed me to the lift, operated it for me. I went second floor. I can't remember the door, so I just poked my head in the door and said, madam, please, I'm looking for Susan and so. Oh, he said, the other door. I went in. So the atmosphere was so nice, so calm. Even people waiting for process their passport and things like that. Everything was just calm. And this was the period they were reading the judgment. You understand? And the only odd thing I found there was that one of the technicians attending to my matter was a Korean.
In the Nigerian embassy?
Yes, at the consulate.
Is that not a security risk?
I don't have answer for that, but I found it odd, but I excuse it by saying maybe they are the people that put the system in place. So maybe they are just trying to do adjustment, but it looks like somebody in authority. So that bothers me, but it was a very congenial atmosphere. Unlike before, it was like a bedlam. Well, that's what you find at
a zoo, as in the carnival college.
Yeah, that's what you found. So let's ride the wave. And to this judgment, don't go to sleep with the obedience. They are just in coma. In another 24 hours, they are going to come strongly, viciously. It's like when you cut the head off.
What are they going to hide their narrative behind now? Because all eyes on the judiciary is gone now. Give us our mandate is gone as well. So what is it now? The Supreme Court, and then they will start to go through their family and threaten their children. Is that
they are just going to drag everybody down? They will lash out at anything. Even if you go back to yesterday on the platform, I didn't appear, but I had an insight. Things I had from some certain quarters, and I draw my own conclusion by saying these are the people funding the guy in Finland. No doubt about that. These are the people, some of them, funding the guy. Because the things I heard yesterday were saying even less than 24 hours to judgment, on which everybody has concluded except that space. So they are not going to. They are like a snake. If you don't cut the head, even if you cut the head, still keep your distance until the hot-bloodedness is cold. Because if you go near it, it will still bite. So we should not be carried away. But I have news for them. The government will not wait for the Supreme Court judgment. Tinubu is our president by law, on law, with law, until 2027. And they are going to come hard on them. All the things they've gotten away with, they won't get away with it in another 2 weeks.
I think after the Supreme Court is when they will probably deal with them.
No, they won't wait. Because that judgment is so sound. If you look at it, they took it, because when I'm coming back, you understand, I plug in and start, I was relaxed, you understand? Points, but they didn't have to do that, like Ogbeni said, but they took everything one. They nailed it down. There is just nothing about it. And they did it for the record, because 100 years today, it will still be referred to, because it has become a policy, particularly when the Supreme Court will put their stamp on it. They need to be dealt with, because if not, they will not let the country rest. They promised us that, and they meant it. But then they are not reckoning with the caliber of our presidency. It's just not a product of the corporate. It's a product of the two sides of the street. They don't realize that. But they will soon. I promise you, you will hear from Aso Rock. Because we have to put them in their places. Thank you, woman.
But you're talking like an old man. He's talking like an old man.
I'm an old man. I'm an old man.
This kid's ain't gonna understand what you're talking about.
I go to the grocery before you go to the grocery.
All right.
They open 1 hour. I go 1 hour ahead. I'm an old man.
I'm here to challenge Oboni on law.
Is he here? All right, Solomon, you're up next. Solomon, let's hear from you.
Yeah.
Lawyer
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah, why I came in was because of what has happened yesterday, the ruling and all that, and I just feel like, what when he said, just like the way we predicted the election how it should go, and it somehow went that way because certain things changed, but it went the way we predicted it. And look at the court case too. But one thing again, we can't, to me personally, and why I did not join the obedient movement, because if we really want change, we cannot be divided the way we are. We need change in Nigeria, to be honest with you. We need change, but it's not to join the obedient movement that will bring the change, because the way the movement was hypocritical, and there were atoms of ignorance in it, like people that are first timers, people that don't know. Because if you want to beat the system, you can't beat them in their game. This is the game of these politicians, and they've played the game now, and look at the results. And obedient were thinking they can be able to play the game. But anything now they want to do, it's not like I will say that let's let them go into destruction to destroy things. No, but I just want to see, because I know that they must do something. I know they would do something. It's just the genuinity of that, whatever thing they want to do, that I just want to know how genuine to be. But one thing again, they need to do consultation. I don't want them to just come out and do anything. It will be one-sided. How far have they gone penetrated? Just like the way because I tried to see how they went into the north, that is in canvassing for vote and all that and before the election. So I want to know how truly they've gone deep, because anything they want to do, I'm talking to them now, anything they want to do now, how deep have they gone to the north? That is just one thing. I don't let them not do anything one-sided that is just being only in the south. And right now, with the way because the south now is even divided, and the way southwest, I don't think there will be 100% involvement coming from, not even 100% is too much. Let me say like 30% or 50% involvement from the southwest coming in this obedient movement. If I just wish they can have those, as they can have reasonable percentage from the southwest, and from the north, if they have good percentage. Because to be honest with you, something needs to happen. We can't continue like this is a normal thing. Somebody like me, I cannot be naive to say that I want to go and join that movement that is during the election. This is the right time. If anybody truly cares about change in Nigeria, like that as in, it's not to join that kind of movement, not that kind of way they went about. It's another way.
Yes, you said the thing, Solomon, is I think pretty much everybody is on board that a sharp movement needs to happen within the Nigerian space that deviates away from the norm. So something needs to happen, and that's something. It has to be organic, and it has to be youth-led.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that needs to happen. But people don't see the obedience. They don't. That's not the obedience space. You know, if it came organically like an NSAS thing, or if it came like a Shore thing, people will buy into it. But if it comes like an obedient thing, then people don't like them. People don't trust them. People. It's just So
one man.
One man.
Well, hold on. Let Solomon carry on with his thoughts. No. Let him just carry on, please.
Yeah, one man. I hope when you see one man, it's high time we just. I don't know, but I think you put this contest of obedience to be the South is. Let's remove this. Let's not go that way. It's not. This obedient now is not. I don't put it on majorly on. It's not this. I know there is a reason.
No, it's not the Southeast though. You know, obedience. There's a toxicity about that obedience space that puts people off. You know, the way they are insulting people like Shoyinka, the way they would threatening Reno Mokri's child, all this bile and hate, going to America to harass the governor of Chicago, just vile behavior. So it's just that people don't want that, but people want that change. I'm not sure that I know anybody that doesn't want a sharp change within the Nigerian space, and we know that change, it comes with an ugliness. But the obedience space is just too ugly.
As a yield to me. Let me.
Can you, guy? Don't just look. My party man. Don't do that, man. Don't try and overrun the space anytime you come in. Yeah. All right, Solomon, carry on. Yeah, please. Sorry, Solomon, carry on.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we need this thing needs to go round. It needs to go round because, to be honest, the election has come and gone. They've done the ruling, but we can't continue in this way that we're going in Nigeria. We can't continue in this way. And like Des was saying here, that people have not. It has not really gotten worse for people. See, it has gotten worse for people, but it's just that NSAS has happened, election has happened. So, but there is no pure 100%. There is no good solidarity that would bond the people, and as in bond the people, it's not one ethnicity, one ethnic group just being the major frontals of a movement. No, this one is like if
by the way, one man, don't ever talk to me like that again. Ever in your life.
All right, that's enough of. Sorry, carry on, Solomon.
Yeah, if 50% of, let me, for instance, now 50% of Igbos from Southeasterners are there, 50% of Yorubas are there, 50% of the North Central people are there, 50% of the South people. It will even result to something better, but not just this one. Maybe like let me say like 80% of Southeast, maybe 10% or 5% from there. It's not going to. So they need, if they really want to do this thing, is more like an advice. And what Nigeria needs, it's not like I'm saying that they should go and start destroying things, but to be honest with you, my own opinion, they should be solidarity from every tribe, every ethnic group, every region, in reasonable percentage of people from every region that would champion this movement. Because no, one man, it has happened, but we can't continue like this. We can't. And talking about the family, was it not that family that that he met in India yesterday that partook in state capturing of South Africa, that I got to know that they even chased them away. So we have to do better, to be honest with you. We really need to do better. Yeah, this is what I want to say.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put. And by the way, that sharp change that you are after, I'm after it too. I think everybody is after it, but I just don't think it's an obedient space. But that's my personal view.
You don't want it to be an Igbo led. That's your problem.
Yeah, but
Solomon is championing it now. Now you go.
Yeah, there's an honesty to Showore now. There's an honesty to Showore, but there is no honesty to that obedient narrative. That's just the thing. All right. Let's go on. Let's hear from Ekene. Ekene, you join us late as usual. Good to see you. How buddy?
I'm okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Well, I'm happy. I'm not disappointed with the system. So that's the take. So everywhere is calm. Everywhere is cool. No problem. Immediately the first judgment came, the APM. I began to laugh. so that is it, one man. I said it from the beginning. I never had any hope in this judgment. And I'm not gonna kill myself about it. That's the system. Anybody that lives in Nigeria begin to deceive himself that he doesn't know what will come out of that judgment. You are deceiving yourself. You don't expect to remove a sitting president in Nigeria. It's not done anywhere. It has never been done. So we expect them to rule that Tinubu is disqualified. Well, there is a first time for everything, but not necessary for this one. I never expected any change from the court or anything. So, and I thank God I've not been. I never wanted to put too much mind on it. I never wanted to think too much on it. Though my fellow obedient wanted to have hope. It's good to have hope, but you need to understand that there is a strategy to everything. Even though I'm obedient, but you need wisdom to fight. In this election, I found a lot of things that went positive for us, and I still find a lot of things that went negative for us, which I've been advocating. Yeah, let us not waste too much time seeking for this judgment from where you know you cannot get it. It's a matter of fight lawfully. Go back to all the polling units. Put up a good leadership there that will fight for the next election. So if we keep on depending on all these judges and all that, even the Supreme Court, what are you going there to do? Just to go waste more time, maybe to prove them more wrong, to know that the system is more corrupt. But for me, we need to spend more time to build. We have a lot of things to do. The party is too young. We achieve something, even though it might not be enough, but we still have to fight. So, and I said we must be alive to fight, not just necessary to go there to protest unnecessarily. We need to just sit down and figure out how we're going to fight. In the last election, a lot of things happened. Much of our agents were not too strong. They were all these young guys. Once you challenge them, they will just leave all the ballot box for you and run for their lives. So all these things happened. We noticed it. So we need to put those things in place. Good agent. Start now to build. Start now to make sure that the next election, all these is it 1,700 something polling unit agent, make it available. Building a political party is not my stuff.
Hold on, Ken. I need to do something. Hold on.
Yeah.
Just hold on. Right, Guy, what's going on? All these things you do, coming here every day to try and disrupt the session. What's going on? Pansat?
Are you calling me Guy?
Yes.
Your guy? Well,
yes. What's going on? Why do you even
ask me a
come
question?
here?
Let me talk. Let me answer
why do you come here? What's going on?
Why. Let me tell you. Number one, I do not come here to disrupt your show.
Then you
be quiet. Let me answer your question.
You shut your mouth. Who are you telling to be quiet?
And
you don't raise your voice at me.
Let me answer your question.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Don't make it a silly thing. I'm not involved in silly.
You're a silly person.
Let me answer your question. I come here almost every day on your show, and the record is there. My contribution to this platform, it's not just for you. It's for a lot of our people who are watching this show. And the tack that you've taken. Now, you and I, we've been in many other platforms, and I've successfully banned you in at least 2 platforms because you're an unreasonable guy.
All right.
When I come here, you want to insult me. Why are you insulting me?
No, why are you here? If I'm an unreasonable guy, why are you here? I don't recall that I'm banned anywhere, but I'm not even going to go into that. Why are you here is really my thing. Why are you here?
My thing is that I'm here because I promised to be here today to talk about that particular ruling from that tribunal. Now, I was driving earlier.
Let me tell you why you are here.
You're gonna have to conduct
can you
yourself
be quiet?
as
be
a
quiet.
host.
Be quiet.
Yourself. Stop
Just
insulting
be quiet.
me.
Be quiet. Be quiet. You are here because Ajane Koko likes you. That's why you are here. Because I know he likes you. That's really why you are here. You're not here off my speed. I don't think you contribute anything. I don't think you're insightful. I don't think you're funny. I don't even think you're quirky. You are here because Ajane Koko likes you. And I'm happy for you not to be here if you choose not to. But if you do come here, you have to abide by the rules. It's just as simple as that. Do you understand? Or is that a struggle for you? Don't disrupt these sessions again. Do you understand?
I can't get a word in here.
Don't come here and this is the last time you will disrupt my sessions. Don't do it again.
One man.
I will not allow it. Do you understand?
Man, you think you're insulting me, but you are really.
I am not insulting you. I'm asking you why you are here.
Like I said, I would deal with you.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, behave yourself, or I'm going to deal with you.
All right.
Including
all right. Enough of the. But this is the last time I will tolerate it. I'm not going to ban you, but the next time you come here and disrupt my sessions, then you will not be allowed here again. If you don't know how to behave, then stay where you belong.
This is your platform. You're right to say what you.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody, but I tire of this fella. Comes here all the time, disrupts the session with some psychedelic nonsense. I know Ajane Koko likes him, and that is the only thing. Back to you, Ikene.
One man is cool, just let us.
No, you're supposed to admonish him for talking to me like that. Don't say one man.
Don't insult yourself again, man. Back
don't
to
insult
you,
me.
Can I,
Pansat, no matter what you do, don't insult me.
Pansat. Let us respect each other. This platform we try to maintain orderliness. So when the anchor, or let me say the driver of the platform, who manages the way we interact with each other, says, hey, stop, I think that person should stop. And if you say, okay, go, and then we can go ahead. This is not, you're not supposed, you are not expected to disrupt the interaction at any time. If it's telling you that you are disrupting, just cool it down and let everything settle down, and we can go ahead. We don't have to be doing this. Pansat, a lot of people, you represent a lot of voices, and I've told one man that, look, Pansat is one of the best guys on this platform, and we have to have your voice here, because your voice represents the voices of many thousands of people. So don't disappoint people that listen to you. You don't have to disappoint them. They won't like you engaging in this kind of destructive attitude. Let us keep it matured, and let us portray this platform as a platform of mature people. We are all mature people. We are not young people that doesn't respect each other. Let us respect each other, and let's move on. Pansat is going to get to your time.
Let's roll. Let's go.
Yes.
I'm cool.
Okay. Thank you, my man.
Can I over to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us have a peace. It's not the fault of the platform. So everything that happened is not the fault of the platform. So the platform is one man's platform. So we come here just to discuss ideas. So one man, everything is cool. Nothing much to say. Just that the system continues to be the way it is. But the only thing that struck me in that judgment, which I would have wanted to hear from Ogweni, is this issue of not recognizing the beavers and the IREV. Why waste so much money on that? Because that's just like dashing the hope of many Nigerians. So it means that the electoral system of voting will never work in Nigeria. That is the only issue I have. Because if that status quo remains, then many people will feel disappointed to go out there to vote again. That's my only concern. It means does it mean that beavers is not useful in our electoral system? I want to hear from Ogbeni, and this is the question I have for him. That's why I come in. One man. Is Ogbeni still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So the answer is very simple, and I think they answered it in their judgment too. Yeah, none of the parties say beavers did not work. Their problem was with IREV. So every money that we spend on beavers in Nigeria work efficiently. How does it work? They explain. There are two major things beavers does. It authenticates, it accredits. I will repeat, it authenticates and accredits. And they explain it in their judgment. How does it authenticate? So before you do your accreditation, they take your fingerprint. If it doesn't work, they match it with your face. If it works, that's the only time you can vote now in Nigeria. So that alone has moved us away from those days where you just pack anyhow person to just come and vote. Secondly, it accredits. So it means whoever beavers accredit is the only person that can vote. That also has moved us away from those days when people would just come, snatch ballot box and stuff ballots, do ballot stuffing, stuff papers into ballot box. In the last election, it never happened because it won't happen because you have beavers. Whatever you have in beaver, so whoever, if you don't get your accreditation through beavers, then there's no way you can vote. So we spend money on that, and all those facilities are still there. They work perfectly. Now, where is the problem in this election petition? Don't forget that when they say election, presidential election was not the only election. So all those billions of money we spend, we didn't spend it only on presidential election. I'm not speaking for NK, I'm speaking as a Nigerian. We spent all those money on gubernatorial, rep, House of Representatives, Senate, and presidential. Where do they have problem with technical glitches? Is the presidential. All these other ones, it all worked. And now, even in the presidential, if you read that judgment, the witness statement of the IT guy that came from INEC, apart from the one that came from NITSDA, that shows that they try to hack their server millions of times from different points, which they had to block. So apart from, beyond that, they said the delay in uploading of Beaver, the delay they had was, I think, 2 or 4 hours delay. That woman was the one who read that judgment and said, by their own witness statement, they said they had so delay. And after that, immediately they opened it back. They started uploading, but there was already conjecture. So because of the conjecture, to pull through took time. And that with time, it started pulling through. And that was why, you see, the man now went to other states where Labour Party and PDP also won. And to show them that the same beavers, the same IREF, eventually showed that you won in all these areas. And I remember he said something. He said, if at all INEC is actually a manipulator, he said that means they have been an abysmal manipulator, because that means they didn't manipulate well. If I thought they are manipulated, because you have your own state also where you won, and APC lost. They lost woefully in those places. If actually they are manipulating things at the back end, you shouldn't have won all those places. So it means don't rely on these glitches that happen to destroy the entire election. They are improving on this thing. It's the first time we are using IRF, right? First time for the general election. So
yeah,
if there are
could you hold on? Or
okay.
when he asked you what is the beavers for, and you said it's accredits and authenticates.
That
right?
was not the question he asked me.
Okay,
His
but hold
question
on.
was simple. His question no, don't miss the question, please.
No, but hold on. You
I like
answered.
ID. No, wait. I like I like keeping my own things tidy. I don't do everywhere anything goes argument. He asked me a question.
Hear me out first. Hear me out.
I'm coming. Let me. You
hear
missed
me
the question.
out first. Hear
I'm
me
coming
out.
now. The question he asked me was
I'm
that.
talking about answer you already gave. It's an incomplete answer. So, is it?
And let me land on the.
Hold on. One man, please have this guy to be responsive. Be responsible. He asked you a very good question.
No, you are not the one I'm answering.
You cannot
Is it
say
your time?
BVAS is for accreditation. You waited for
Is
1
it
minute
your
to
time?
rescue you.
If it's not your time,
Are you looking for rescue? You want somebody? You
what
want
do you mean
one
by
man to
rescue?
interject?
Are you in? Are you?
You
Are you in a
said that
danger?
BVAS
For
is for
rescue?
accreditation. Yeah, hold on. You said it's
I'm
for
not answering
accreditation.
you.
Okay,
I'm
because
answering
if you are saying things you don't know, that's different. But if you're being evasive, then we're gonna have to deal with you like an evasive character. I want to know if you know and you're being evasive. That BVAS, the way you described it, is incomplete. So is it that you don't know what the bimodal voter accreditation system means? There are more things that it does. It transmits. So if you answer somebody who actually wanted to know, and there's a lot of people listening to us, you come here, you want to be crowned a lawyer. Okay, we'll give you that a lawyer. A lawyer doesn't mean that you're right.
You don't need to give me that I'm a lawyer. I work for it. I have my certificate.
Please hold on. I'm here because of you, and this is a good one. This is not frivolous argument, right? We're talking about BVAS.
It's not your time. Why don't you wait for your time?
Let the moderator worry about that. Right now, I'm interjecting.
No, I should worry because
interjection is allowed here. If you don't want to answer, you're being evasive.
No, then direct it to
all right. All right. Back to your
It's not my time. I can't be answering your question at this time. Wait for your time.
It'll be my time. Okay. All right.
Bonnie, continue.
Thank you, Ekene. So that's my point. So when you now consider in whole how much we spent on this election, it's not a waste because it worked in other elections where they have glitches now. They are not saying BVAS didn't work at all. Their problem is about IREF. And I expect them, even in that judgment, to still lambast INEC. I don't know why they should have still lambasted INEC and said, see, for this country to work, this kind of technical glitches shouldn't be happening. So that let it be on record that they didn't allow that also to slide. And for me, I believe every loving Nigeria, every patriotic Nigeria should start looking at, I said it before, I don't need to repeat it, to start looking at National Assembly. We have to be amending things now and be shaping this thing and refining it. That's how things work in a country. It's evolutionary, it's not revolutionary. So that's my point. So it's not really a waste when you look at it.
Okay, no problem, Shai. Just that honestly speaking, that's the hope of many people. But you know that the reason for this election was that mostly for that electronic transmission. So when now the judges said that it's not for transmission anymore, I think they're passing a very wrong message to Nigerians. So because anything that is not electronic in our election.
It is not the judges that are saying it's not electronic anymore or not electronic transmission of it. It is not. But what the law says, the electoral law, is what they interpreted in that judgment. So get it right. It is not them saying that, you can't have electronic transmission of result. But the law, electoral law, does not support that. And
I understand.
They can't rule outside the law.
I understand. That means the law was not too strong now to sustain that transmission. But there's
no law for it at all. It has no law for it. It was Mahmoud that was saying nonsense. There was no law for it.
Now, why should you come out to say all those things? They should be clear to Nigerians. It's just like deceiving people. That's my point. And that's the only problem I have in this election. You don't deceive Nigerians. That's my greatest problem. They don't come about to deceive Nigerians.
Ajanlakoko is wrong about that. It's a law. It's a law. It's a law. It's not
one man, I'm okay. So that's my only point. Thank you, buddy.
It's a law. It's all this stuff that we're talking about.
You're welcome.
if we, this is a good day to talk about these things, but we have to be responsible, right? We have to. We're
It's
not
a
here.
guideline. Guideline is different from law.
No, hold on, Baba. That guideline emanates from a law. It's a commission. It's not one individual. For example, it's not Mahmoud that's gonna come out and say, "I want to use this. I don't want to use this." That INEC is a public commission. Okay, there are commissioners. There are several of them, very intelligent, many of them. As a matter of fact, Mahmoud could take a position, and the commission will go contrary to what he wants. He's like primus inter pares, right? It's a primus inter pares. He's first among equals in that commission. So you have electoral commissioners, so they could vote, and if he's allowed to vote, then he casts his vote, and he will lose out. Just like in a Supreme Court, you have a Supreme Court, the Chief Justice, right? Let me land on this, because we don't want to turn this into a classroom. But the first thing we have to be honest. We have to be dealing in good faith. You have to don't question my patriotism. I'm not doing anything for the Igbo or the Southeast or Peter Obi or any of these characters. So we have to be honest first.
But that is what you're doing.
That's not what I'm doing. That
is exactly what you're doing. You come here under the banner of Biafra. You transmute into Peter Obi, and then you are claiming you are fighting for Nigeria. I mean, we know your trajectory. So why are you? What are you even trying to do?
Two of us, you are the troll, right? You are the one causing trouble all the time.
When you
come in, you're either playing around. I don't joke around when I come here, right? I don't want to be liked. I don't want to be hated. I want to tell you the way it is. So now you have these people.
The way you understand it, you mean?
Yeah,
the way you understand it.
I've showed you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pansat. Thank you, Pansat, and thank you, Ekene, as well. So I was going to come to you, Jide, but after a long period of hiatus, Zita joins us. So Zita, our fight don't finish. So Zita, you've come in at an opportune time. The Petition Tribunal verdict has come in. I'm sure you've been watching it with keen interest. So what's your take on that space? Good to see you again, Zita. Zita?
Hi, woman.
Abody, you don't abandon us. Fight don't finish.
Not fighting with anybody, just that
Look
I'm
at that.
busy. Okay.
You're not fooling me. I know one man is this Zita. You're just a ventriloquist, changing your voice. I know what you're doing, but go ahead.
All right. You caught me out there. Well done. Well spotted. Zita, back to you.
Is Obeni on the platform today?
He is, yes.
Oh, Obeni, how are you?
I'm here.
It's a long time.
Madam Sita. Yes, it's been a while.
I must thank you for all the submissions you gave on this verdict that was given today. It shows that what you said you are, that's who you are. You see, when we don't know, we listen to those who know. The idea of I am a first-timer, that is the more reason why we should listen and learn. Is that not how it works? You argue when you have a foreknowledge of what is going on, and you think somebody is trying to give a wrong submission, then you can argue with the person. But I just want to thank you for all you said about it. Was as if you wrote the it was as if you are the one that wrote the judgment, because all you said here was all what they put out there. That being said, I overheard the question Ekene asked you. As a son you are, you answered him like a son. But let me come through the angle of law and tech. Ekene, there are a lot of things in law and in technology that the law did not certify. Let me give you an example. Foreigns, attack, hacking. If you go to the law court and bring your laptop and say that it was attacked, and you start showing them from your laptop how your system was attacked, they will throw you through the window. Do you know why? because laptops are not certified as evidence. You can go and check that. But if you bring the result of your hacking or whatever that is done to you from the foreign certified machine, there is a machine like that. That means that machine has already run the investigation and it prints out something. You bring it to the law court. They ask you, where is this? You say it came from the foreign certified machine. They look at the code. They can begin judgment. Now, the IRF and the Beaver, whatever you people call it, is not certified electronics or technology to decide who wins an election. It's not certified. That's why they cannot use it. No matter how you look at it, but if anyone can calm down and read the law, just as Ubeni has severally read it out to us on this platform, you will see that in as much as they did not write it in the English in which I am saying it, this is not certified. But if you read the dotted lines, you will know that what they are trying to tell you is that those machines are not certified machines to tell them who won an election. So that is where the confusion is coming among Nigerians. It's not a certified machine. That's why they say, let your agents sign. They made mention of that form so that when you come to the law court, you present your own form. You say, in this so word, I won. This is what my agent showed me. Then the other parties, they will bring their own and say, this is what our agent. They start from there. But Beavers, IREF, whatever you are calling them, are not certified. And let me tell you why they will not be certified. If you watch American election, when they finish, they start rolling it out. Or you think that their high tech is not enough for them to do it online and do everything, vam. No. Because as at this point in technology, those things can easily be altered. And they can be altered cleanly. So for now, I don't think any country yet has satisfied such machine to be able to tell them who won an election. So that's what Obeni is trying to explain to you, Ekene. Nobody
Yeah, thank
deserves
you.
it.
Thank you, Madam.
Can I come in after her on that? Because
let me finish.
The debate. Hold on.
Who wants to come in?
Zita,
Are you?
it's Pansat. Hold on. The debate.
Pansat,
the debate had gone beyond Ekene.
Hold on.
It came to me. I'm the one that was saying to him that Beavers does a lot more.
Okay.
That you're supposed to have a snapshot of the form you're talking about, and then it's supposed to be transmitted from that polling unit. That's the law, right? That Beavers does more than accurate. Hold on. You just talked for like half an hour.
What I'm
hold
saying.
on. I was
yeah,
here
let's Zita land, please.
Yeah, but it's good for me to interject. I was here before her.
Yeah, but she's not yielding to you, so why don't you just let her carry on? Zita, carry on.
By the way, let me ask a question. Are you interjecting or are you doing your own submission? Let me find out first.
Either one. Either.
Now, there is something I want to do in one-man platform. Any day I come here, I want to make this clear. I'm not going to take interjection from people who see Nigeria as the worst country on earth. And those who don't believe that whatever that is done in Nigeria, yes, we are not running, we are not walking, we are crawling, and our crawling is slow, but we believe we might get there. If you don't belong in that category, and I know them, please do not interject me. I am not gonna take any interjection from you.
Okay,
I
so
want.
I
Hold
pass.
on, hold on,
pass your
Pastor. I'm not
test.
done yet.
I
Hold
said
on.
I pass your test. So let me interject.
I hold on. I'm not done yet. I want to take interjections from good people of Nigeria who believes in Nigeria. Although Nigeria is not good, it's not the worst country. Who is ready to discuss and speak and ask questions and debate and bring submissions on ways Nigeria can move forward.
I pass that test.
Hold on, I am not done.
No, I'm trying to pass them as
space.
you're naming them out. I passed that test.
Let me finish. I'm not done yet. You see,
Go on.
for a long time, most Nigeria, one man, please, let me deviate a little. Nigerians has been putting a lot of things in the internet, in their social media, in their YouTube television channels and all whatnots. Nigerians saying ridiculous, unspeakable things about Nigeria. Let me tell you something. If you guys think you can destroy Nigeria, you have something coming for you. You can't destroy Nigeria. Nigeria is a country, but actually you are destroying the citizens of Nigeria, which includes you that put out that thing. If you think you have the citizenship of another country, and because of that, you can say a lot of terrible things about Nigeria, I can assure you that that country you are carrying their passport knows that you are a Nigerian. So henceforth, going forward, if you are among those who do not see anything good about Nigeria, please, whenever I come to this platform to speak, do not interject me. I will not take your interjection.
Thank you. Okay.
Because we want to talk about the good of Nigeria.
Hold on.
One man, can I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Pansat,
Yeah.
It may surprise you, but Zita's voice is quite popular with the audience, and they have missed that voice. So why don't you
I understand.
Why don't you and I allow them to listen to it?
No,
carry
I
on,
really
Zita.
do. I do.
Carry on, Zita.
Can I
carry on, Zita? Please.
I mean, that's unfair.
Guy. Now, what's this now? Carry on, Zita.
Ekene, what I was trying, I can only talk to people like Ekene. Ekene, why I came in is because of people like you. You said you want to learn. Obeni has explained. There is nothing I'm going to explain that will be different from what Obeni has spoken on this thing intensively with depth, degree and depth.
But I know that one man, please.
Yeah, I understand.
This is ridiculous. I mean, she comes in here. We have respect for her. I know her, for her voice. Why can't I make a comment or two here and there? I should be able to.
Yeah, because she's not yielding the space to you. Did you not hear her that she doesn't want to yield the space to you?
And she itemized the kind of people she doesn't want to hear interjection, and I pass all those tests.
Yeah,
with flying colors. I'm a Nigerian, ma'am. Could you just shut your mouth for a minute? Let me get it clear.
And there it is. So thank you for opening that window for me, Pansat. Thank you. All right, carry on, Zita, so we can remove him from the day. Carry on, Zita.
Okay, so those are the people who want to talk about never mind. So anyway, what I'm saying is that Ekene, if you look at it very well, it's not about the lamboring. It's the law. Obeni has said it here. It's not an opinionated judgment. They don't do that. Obeni said it severally. I keep calling Obeni because he is somebody who has run down this thing, even as people insult him, abuse him. He keeps telling them, I have been on this thing. This is how the law runs on this thing, but most people don't want to listen to him. Why I'm mentioning his name is that he has said it severally, way before the election started.
I understand him very much. I understand, and that is why I've been calling for more work to be done, especially in our political party. So, the point is, I might understand it, but the narrative is already out there. How are you going to convince Nigeria again?
Okay, let me tell
because
you
we really need to fight. We really need to fight, not by rioting or anything, but lawfully fighting. So, but when all these things has become a dash hope to many Nigerians. Maybe come 2027, who is going to fight?
Okay,
Because we
let
need to
me
fight
tell you
lawfully.
something.
Yeah.
You don't fight with an empty hand. When I mean empty hand, I don't mean money or any other thing. Now, when you sit down in a place and your cheese is being moved, and you sat down, you keep shouting, "Who moved my cheese? Who moved my cheese?" You're not gonna get anything. When your cheese get moved, you go get another one. So according to what you have asked, you say, how are we going to fight? I used to tell most people that what happened in 2023, if it is in a country like United States, where they have, and other countries in the world, where they have institutions that do investigation and upgrade, observe, do a lot of in-depth research on what happens, they would have put a case study on 2023. No matter what any politician is doing in Nigeria, that is a case study for you. No matter what party you people are going. But if anybody think they can overlook that thing and say they want to fight, I wish them luck.
Zita, in previous submissions, you've tried to explain to us just how stubborn Peter Obi is. But after this judgment now, do you think it is still stubbornness or folly for him to still want to pursue to the Supreme Court? Because they were quite categorical and they were quite detailed, and they sequenced how those judgments were arrived at, and it coheres with logic. So is it compelled just for the optics to run all the way to the Supreme Court, or is it time for him to recognize that the donkey can no longer give anything and just drop the dead donkey? Are you anticipating that Obi will still continue to pursue this?
One man, that man you mentioned, his name is one man, I have closed his case. But if you still want me to chip in something on that area, that is his fundamental human right. He can go to Supreme Court and can even go to ICC, or if there is a higher court than Supreme Court, he can go. Because you see, there is something they say, get something to a conclusive end. If he drop it here, most of his supporters will think they will get something at the Supreme Court. So let him continue. But
I was listening to some of their spaces, and they sound also deflated, like
no.
the engine has been switched off and reality has dawned. They've woken up and the coffee smells foul.
The thing is that it's a money-making venture, so they can continue generating the money. After all, the money is still, if they can keep some in Nigeria to keep circulating at the environment, that would be okay. Because just as Obeni said, there is no case there. And the tribunal today said there is no case there.
Well, what did you make of it being televised? Is this something you approve of?
Well, let me tell you something. I believe Obeni will confirm this. The judiciary is the last institution you can bully. They will not take that anywhere in the world. Even the military has tried it on them. Rather, the military will tell them, give us the people, the person, let's go and do our judgment. In fact, it's because of that the military has their own jurisdiction for such things. You don't bully them. So, they were like, televise it. They said, okay, fine, will they fear you? We know they fear your face. We will televise it. If people who are Christians, they can borrow a leaf from the woman, is it the widow and the unjust judge? You don't bully them, rather you beg them. You plead with them, ask them nicely to give you a good judgment. That is if it's an unjust judge. But to tell me your eyes on them, the most televised they do, whom are you bullying? Judiciary. That is the strongest arm that oppose the how will I say, the day-to-day affair of a country. So what are you trying to do? Go out and demonstrate. They will still bring you back to them, and they will deal with you mercilessly. If you go and destroy something because of this judgment, they will catch you and bring you back to them again. The people that get the judgment you are demonstrating against, and they will deal with you mercilessly. They are not the people to bully. So what I could see is that they were like, you think you can bully us? Okay, we will televise it, see our face. What you will do? That just because a day to that day I was surprised. Somebody flagged their name on one social media. My friend, who is a Kenyan, sent it to me with the pictures of their children. Is that fair? And you are doing that.
Do you think people will and should be picked up after this judgment? All of these people that have been trying to rile up the space, hit up the polity, intimidate the judiciary. Do you think some of them, at least the key names amongst them, should be picked up and exemplified and made an example of?
You know, the thing is that they can and they should, if they want to, because Fashola picked his own. So like Mary Odley now is warning them. And if they don't yield to her warning, she's going to pick them. She's a no-nonsense judge. She will pick them. She's retired, but she's no-nonsense. She will pick them. All today, as long this phone, two of us are talking with, anybody can trace us with it. It's as simple as it. No matter, so far as it's electronics, you use in sending out that Twitter or something, trace you, they get you.
Even Madam Zita, they've exasperated their foremost human rights advocate, Femi Falana. They did a thing on him. He couldn't believe it. The last time he went to the podium, I think on behalf of Labour Congress, they superimposed his speech, whether through AI or whatever, and they twisted what he said. You can't believe himself. He was shocked.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's I don't. One man, the area you people are looking at it is not actually the area I'm looking at it. This rubbish they put out against Nigeria, I am not happy about it. I am not happy. One man, maybe you are not seeing them. Maybe you don't have friends and relations that when they put out that thing, they send it to you. These people are saying, oh, mama, to the extent Chicago State University has to shut down their Twitter handle. Immediately, they started attacking the governor of Illinois. What has that one got to do with Chicago State University, if I may ask? I don't get it. Must we insult everybody? Must we get to the level where somebody will say you are a Nigerian and that's somebody that will abandon you? It has nothing to do with Nigeria, but they think it has something to do with Nigeria. Nigeria is a country. People with countries we still relate with. Look at how much billionaires this guy did not even put in. He put 3 billion. I wasn't happy about that. This guy, what is it? Is it Birik in India? Look at how much they are investing in Nigeria. They said they're going to invest. Then we still do business with Nigeria as a country. But what about the citizens individually? When you want to do something in a country as a Nigerian, that's when these things that are putting out will affect you. I don't get it. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of all this bullshit going on in the social media, in the internet.
You know, Zita, just to what you were saying, I was on a space being run by a Kenyan good friend of mine. He is a pan-Africanist and then a globalist as well. So he gets a lot of just a worldwide space. And then this American guy came on and he was talking politics. I think he was actually talking about some African country, and he just casually, glibly cited the example that, for instance, the Nigerian president, who we all know is a drug dealer, and he wasn't even talking about Nigeria. So it's just an accepted and understanding now globally that the Nigerian president is a drug dealer. I wanted to step in at even in the process of stepping in, I just gave it up that it's a lost battle. But then, of course, when you go internationally, they don't want to know that you are Hausa, Fulani, or Igala. You carry that green passport, you are a Nigerian, and your president is a drug dealer.
And the funny aspect of it is that when you get to anywhere, you are carrying a foreign passport. When they swap it, they know your route. But some people don't know. That they swap it and still attend to you in the name of the country in which passport you are holding doesn't mean they don't know your route. They don't know how you waka till you get that passport. They know the country you got the other one before you got this one before you enter here. So they still know you are a Nigerian. So I don't really understand this madness going on, but it is what it is. But the only thing I can tell them is that you can never destroy Nigeria. Nigeria is a country. You are destroying Nigerians. There are two different things. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. Just for the benefit of Zita, tell people why you have been away, because they harass me all the time. That what did I do to you? I didn't do anything to you, did I? I send you some of the clips sometimes how people harass me, Zita. So you take ownership of your absence, so they stop bullying me.
Okay, the reason was I was doing a lot of things at the same time, and then the whole thing got shook up. And the day I tried to come into the platform, never mind. Is that person speaking, that friend there that one man is afraid of will take his job? That's the one that helped me out. So I came to be able to have a little space.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. So stay with us. So that's Zita. So Zita, let's hear from Jide, who is hopefully is not gone to bed yet or gone to sleep even. So Jide is actually in Lagos and is a senior functionary within that Lagos space. So he sees it from the everyday person who he sees on the street, and he also sees it from his middle class perspective. So a lot of perspective wrapped in the delivery of Jide. So Jide, if you are not asleep yet, let's hear from you, Jide.
Woman.
Okay, wata.
Where?
How did today go for you?
Woman, today was what?
How many bottles of champagne have you popped?
I don't take beer, too. I don't take beer. I was monitoring the whole process. It started from early hours in the morning. Noticed security presence everywhere in Lagos, and people were just doing their normal business stuff. In fact, even some of the police guys were even chatting with some guys in Ikeja like that, still discussing the same issue, because under bridge Ikeja, they sell newspapers there. Police were even engaging in arguments with all those people that were also reading. So for me, people have moved on from all this thing. Actually, yes, there are still some people that carry this obedient narrative, but the core is none of them is ready to leave their daily source of livelihood to pursue Obi's dream. And I believe there are some people that are still trying to sponsor riots, trying to sponsor what's it called? Protest. But I wish them luck. With what is happening in Nigeria now, nobody's ready to go that route. So, but for me, I think today's delivery was excellent. The judgment was a surgical operation that opened up the belly of the whole electoral process, and also the tribunal case submission by the petitions and the likes. In the first place, my own take on this matter is, you say I'm a thief and you cannot prove it, and you go everywhere to still shout he's a thief. I believe it's just that the court is being lenient in Nigeria because there are so many frivolous, unfounded allegations that these people brought to court, that if I were the judge, maybe some of them will be going on jail time by now. As I'm declaring it, I'm giving the person 3 years. I'll declare another and I give him another 3 years. These things are unfounded. You just want to destroy the peace and harmony of the country out of greed. And the very funny thing is that Obi and his dirty friend were not in court today. And for me, I see that like a serpentine move, just to appease some of the obedience space and say, he already knows that they are going to give wrong judgment. That's why he didn't come to court. And tomorrow he will wake up and say, yes, he's not interested in what they did in court. He's still going to challenge this and challenge that. This man is, in fact, he's even exposing himself the more. The obedient can still believe in him that he has a political career, but as far as I'm concerned in Nigeria, that guy, his political career he has tainted it, and the obedience space, people like Pansat have not done any good for him as well. Now, like Mama Sita said, they are not destroying Nigeria. They are destroying Nigerians. But the good thing is, yes, I noticed that some foreign news outlets followed the tribunal case, and I heard from a South African and a Gambian on a particular platform, and they were now saying, so the obedience space didn't even have any proof, and they came to court like the judge had it so easy. Like, these guys have no proof. You said you won the election, but you are not contesting the election based on figures. You are contesting the election based on the person did not go to school. Then how did the person not go to school translate to you winning the election? Even after the school has come out to say, okay, this person is an alumni, in fact, out of the top 20 alumni on their site, the guy is number one because I think he's the most prosperous alumni from that school, as it stands now, to be the president of the nation. And you guys still complain and still talk. I begin to see why people after marriage now find out that they made the wrong thing and they start doing bad books and they break up, because while they were into courtship, they were blinded by the girl is beautiful, the romance of it, and they did not see the things that they should see. The same thing is the narrative of disobedience. It's just the emotion. The emotion of everything has made has made every obedient to forget that 1 + 1 = 2. They will argue that 1 + 1 is not 2 because Obi says it is 3. And it's just funny. This South African was saying how even say that Nigerians were one of the most intelligent people in the world, that if anybody still contests this, If anybody goes to even to contest it in the Supreme Court, it shows how intelligent that person for foreigners to pass that kind of judgment on us, because we just want to shame ourselves everywhere. You said he's a drug dealer. You have not brought out any case that implicates this person as a drug dealer. All you want us to take is your word of mouth. All you want us to take is your emotion. All you want us to take is your assumption. And it's just a pity. Báwọn Yorùbá ṣe máa sọ, ó ní àgbà ọkọ ọgbọ́n, only fún ti Passat that comes here.
No, he's not here to defend himself. So maybe just carry on.
I wanted to interject the other time, but I just kept quiet. That you understand, because on a good day, this thing is stated, it's clear. The court did a very good job. They did not have to go through the pressure or the stress of narrating the whole thing from the beginning to the end. But they did explain what A brought to court, explain what B brought to court, explain the response of the defendant and whoever they are challenging. And they did everything. And still somebody is listening to that. They are giving you facts and figures, and you are still lost in Alice in Wonderland with your emotions. Still trying to say what mandate, for God's sake? What mandate? If you won the election, present polling unit result that does not tally with what INEC stated. Somebody did that today in court, I think in Kogi State, and they gave her mandate.
You know, I'm quite pleased actually. I've always liked that Natasha, so I was quite pleased that she got her boots back.
You can imagine, woman. In fact, the woman presented that her figures were deducted somewhere, her figures were cancelled somewhere, and it was all on black and white. It was all on black and white. Papers given to them by INEC, and they gave her a mandate. And we come and we say Nigeria is a bad nation, is this. I'm telling you, I was bursting with pride with what happened today, because the whole world was monitoring. I monitored. A lot of people, a lot of my colleagues that were obedient monitored. It was the discussion of the office. And when they were just saying, wow, we just followed blindly. These guys are stupid. Like, how do you say you go to court with trailer load of evidence, and you promised us you will bring 100 or something evidence, or 100 witnesses, and at the end of the day you brought 3, and because you knew you brought 3 and the time was up, you are now trying to use subpoena avenue to bring in 10 extra witnesses. How do you call somebody that is, I'm not a judge, but at least I understand some things and I read. How do you call somebody that is in your party a subpoena witness? How? Like Obeni said, these people are people that normally will not cooperate with you, but you want the court to coerce them to come and cooperate with you. So for me, it's either we just want to show our level of unintelligence, and you know one thing, woman, the Gambian guy said on that platform today that this is one of the reasons why Nigerians are hated everywhere in the world. That they have now realized, and the man was saying it like it's all Nigerians, but actually, if you are going to look at it, this character is more towards the southeastern people. They are very dogmatic and heady when they say this is the way, it is the way, even if it is the bush. And that is why their voting pattern has always been the way it has been. And that is why they are still contesting proofs that has been presented to you. You did not win this election, and you threw the whole of Nigeria into turmoil disturbing the peace of the country, advertising eyes on judges everywhere, doing so many things on the internet, calling Nigeria a zoo, destroying the image of your country, all on what? Lies and emotional pleas. Lies and emotional pleas. You did not have any facts. I was expecting, okay, in Abuja, I scored 300 and something thousand votes, but they recorded 30,000 for me. Where did the zero that's there? Where is it missing? How come the zero is missing? That was what I was expecting. But they just went to court, pack a lot of paper that they will use to sell Google and Epa tomorrow and put it there and started clamoring that they have presented results, went to bring one statistician that does not even know anything to be projecting. How do you come to court? Like you are saying prophecy in court, I prophesy that this person is going to win the election. So you want the court to take prophecy. A statistician coming to court to say by the figures we should have. What kind of lawyers did they even hire? What kind of lawyers? And you will still go to the streets and somebody will still be defending this cause with all their might. Meanwhile, I'm not even disturbed too much because for me, it shows the whole world that Nigeria has a system that can work. And the way those judges, in fact, that female judge, God bless her for me. God bless her a million times. And on top of that, Ogbeni, I said the other time, I'm going to withdraw the sanship of Falana and hand it over to you. Because Falana, to me, some elderly people, when they think everything they can jump on it and talk, they begin to disgrace themselves. A lot of things that I watched, a lot of his interviews on channel that I just did not even tally with this. Did not even tally. Meanwhile, Ogbeni came here, analyzed everything to us. While I was there, I was just saying, wow. At a point, I was telling somebody that 25%, this is where it will land. And the person said, no. At the end of the day, when it landed there, he said, how did you know? I said, I have one oracle. There is a lawyer. He has told me that this is what it will. And that is how to know somebody that.
As if Ogbeni said it's not big enough already. All this eulogy for Ogbeni.
No. One man. You know why the program was on. You know, I chatted and I said that one man's channel deserves the credit for the kind of brains that you attract. The kind of
I must agree with that. I must, and usually I always recoil from things like that, but I must look on. Let me show you the screen, and then you'll see why I would agree. Let me show you the screen. Look at the screen. Let me remove this banner. Sorry, you still have the floor, but this is what makes me do it every day. If you look at the screen, you have Ogbeni there. You're already eulogizing about Ogbeni. You have Baba there. I mean, you have Zita. You have Princess. You have Ajanle Koko. There's Kulata there. What? If you have one of these, you have a Kenne there. If you have one of these characters on any panel, they'll just be milking them as the source. But everybody here is a source. We just happened on something magical, I have to say. I have to agree with that, but carry on, Jide.
So woman, like you said, I was even telling my wife that when she met Madame Ducey the last time, I was telling her that you've not even met senior Madame Zita, that anytime she comes on the platform, she's very blunt and straight, and she will tell you the truth, and she doesn't care. If you like, take it. If you like, don't take it. She will drop it. That is the kind of people that can move this nation forward. We cannot continue to lie to ourselves. We cannot continue to lie to ourselves. This case is a non-issue. And in fact, I even like the way the president dealt with it. While they are fighting for their mandate that was never lost, the man was there signing deals to get the country. That is to tell you somebody that knows what he's doing. That's not what he's after. He already knows that they don't have a case. He knows. And look at now. He went to India when he was going with all those business tycoons. We were like, well, yes, but he has proven that now these people went facing themselves. They did it like face me and face you. And our own businessmen one side at their own, and they started discussing business. And now we have pledge of $14 billion to come into the country in area of steel and petrochemical. I think it is and I know maybe today now as we are talking again, they are meeting with another set of people. That is what we need. We don't need all these noise makers. We don't need them. We don't need these noisemakers. And well, it is good for the system. But one thing I know is that as time goes on,
Jide, let me make a confession here. In this matter, I almost died one day because I have high blood pressure. When I saw Nigerians, and I know the people I saw, I know the state they are from, tearing old passport as if they were new and talking, spewing rubbish, just tearing up the passport and talking. I could see through the rules, but the world gave them attention. I was quaking on my feet. That what are these people up to? And that is where I want them to be really taught a lesson. Thank you.
You know, there was that phase that they went through that everybody was tearing their passport. You remember that? That was a few months ago. I think that was shortly after the election results were announced. And we were playing their clips here. One by one, they were about, like you said, they were old passports, but they were tearing up their passports. Desmond was one of them who told us he had torn up his passport, only for him to turn up in Nigeria the next week.
And the world took notice. They thought if they could go to that extreme, then what they were saying was truth. Oh, no.
You see, I need to say this sincerely. The kind of image that this obedience space. I really want to say obedience space, but for me, it is majorly Southeasterners. I don't like it. You can call it bigotry or whatever. It is Southeasterners. They always feel they must have their way. My dad will say, if you give them allow, they will turn it to allowances. That is the way it is. But for me, I'm beginning to learn more about them, their culture and everything. I have interfaced with a lot of them. And on this platform, I've seen Ekene. Ekene is a different breed. And in fact, I'm very delighted I've met Ekene. At least he for one, Ekene has changed my mindset that maybe there are a lot of them that are like this because I have them in my place of work. It's like if Obi or nothing, Obi or war. I'm like, what do you mean? Obi or war? Who is going to go to war with you? These things are the kind of things that will happen that the other regions will now hold on to and say, should we give these people power? What will happen? What will happen? And by 20 whatever now, by the time they want to go for another election after 8 years or after the North has had their own time, then you now see that a Southwesterner will come out, a Southerner will come out. And when a Southerner comes out, the Southwest will prefer to vote for a Southerner. Then a Southerner will become president again, then you now come and shout. Marginalization. Meanwhile, you are the one marginalizing yourself by trying to work against a system you belong to and give it a bad name, but you still want to rule that same system. I don't know how you do that. I don't know. But for me, I feel they are beginning to play some clever politics now. And sincerely, by 2030, whatever, by the time we are going for that election again, I'm beginning to see this man, this Dave Umahi, as somebody that has his own agenda. He has his own agenda, and the man is really working towards. And if the man continues the way he has been working, that man has taught the whole of Southwest. Check all the bad laws. He makes sure that he carries the governor along, and they will come down and check all the roads one after the other.
You know, there's you can already see a new narrative shaping out of the Southeast, and that narrative is shaping in the direction of Charles Soludo, Dave Umahi that you're saying now, and is a more palatable narrative. But then Dave Umahi, if he puts up a performance, he will go ahead of Soludo as the the guy to come out of the Southeast. So that new narrative is coming out. Yeah.
One man, the best thing for the Southeast is to forget Obi.
No, he's gone. He's gone.
Bad market. But for me, you present to me a Dave Umahi with what I've seen with that man, the way he talks, he's matured, or a Soludo matured. I will vote for them 101 times, and I will not care even if somebody from my village is coming out for presidency, as long as they are more qualified than that person. But the truth of the matter, we cannot continue to play this negative politics. It will not take us anywhere. It would not.
All right, brilliant. Well put today. So hopefully the last vestiges of the negative politics is what was played out today. Let's see for when.
Can I object 1 minute, one man, please?
Yeah, Ajane Koko.
Yes. Jide was praising Ogbeni the other time, the detriment of Femi Falana on election matter. I think Jide got it wrong. Femi Falana did not say anything contrary to what do you call it? The tribunal delivered today. It didn't say anything on 25% of Abuja that you were trying to highlight the other time that he was wrong. It was on the matter of Niger that Femi Falana was of the opinion that ECOWAS was wrong to pass a resolution in an effort to take the military junta out of power in Niger. He was suggesting that they will still have to go to United Nations to get United Nations permission to do that they don't have the power. And Ogbeni was saying Falana was wrong, and I was and I challenged Ogbeni that how on earth can it say Falana was wrong when Falana, as a son, a brilliant mind in a legal profession, that Ogbeni cannot know better cannot know better than him in the field of law. So it wasn't on election matter, but rather on the matter of Niger. So I don't know why you have to I don't know why you try to ridicule Falana the other time. I think that is not fair. I think that was wrong, and you will have to apologize, because Falana have done a lot of good to that country than anybody. Ogbeni can testify to that as well. When it comes to the matter of law and fighting for the right of Nigerian people, the human right of Nigerian people. If not for people like Falana today, we might not have democracy in Nigeria. They suffer for it. They went to jail and they did everything for Nigeria to have democracy. So you may have to apologize for what you did against Falana, mocking Falana. Jide, can you do that, please?
Okay, Baba Janle Koko. I was not even referring to your discussion with Ogbeni, because I've watched Femi Falana severally. The last one he said on channels was anybody that is still not, but if the court pronouncement does not favor them, they will still go to Supreme Court. He said it on live channels, on live TV and channels. I've watched him, I've seen his body language. When this whole proceeding started, he jumped on the obedient wagon. Yes, it's his choice to do it. But my own why I said that is this: if you are a son and you belong to this group of people and they are pursuing a court case, I don't know if at any point in time he did not see their evidences while he was giving them all this support. I didn't know if at any point in time he did not cross-examine on what they...
It's not part of the legal thing. Why must he have to see the evidence of what of the defection of I mean,
understand.
So why must he see? It's not part of the legal team of Obi now.
I understand you that it was not part of it, but Babajide Koko, this man followed Obi's space everywhere. He followed them to court the first day, I think twice or thrice. He followed them to court and he was talking, saying that the mandate must be given by the election. That is not this. I watched it live.
I'm not sure that Femi Falana ever followed Obi to court. I don't know where I saw that.
He followed Obi to court. I think it was the first two.
I'm not sure. I've never seen that. I'm not sure if one man have seen that or anybody seen that. Maybe somebody can talk or say.
For me, that is the premise.
Follow Obi to court.
But his son falls. It's a fanatical obedience.
Yeah, that's his son. His son is a mature person. He's an adult. Can do whatever he likes. He's different from Femi Falana. So I let him follow.
Femi Falana is obedient.
He's not obedient. Femi Falana is not an obedient. He never campaigned for Obi. What do you mean by obedient?
Okay,
Femi Falana that
not only
it was
when he was talking on Abuja 25%, when he was saying that Abuja, this idea of Abuja 25%, that if you don't win 25%, you can't be president of Nigeria. When he was saying it was total nonsense and stupidity to say if somebody did not make 25% in Abuja, then he can't be president of Nigeria. And then this Obedient went after him and described him as, the way they abuse people, talk nonsense to people. They did it. What do you mean that he's supporting Obi? He never supported Obi.
We know the obedient
but
people.
But he stand with Labour Party. I mean, stand with the Labour. Every time that Labour are demonstrating against the government or are championing the causes and the cause of workers' welfare cause, anytime they are on the street, is with them, and it's against the removal of subsidy and all this. So we know where he stands when it comes to labor matter in the country. So you cannot use that you see him with the Nigerian Labour Congress and describe him as obedient. No, that is totally wrong. And you need to apologize for the way you mock him. You say, lawyer, that Yoruba lawyer. I mean, that is insult. You can't insult that brilliant and the best that we ever had like that. It's insulting. You are acting like obedient too. Maybe you never witnessed this, the way this guy have fought for Nigerian people before. Maybe you never witnessed it.
Emma, what in led you, Baba Jale Koko? Take it easy.
No, hold on. We can't insult. Look, you can't insult one of our bravest. These people stood in front of gun. They were almost killed when they are fighting for democracy. Were you not around then? If you don't know, then I know, and I know what I'm talking about. Baba can tell you, these people fought. They were jailed several times. They were brutalized on the street. They were almost killed. And then you are saying that liar Jagba, because of what? Because Tinubu win the court case. That is, I mean, you don't have to do that, man. Don't do that.
Can I say something? I'm sorry. Woman, I will soon drop this thing now. Babajale Koko. I never said Logba Jagba. I said lawyer likes to jump on every matter. He likes to
go
jump
and
matter.
play it back later. Go and
Okay.
listen to what you say.
Okay, maybe I said that. But it's my opinion, and that's the way I perceive him. He might have stood for whatever he stood for before, but presently on this matter on ground, he did not stand in the right place. That is my one. And we know how obedient behave. When Shoyinka that was supporting them also said something about they went for him. So it is a normal thing. It is a normal thing for them to go against anybody that says anything a little against them. But for me, the body language of Falana and his son has always been, and I don't have anything against them as in for them having that this thing. But my own is, did he not see what they wanted to present?
What do you mean by see? He's not part of the legal team of Obi. Why must he? What must he see?
I understand, but he did not. For me, it did not look that way. It looked like he was a
to be saying in the public that, oh, this one doesn't have good case, this one have a good case. Why must he be saying that? Is he a judge? Lawyer must respect in the public. So it can't.
Coco, I think we have overflogged this one. Gide has already heard your view, and maybe we should just.
We're having conversation. Don't say I didn't overflow.
Okay, Babajale Koko. Need to fucking reject here. Okay, I want to apologize to Falana that I said what I said to him tonight.
God bless you. Thank you.
Aja, okay, Oti apologize.
Look at that. You broke him eventually. You broke him. Oh God, I just kept my head away out of that one. All right.
I did also because Falana has been where others went on exile. He was one of the few that stayed. It was one of the very few that stayed, and staying was dangerous then, very, very dangerous. So it's all right. It's okay.
All right. Hold on, the Prime. Ajale Koko, have we heard from you yet? Have we had the floor?
Yeah, I said a little bit earlier.
Yeah. All right. Yes, the Prime. Yeah.
Good day, everybody. Today I'm gonna struggle to enunciate my opinion because I'm really happy. And it was a victory well fought. But on a on a more sincere narrative, it's quite a shame we had to get to this point. When educated people left logic out of their way of thinking. The court case today was total trashing of Obi and a lot of his supporters. I wish if Obi is smart enough, he should not go to the Supreme Court. Because going to the Supreme Court is going to decimate him totally. If he was even smart in the first place, he could have congratulated Tinubu and play a credible opposition. He never did that. He got carried away by the emotions of some young people that have never stand in any court of law for once to understand that in court it is the facts and the law. You don't bring your emotions to the court, you're not going to win. Anyway, after watching the whole proceeding, I was like, okay, enigmatic. kudos to you. Kolata, big thumbs up. Your pool of knowledge will not go dry anytime soon. You saw the situation and you addressed it properly. And to every other members of the panel, thank you for sharing your knowledge. And to those that have played opposition to logic and truth, it's a kind of situation like, are you just playing opposition as a game, or it is the depth of your knowledge and character? Those that cannot understand how these things are done.
Can you mention the name of that, the head of that opposition, if you don't mind? Because you mentioned the name of all other people.
There is no other person that is sitting on that throne than Pansat.
What of Rational Mind?
Rational Mind. Rational Mind.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know what?
Let's continue.
Rational Mind often bow to superior arguments. Pansat doesn't bow to superior arguments. So it makes it like, are you...
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you. Totally.
It makes it's a kind of, is it just playing on people's intelligence?
It's a form of narcissism, but I don't really want us to spend time on that guy because one is not really here to defend himself, so it's really unfair.
Okay, it's not here. Yeah. Okay. Because I've been trying to really get on board and let's have it one-on-one. Let's really talk. But since it's not,
you can't have a conversation with him. He will just shout you down, or you shout him down, or it's just anyway.
Some of us are privileged to have been from both sides of the world.
All right, get us back to the tribunal, which is what we're really talking about. So
in my own opinion, politically, what this senator from the Southeast said, Ken Nnamani, immediately after the election, it's going to be the reality anytime soon. He said, Obi has set the Igbo presidency agenda 24 years back, because it was a kind of, it's either we get it or we burn all bridges. People don't forget these kind of things. We might see in functions, we might shake hands, but anytime it comes to politics, people know where they stand. Like, okay, it's going to be 8 years for Tinubu, as God keep him alive. It goes back to the north. When it's coming back to the south, the Yoruba people are giving it already to the south. So that's 24 years. After that 24 years, it now comes up for debate again. So that is what people, the elders in the Igbo land, some of them must have told him.
That's not 24 years. That's 32 years. Because if Tinubu spends 8 years and then it goes to the north, when it comes back to the south, I think the Yorubas will still want it, but maybe the South will get it. If they spend
honestly, it's 40. Is it 32 or 48? Because if you go to the
why do you want
if you go to Southwest, you get greedy. Southwest will get greedy again.
Polata, please, can you please let me make sure a shout out, please, if you don't mind, please. Help me invite Rational Mind. Rational Mind, let me invite Rational Mind, please. Okay. He's listening. He's listening. I know he's listening. Please.
No. Rational Mind is not available at the moment. So yes.
Yeah, that's all right. Good.
So, okay, so
how very convenient.
No. I know where he is. So it's not actually available. It's the thing. But ó wà níbì kan ní Europe ó ń kọ́ àwọn ọmọ aláìgbọràn yẹn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ if you get the code. But no, how did you arrive? Hold on, the prime. How did you arrive at the 42 years, Kolata? Because
48.
I think 30.
16.
Yes. Okay, wait.
What is 16 times 3? Is my math wrong? Is my math wrong? Hold on.
Wait.
What's 16 times 3?
No. I think it's Tinubu 8 years. The north 8 years, so that's 16. And then it comes back to the south, and then it either comes to
that south is what? That south is south.
Yes, Yoruba land or south.
No, let's just say south. Let's say Yorubas don't get greedy. Then it goes back. Then it goes back where?
It goes back to the north. Yes.
Then by that time, Yoruba people are already antsy. They want it back, right?
All right. Okay, so if it goes to the south, in 16 years. Then he has to come back to Yoruba land in 32 years.
So where you put minority tribes like Ibira,
minority tribes?
Honestly speaking, it may not happen. On a realistic note, it may not happen in our lifetimes.
That is really sad. On a more Kolata, that is really sad because when we're living together, we have our major groups. The civil war really burnt the bridge of trust amidst us. However, at every point in time when people are beginning to like, okay, I trust you enough to give my votes, some people come up. The Nwazuri case, the Nnamdi Kanos, now they obedient in another fashion that is almost close to a fascist ideology in which everything I'm saying is right, everything you're saying is wrong. The other day, I was trying to make an analogy of a coin, that if you are not prepared enough to see that it is not only your angle that is right, you are not fit to contest in political competition, because sometimes you should be willing to also give the other person the probability of being right. So in this case, it's going to be tough. However, maybe there can be a Lagos Indigo that the Yorubas will vouch for. That might break this gene. Maybe the likes of Jim Novia or this Zenith guy, maybe those ones can break that gene. Otherwise, Obi and his goons really destroyed this whole thing. It is sad for some of us to come to this conclusion, but that is just the reality of our politics where we are.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Well put. Let me go to Ogbeni next. Ogbeni, are you still there?
Yes, Oma.
All right, brilliant. Ogbeni, I want to ask you what the next phase will be. So the Supreme Court now, that last step, they say after the Supreme Court in Nigeria, only God is the next deference. So should Obi defer to the Supreme Court, and will he? And we know he's likely to, but should he, after the sort of judgment that just came out?
Is their right to go to Supreme Court? Nobody can deprive them of that right. They can only deprive of themselves if they did the same thing they did at the Court of Appeal when they file their notice of their petition on the last day of expiration, and then put in some witnesses and their statement after the time have expired. And their disciples outside are saying technicalities, and you wonder why their lawyers slept off when others were awake. So if they make that mistake again, fine and good to them. They will meet the Supreme Court again, telling them to go back home. But you will see today that they have already showed disposition that they will appeal. Although Labour didn't show that, but immediately you see the lawyer of the lawyer to Atiku, that's Chris Uche-san, stood up and was begging them to ensure that they make the judgment available on time. In fact, he said today, so that they can do the needful. When lawyers say we are doing the needful, is to appeal. They will tell you want to study and to appeal. But I would like to sound it once more, which I've done before on this platform. Whatever appeal you make against this particular judgment they delivered, it's not yesterday, right? They delivered yesterday. It's not going to go anywhere. The Supreme Court is going to dismiss it. And I believe that time around it's going to be with a very heavy cost. I'm so sure.
Sorry, Ogbeni. Sorry for the interjection. Do you allow me?
Yes, please.
This one that you say about the article's lawyer.
Yeah.
Are you sure he's doing it for the merit of the case, or he's doing it for their own cost, for the money, additional money they're going to get?
Not really. You see, when you see lawyer acting in court, they're acting for their clients. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, clients dictate what lawyer does most time. In this country, I didn't. You see, until I got to this country, I started practicing a bit. I realized for the first time that there are some cases that you may decide to stand your feet and say, we are not going to court on this. In fact, as a matter of fact, in UK, when you are bringing a case, the first point of contact is a solicitor and not even barrister. So when you say solicitor will not go to court, solicitor will look at it, they will advise first, and they tell you, okay, this case we think is something you can go on litigation. Or they decide to tell you, see, you can't go on litigation in this case. And there are a lot of things they file that Law Society in UK look at. So if you advise clients to go to court when you are not supposed to advise clients, it can take your license away from you. And if a client insists to go to court in a case where you think you should go to court, you are duty bound to say, please take your case away to another lawyer. Or there are processes you have to follow in order to, exonerate yourself from this thing. We don't have that system yet in Nigeria. So the system we have in Nigeria is the prerogative of the lawyer to decide, and tell you, okay, this case, let's go to court. And if the client insists that, no, if you say, no, you don't need to go to court on this case, the client can still tell you, no, I'm a sister, I want to go to court, I want to exercise my right. It's Nigeria. So I think our profession is still growing. We've not gotten to that stage where lawyers can actually still can reject it.
But with the kind of humiliation meted out to them yesterday, and with the way they delivered that judgment, I don't think there's any rational lawyer that should not be encouraging either Obi or Atiku to go on with Supreme Court, knowing fully well that they are still going to waste a lot of money. Because if I may ask you now, that's why I mentioned earlier that you see any merit in that case for them to warrant going to Supreme Court.
No, it's no single iota of
because and knowing fully well that it's not only their time that they are wasting the resources of the nation also.
That's why I believe that there should be costs awarded against them. Then you see, most time when they go up on appeal, particularly on all these political cases, it's not really because they're going there to win. In many cases, okay, look at it. Why were they in tribunal for the first time? Let's cast ourselves. And I keep saying it. You had poly unit agents. Let me tell you, politicians set up their situation room immediately after primaries. They set up that situation room. In that situation room, they have a link directly to all their agents. If you've ever been to their situation room before, I've been to one at the state level before. They have connection directly to all their agents. And you know what? 30 minutes to an hour after election, every politician knew who won. Ask any politician. And that's why sometimes when they bring all this question, just laugh. They knew. And that's why the court also know And that's why the court asked them, where is your own copies that you are supposed to bring to prove that you won? You didn't bring it to court. So it's the same thing. They knew they won, but they still came to a tribunal. Okay, there's disgrace there. I mow you water in court. Lawyers don't care, because the reason is that, and it's part of the profession. You see, you win some, you lose some. The fact that you lose, the fact that they lambast you today doesn't mean tomorrow they won't praise you. The same lawyer tomorrow they will praise. Do you get? So they go to Supreme Court. They try to do whatever they go there as lawyers will do. Everybody knows where the case will end. And sometimes they do all these things because they don't even know something can happen. What if something happened to the president? What if something happened to this one? Look at Faleke and Yaya Bello. Yaya Bello ought not to have gotten to that space. But see, election was going on, and nobody knew that Audu would die. Nobody knew that Audu would die. But they just kept pushing. And look at it, Audu died. Faleke thought he would be the next person because he happened to be Tinubu candidate. Before you know, Faleke couldn't make it. Yaya Bello landed in the place. And the guy has been there. Fortune has landed on him for the next 8 years now. So politicians do, test their luck too, to see, okay, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So let's keep the thing moving. Let's keep it moving. So forget humiliation. Lawyers, I've gone to a court before where from the judgment from the first statement of that judge, it was a court of appeal in Enugu. From the first statement of that judge to the end of that judgment, now they lambasted me throughout. That case is reported. It was Eleshi, this man, governor of Ebonyi State. I went to the court. I canvassed my argument. My lawyer said I should withdraw my case. I said I'm not going to withdraw. He insisted. I said no, I must continue with this case. He said okay, I finish all my argument. They came out for their judgment. They wanted me to withdraw because all other parties withdrew. And I said, I don't have instruction on my own client to withdraw, so I have to push on. They said it's a frivolous matter. I said, thank you. Just give me judgment. There is still one step to go ahead. So give me. They lambasted me from A to Z. I still went to Supreme Court. I lost at Supreme Court, but I know that I had my day in court and I expressed my view. So it's not new to lawyers. You can think you humiliate lawyer. If there's anybody that got humiliation today, I think it's OB. Yes, it's legal thing, fine. But it's the trade. So that's the way I see it. They will head to court. Like, let me now go back to what one man asked me.
Ogbani, sorry, quick question. If they go to Supreme Court, is the process going to take this long? Because they've already heard the case. Like, I don't think they're introducing new evidence. Like, is it going to, the entire stuff should be short, right?
No, let me tell you what they do in Supreme Court. You don't call witnesses again. That window is closed. You don't file all the final address and that is closed. You don't tender further document, is closed. Except if you have a further document that is exceptionally important, and that document must not be in existence as at the time you went through the trial, maybe a new document. So I suspect what Atiku is trying to get from Chicago University is looking at Supreme Court and say, okay, this thing is new. I just got it. I strongly suspect that's what he's trying to bring out from that. So new document can still enter, but don't forget today they've said that even his grant on that challenge against this thing was even incompetent. So it will be hard for him. If you get to Supreme Court, he has to first reverse that judgment that said his grant on education qualification is incompetent, then to come and add new. So it's going to be a very long order for him. But see, at the Supreme Court, they have 90 days, or 60 or 90 days. They have 90 days.
90 days.
90 days to trash what is in Supreme Court. Now, what you simply do in Supreme Court is that you file what they call brief of argument. So now, once they file their notice of appeal, after that, they compile record. Record means that every document they use at the Court of Appeal, they move everything to Supreme Court. So it gets to Supreme Court. Once it lies in the bosom of Supreme Court, then the next thing you do is you file your brief. Brief is just like that final address. So inside the brief, you start saying, see what they said. This is what they ought to have said. See what they said. This is what, just to pinpoint their mistakes and say, okay, If you put all these mistakes together, they ought to have decided in our favor. If you put this in, then the other party will say no. They are there to defend, like Tinubu now is there to defend the decision of the Court of Appeal and say, my laws were right. Look at what they said, look at what they said. So simple. Everybody put it in, then nobody come to court, then they give you a date, everybody come, you adopt whatever you have put there, and my law will give a date to decide the case. So I see the same thing happen. They go to labas them. The only thing that may be different is that they will grant cost. They can grant cost against them. But there's something I want to point out, one man, that happened today. You see, sometimes these OB people, and that's why I don't, yes, I like eating them once in a while, but at the same time, there's something they've done today. They've made Nigerians to realize that when you push our institution, you realize that you get best out of them. See the judgment they delivered yesterday. If these OB guys were not really pushing the way they were pushing like this, probably because when you look at Article 2019 decision, the 2011 decision, and all those decisions, they were not really as thorough as what they brought out today. Today, you really pieces all those evidence one by one, and they ensure that it's airtight. So it makes that if we keep pushing our institutions, if we keep pushing stakeholders in our democratic system, we'll be extracting best out of them. And that's what I think they do in the Western world. They keep pushing them, and you extract the best out of the system. That judgment will stand the test of time. I'm telling you, an average justice in the UK will pick that judgment and will be looking at the quality of the judgment they delivered today. You see something they did today, and I said, wow, so a Nigerian judge can do this. It was that woman. Was it that woman? No, it was not that woman. I think it was the man, the one that delivered his own second to the last. It was the one who talked about the EU report. I don't know if anybody heard about that EU report. And he said, according to him, he said the impression that the OB and all the people gave is that it is the gospel truth, that EU report was the gospel truth of what happened during Nigerian election, right? But he said the entire thing is just non sequitur because you are not, without another one coming to face, you want the court to agree with what EU, whoever authored that report, author it. But you are not bringing the author of that report to come and face the fire of cross-examination in court. And you want the court to just accept it hook, line, and sinker as the truth of what happened in Nigeria. He didn't stop there. He now said he has taken judicial notice of the same issue concerning Donald Trump election, that they were silent on Donald Trump election, yet they were meddling into Nigerian election and turning out reports. I was so happy because I made that same point on this platform before. I said, no, come. You will travel away from European Union. Yes, you're an observer, fine. But see what happened in America. What was your report on it? So what do you take West Africa or Africa for? You think it's a place you just roll out your own narrative or whatever in that space? Your main ally in America, we know what happened to Donald Trump. I know it's debatable. Many Joe Biden supporters and Democrats will tell you nothing happened, don't mind them and go. But Donald Trump was still fighting, was struggling for his mandate. Some people, EU and others, was started congratulating him and rolling out good reports. So why Nigeria? Pocket of issues happen in Lagos and others, and you made it like, in fact, like there were killings in the entire country. You made it sound so as if there was no even credible election at all in the country. And why do you want Nigerian court to just take that because it's coming from EU, and so what? Who is EU? So I like that portion of that judgment, and I think he sent a message to European Union to let them understand that no, you can't meddle in their own affairs. Can you do that in the US? If you do that in the US election today, US will be lambasting EU for meddling in their election. I mean, what are they doing against Russia and Donald Trump? Same thing. Okay, you little report and little information gathering. Russia was simply gathering information, and they said, "No, you are meddling in our election." So okay, so I love that portion of that judgment, and I think when the judgment comes out, I'm going to write a paper on that portion of the judgment to tell them that our judiciary can actually take stance, and our judiciary has done that over years, and that's what Madam Sita referred to when she was talking. I wanted to be referring to the likes of Shukudifu, that Charlie boy is that. Okuta, the likes of Kyle Shaw, Basi Peme, Antonia Niagu, the Chike Idigbe of those days, Fatai Williams, Justice Akombi, Samson Waifo, all those judges, they fought the military to a standstill. You can't intimidate judiciary. Even during military era, the military knew you can't intimidate them. And that was why first thing military will do is they suspend subsection 1 of the Constitution, and they suspend part of the one that gives judiciary the power, and they override their power by setting up their own military tribunal. Because they know if you put a gun to some judges' head like this, they will still deliver judgment. They don't care. So, and I think the obedience have learned their lesson on this one. But at the same time, they are what the street guys will call, they call it important nuisance. They are important nuisance. They're important for the society. And when I say nuisance, I don't mean in a negative way, but they're important nuisance. They're important for our society. They shouldn't overstep their boundaries. I think they've overstepped it. And I think they are whipping them back in line. Fashola is having it tough with them now in court. And I think about 2 more politicians have joined now to be suing some of them everywhere in Nigeria. And by the time they get some compensation against them, you will see they whip them up to online, and so that you know the boundary within which you should play your opposition politics, the boundary within which you can peddle lies as information, and where you should not touch. So that's my take on that. On the judgment, and I don't think we should even waste our time too much on this judgment. One man, if I had to advise, which I've said before, I think by now we should step this platform forward now to start dealing with what are the areas in our electoral heart that we think needs amendment. How do we push for amendment? Don't think all these authorities and stakeholders don't listen to our platform. They do. That's what I've gathered recently. I realized they do. That guy in Gilari must have come here to listen to us before. I don't know, but I think so. Because sometimes when he speaks these days now, I still see 1 or 2 things he's speaking right from the platform and damages platform. They all know this platform. They visit this once in a while. So whatever we can do at our own little level, we can pick the Constitution once in a while. What are the provisions we think are important? That we think we changed? We can pick Tinubu's manifesto. Let's analyze it one by one. What is he achieving? What are the targets? What do we think he should be doing by now? What has he not done? They are listening to us. So that's just my advice.
You think that will engage the audience? You put them to sleep. It's a bit like that guy electricity on damages on Goodall's platform when they still go and say that the electoral act. Who cares about the people? They want salacious things. They want to talk dirty. They want It's sex and scandals, isn't it, that really holds the space, isn't it?
Hello, woman, please. Can you check the number of people watching you? It's always within the range of 200.
Right.
When we're having live stream. But that number has been very consistent. This is more of an intellectual gathering where people come and discuss ideas. They argue with different opinions, but it's very small. So it's people understand the key players in the society. They understand where the value comes from.
Right.
So that idea might not be bad.
All right, brilliant. If we are going to be having constitutional matters, and then of course we will always have to be under Ogbene's banner, because what do the rest of us know? We just pretend.
One man, where is Prince Daddy now?
Prince Daddy is in the comment section. I'm not sure.
Does he want to come in? I don't mind dropping. We need to hear from him too.
Yes, I'm about to drop as well, actually, to hand over to Tom. So
okay.
I think it's yes. Yeah.
One man, let me drop for Prince Daddy. Let me drop.
All right. All right. Let me bring Thomas. Let me bring Thomas on just to acknowledge that he's there. Thomas, are you there? Ogwene Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, yes, Daddy.
All
Yes,
right,
Daddy.
brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So let me acknowledge the super chatters that have come in. Are you, of course, traditionally Kulata, making the decision if you wanted to come on screen, but started in the comment section. Benjamin Olabode, he's there as well. We are mentioning that name more often. Ola are from Canada. That's Ola right there. And you know, of course, Ayo always holds an AK-47 to the super chat. So there he is, firing off around yet again. Ola still holding a steady. Ola still continues the conversation with the super chats. Baba T, I think, is finally.
Ola or Ayo? You are making mistake.
No, that's Ola. That's Ola. This is Ola here. Yeah, that you can see that's Ola from Canada. So Babati finally discovers he has a wallet. We never thought he did. So there he is telling us that he does have a wallet. Prince Daddy, that Adale Koko was just asking of, he's there in the super chat. And here is Eyo Adeoye. So there he is. So there it is. And that space still open for people interested to do that. Just to have a variety in the names. Just to have a variety in the name. So we've not yet heard from Simba. So Simba, I'll build it up for you, and then I play Thomas's song, and then you can come in after Thomas's song. But I'll build it up for you, Simba, just with a couple of clips. So this was what happened today. The summary of what happened today. This is it, Simba.
Having considered and decided that the three petitions, number CA from PEPC 03-2023, CAPEPC 04-2023, and CAPEPC 05-23 are all devoid of merit. The petitions are hereby dismissed. Accordingly, I affirm the declaration and return of Bola Ahmed Tinubu by the Independent National Electoral Commission Annex as the duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The parties in the three petitions are to bear their respective costs.
Okay, so that was what happened today, and that news ricocheted around the world. It was received differently in different spaces, but this is how it was received in India.
Are not under any obligation to join a worker at Tinubu and the People's Democratic Party. By Section 133 of the Electoral Act 2022, the statutory respondents in an election petition are 1. The person whose election is being complained of, and 2. The Independent National Electoral Commission. We shall stand on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate. We shall stand. We shall stand on your mandate. We shall stand. We shall stand on your mandate. We shall stand on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate, Bola, on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate we shall stand. You go win forever.
According to Mr. President,
what you want to do is that the non-compliant complaint of must be apparent on the face of the electoral document. Petitioners are not under any obligation.
Zimba. Baba, you
They
like
even
it. Come on,
they even started playing Wasiu Ayinde for him now.
Yes, how many times was that?
It's Simba. Any Baba, you like it. Come on, Sasha.
Ọmọ Yorùbá ni ẹ̀yin náà tẹ́ bá ń kí yín tẹ́ bá ń kí ẹ̀yin náà orí yín máa wù.
Ẹ wo gbóró wo ẹ ò rí iṣẹ́ wa.
Is it not treason for them to be calling the president Bola? You know, you should have them thrown in prison. Throw them in all right. So that's the space. So your reactions. But let me bring Thomas in and ease myself out. Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, rules and regulation first. This is the military junta of one man went to more platform. Rules and regulation first.
So you want to suspend the constitution? You want to suspend constitution?
Of course, we have to suspend it. Yeah. No calling names, no derogatory words, no swearing. Yeah, if you do that, you are gone. Yeah, Simba, you have the floor. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's been a long day, and I have to speak about the judgment of yesterday. I think majority of people are not surprised, including me, because having been on this platform, we have several opportunities to dissect the cases, the petitions, and our learned Sam here, Ogbenia, has given us a prelude to what will happen, and we are not surprised with it. Even besides that, having Osun judgment in mind, and even the Abuja ruling on double nomination also in mind, it has also given us a clue about what we are going to get yesterday, and everything went in line. But what I want to actually look at is what are the learning points in this of this judgment in our political circuit in Nigeria. What are the lessons to be learned by the politicians, the Nigerians, and the lawyers? Because yesterday when I was watching that judgment, I was just looking at our politicians. Were they doing this deliberately, or they were not actually well educated? Having somebody like Atiku and Obi, who has been in this business for years, not knowing what they're supposed to file in an election petition, it shows the intellectual capacities of our politicians. Because I don't think there's anybody who just want to waste billions of naira in pursuit of something that is actually not achievable. And for somebody like Atiku and Obi, that people look at them as if they have that intellectual capacity to rule our country, to file such a frivolous case to a court. And we see the way the judges dissected those cases to be is something that all our politicians have to go and reflect about. Then coming to our lawyers, I don't know, that was why I asked for Benny earlier on that. Were they doing it for the money or what? For them to sit down, waste taxpayers' money, our time, and resources, pursuing this kind of frivolous cases in our court. We wasted how many months? Almost 4 months.
Simba, before you go on, are you thinking they should even be charging the federal government?
To me, yesterday, I was even thinking that the judges will come at them at the end of the case and give them some lashes and even fine them millions of naira to be paid so that at least we get some money from them out of the one they had collected from the stolen politician. Well, they just left them
can I
and
say something? Sorry, General Thomas, can I please say something on what Simba just? You said?
hey, you can go ahead there, Benny.
Okay. Simba, you know, is the system we run in Nigeria. I would, if I have your personal listing, I can send that. There's a paper I wrote, an article I wrote on how we should be able to introduce cost of litigation and make it a serious one in Nigeria. See, it's going to decongest Nigerian courts. You know, people going to court, like what you just mentioned now. People go to Nigerian court not thinking that that judge is being paid by the government and they are using taxpayer money to pay that judge. They go to Nigerian court to achieve many things. Like some, they just go to hold a case. So that, for instance, you have land matter and you know that you have built your house on a space that is not yours. Instead of you to quit the place or settle with that person, you quickly rush to court. And then you ask a lawyer to hold it for years. And you know that land matter is going to take years. So that in your lifetime, you use that land if at all it's going to go to another person. This is just one out of so many reasons why you see many people going to court. Just to hold it, just to hold it. Someone will tell you, okay, lawyer, how many years can you hold this for me? Okay, I can hold it for so years. Okay, that's fine. I will look for time within that time. Because they know when they finish, the court early have what serious cost against them. You know what they do in the Western world? In the United Kingdom, when you finish a case and there's a judgment against you and the judgment for the other party, you know the case has finished, you have your judgment. There is something they now call another, it's just like a case on its own, but it's basically on cost. That is where each lawyer will now bring his own receipt. Everybody will now table what I spent during this case. You bring it one by one. The day you took train to court, the day you fuel your car to court, the day, or everything you made me pass through, I will list it. Then the other person will list it. It's like a case on its own, but it's always very quick. It's a summary case. It's not, you now come to court to come and argue your cost. So the court will now say, for making this man going through so, not all they will grant to, but the one that is reasonably spent. And they now say, okay, go and pay so. That was what they did to Maureen now. Maureen that came here the other time.
Maureen Badejo. Yes.
Maureen Badejo.
That was what they did to Maureen. They slammed her on big cost like that. So in her life now, he will dare, if he sees that man that took him to court, the Mountain of Fire guy, he will run. She will run. Or she may not run, but she will ensure that she has a very serious information before she brings it out. Because she will know that if I go back to that court, they will still slam me again. But in our space, we don't really do it. You see, today now, they said each party should bear its cost. I look at it and I feel like, wow, really? You have collected government salary as money, and you don't see these people, they wasted taxpayers' money. The money, you fuel your car every day, you read those workers you keep late in office.
Probably that appeal court in Abuja yesterday was run on generator.
Very, very probably, my brother, because they told me that there have not been light in Abuja for maybe 2 days now or so. So
yes, because of a heavy downpour. It was all over Nigeria. Because of heavy downpour.
So they ran on generator. Those judges will not consider those one now because the money is coming. But if we are really serious, a serious country, those are the things we should consider. And then heap the thing on the person that brought frivolous case to court. But, you know, our space is just, you know, we see government resources as anybody's resources, nobody's resources. And it's not like that in the Western world. Everybody keep account for what is yours and the government too. But it's not like that. So it's just, I worry. In that my paper, I conclude that the administrative judges should start doing that. Let there be a cost proceeding. So that when I finish, I will bring the day I fuel my car. Everybody keep receipt. I will bring it. By the time you realize, you will think twice before you even go to court. If you don't have good case, you won't go to court. So that's just what I want to contribute in that aspect.
Okay, thank you, Benny. Yeah, then what I also want to speak is what are the lessons learned by Nigerians? Because there are a lot of untrue, or what I would like to put it now, so many stories flying around in Nigeria that people are just carrying, especially to Nigerian youth. They're supposed to learn from these cases. And if I may extend it, it's like they're supposed to even print this judgment and circulate it for people to read so that we can learn. And I still pray that wherever they can still extend this thing to Supreme Court so that even some of these things can become a law, like all this 25% in Abuja, so that we lay that one to rest. So in next election, nobody will be talking about that. So I think then the issue of IRF, I think I was so amazed the way they dissected that issue of IRF, because people are just carrying IRF and people don't even know the function of IRF. IRF cannot collate results. I think the judge mentioned it yesterday. The IRF is just for public to know the election in polling units. It cannot collate. So why should somebody now insist on IRF and say if you don't transmit on IRF, then it makes the election not acceptable or incredible? So, but with this judgment, I think they need to circulate it. It should be made available to the public so that people will read it and all these wrong notions that we are carrying about will be laid to rest. So, to me, looking forward, what is the chances of Obi? This one is a close case, but he still have a chance in 2027 to come out, depending on the way I feel it, depending on the performance of Tinubu. Yes.
Simba, do you think he's going to approach Supreme Court?
Definitely, he's going to do that. He will not allow, because the obedience will not agree for him to just bow down like that and just. He may have to still carry the mandate. I don't know where the mandate comes from to Supreme Court and still try his luck. That's the way it works in Nigeria, as Ogbeni said. Nobody will actually find them for all these useless cases that they are carrying about. So they will still continue to waste our money, and billions of naira will still go into that, both from the politicians and from our government.
With this petition now, many are lavishing in prison because they stop every other. The judges have to stop all the cases in their hands for this petition.
Those are yes, you are right. Those are the costs that we are paying now. In so many cases will be suspended for 9 months. Can you imagine that? For 9 months. So somebody who is innocent that's supposed to have been free will still be languishing in jail for 9 months of his life.
Simba, let me tell you how it happens. Simba, let me tell you how it works. You weep for Nigeria. You see all those justices, they are not Abuja-based justices. They came differently from their own base. Court of Appeal is spread across Nigeria, right?
Yes.
So they can pick one justice from maybe Benue, pick one justice from Enugu. I'm not saying in terms of indigenship. I'm saying in terms of their station. Do you get now? So you have them 5 together. They pick them from different jurisdictions. You see all those jurisdictions they came from has been a standstill, because if there are 3 justices there, the other 2 cannot form a quorum. So the other 2 will just be doing administrative work and 1 or 2 jobs, but they won't be able to sit for those numbers of days that you see that those judges in Abuja.
Ogbeni, recently I was in appeal court in Ilorin, federal appeal court in Ilorin. It was like a desolate. I don't know whether they pick anybody from Ilorin, but it was, in fact, it was like a ghost town. So I agree with what you are saying. Just go ahead.
Yes, so they put everything in standstill, and at the end of the day, you fuel their car, even you put the life of the justice at risk. You see many of them, they travel by road, move around just like any Nigeria. They do kidnap them too. They kill some of them along the way. And at the end of the day, one man who knew that he never won election came to court to do nonsense.
And all this time they've been in Abuja now, they have to accommodate them.
They are,
And
you know, they are even getting special money from this for this. It's a special assignment. It's not part of their regular
yeah,
assignment.
because yes, they have been relocated away from their normal base.
From
So
their station.
relocation allowance and all those things.
Yes, and you could imagine you are not with your family, you are doing this and that, and at the end of the day, one on serious litigants will just come to court, waste the time of Nigerians, waste the time of court, waste our resources from taxpayers, and then he's going and you are just saying, everybody bear your cause, no need to have cause against anybody. It's a fair deal, it's a democracy, and everybody go. That's the rubbish we do in our country. Go and look at all those Donald Trump cases. They awarded costs against people that brought it to court. Each of them pay cost. You come into court, you want to show that Donald Trump won, but he couldn't prove. All those 60,000 votes that Donald Trump is looking for everywhere around, although I supported him, but he's just looking for what is not there. And at the end of the day, you can't find what you are looking for, but you have wasted our time. Go and pay into the government treasury. That's the point. But you know, one day we'll get there, because we'll get there.
Okay, so
can I interject?
Okay, Madam Zita.
Before you
Go ahead,
interject,
Madam Zita.
Madam Zita, before you
Madam
interject,
Zita.
I have to greet you specially. How are you, my sister?
I
Where have you
do.
been?
I do. How na day?
I miss you, my sister. I love you so much. Thank you so much for coming back.
I miss all of you.
Yeah.
Oh, when
Yeah,
what I'm trying to ask is, you mean if somebody like now, let's assume Tinubu, goes to sue them for the money he spent because they drag him to that place, you think there is no jurisdiction for that?
No, there is none in Nigeria.
What?
Yes, now.
So you drag me about, I spend money calling lawyers and that's it?
There is none. So what we do in Nigeria is each judge has a discretion on what cost to award, and without you proving. You know, like UK, where you now come for that proceeding proper and you come and prove how much you spend and everybody goes. It's consequential in UK, it's consequential. And sometimes it may not even be that judge, it may be on that judge that will decide that. But in Nigeria, that judge will decide it in his judgment. If you go and read Nigerian judgment, you will see.
Are you sure? Or maybe somebody have not tried it?
I know. You know, I know. If you go and read, because I wrote a paper on it, so I went through cases of Nigerian, cases, and sometimes 1,000 naira. You see cases that linger for, particularly, I did my research particularly on commercial cases, in that paper. You see commercial cases that linger on. In Nigeria, an average commercial law case will linger for about 15 years. And it's traveling to Supreme Court. And commercial cases, how very important in the Western world they hold it. They treat it like the way you treat criminal cases, because they know it's all these commercial transactions that keep economy flowing. So if you have dispute and you don't settle it on time, you are just suffering your economy. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. Commercial case is just like any other case is in court. So at the end of the day, you see them, I award a cost of 10,000. In most cases, they say each party bear his cost. It means that you don't take anything home, everybody goes home. And except some few cases like where court, like there are some few, like that Bayelsa case now, where they said they shouldn't have come back to court. They awarded, I think, 30 million naira against Shifafe Babalola and Olani Kwekun in the Supreme Court. And some cases, that case was 25% or so. There was a case recently, one of these OB case, that against that lawyer, they personally awarded, I think the 25% in High Court, they personally awarded maybe 5 million or so against that lawyer. Those are the ones.
Okay, may I interject, please?
Okay.
Yeah, suppose Tinubu comes under, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, I don't pretend to be one, to say, I can't pay Fagbemi, I can't pay Olanik Bekun, I'm broke. Atiku and Obi actually falsely brought a case to courts that they know they cannot win. So they made me incur that heavy debt. So I want them to be held responsible. Is that possible?
I've never seen that kind of case before, my brother. Because
I don't know why they're asking you this question. This is
yes,
it's
Do you know how
even
much
funny.
Fagbemi will cost?
yes,
I don't know why
you
I
are
don't know what
making
to
them,
talk
you are
about.
making them feel
Benny,
uncomfortable.
can I?
I'm not feeling long. It's the question is just I don't even understand it, to be honest.
But Trump is
For
facing something
you
similar, isn't
answering
it?
it, I don't even
I know now. I've used
know.
example of Trump today.
Yeah,
If he's
Trump is
in
facing something
America,
similar.
if
How
he's
can you
America,
take me to court? I mean, I
if he's
won, and
if he's in
you are not held
America,
liable.
if he's in America, you have to pay. You pay cost too. You drag somebody to court. You pay cost. But it's not just in our space.
Benny, quickly, if you don't mind. So, obviously, I mean, it can be subjective. If somebody thinks they won an election, um, I think it's provided to that person the law to find a legal means to resolve the matter. So, I believe it's part of the law. So they're not doing anything out of the ordinary. They're just doing what the Constitution or the law allows them to do. Obviously, it's not up to them to prove that it's up to them to prove in court that they won or the reason why they think they lost. But I think people should be allowed to. I mean, if that been the case, I mean, we all can determine the outcome of our case before going to court. Then it means, why do we have to go to court then? So it shouldn't be punitive. It shouldn't be a punishment for people wanting to go to court. Obviously, how do we determine that something is frivolous? It's up to, I mean, today. Actually, listen to some of the pronouncement in the courts. It sounds like they found many of the obese lawyers, their cases or their reasoning for filing some of these cases to be frivolous. And in that case, it's up to the court to determine that, but not the petitioners.
Yes, I agree with you. So, where to strike the balance in not deterring people to come and exercise their right, and then discouraging people from bringing frivolous matters. Where the EU is now, where do you strike the balance? And I think in our own space, over time, the judges just believe, or maybe drafter of our laws, or the stakeholders in the legal profession just feel that we've not got into that stage because a lot of people may, there's something they call, what do they call this thing? It's like a poverty on its own, something poverty. I don't know. There's something they call it, meaning that you're not buoyant, you're not financially buoyant enough to
I think it's
enforce your right.
Papa something. I can't remember.
Something.
Yeah.
In UK, for instance, they have legal aid for you, so that if you fall in that category, you access legal aid, and in order to enforce your right, you access legal aid. But if they realize that your source of income is okay, nobody will give you that legal aid. They will ask you to go and use your source of income to get lawyer and do whatever you want to do and pay your cost. But I think the stakeholders in the legal profession in Nigeria just feel we have not arrived to that stage. Our poverty level, is it multidimensional poverty, or do they call that one? It's still at a very high level. So why must you now be awarding heavy cost? Where do you strike the balance? And that's why I say we'll get there one day. Because my brother, if we have to decongest Nigerian court, that cost thing, we have to take it serious. If you see the kind of cases people take to court, you need to just know. I've had a client before. I won't mention his name under confidentiality, but he's a manager of a TV station and very big guy. He came to me. What did he want? You want to divorce your wife? Fine. I honestly, I don't do divorce matter. There are 3 cases I don't do. I don't do divorce matter. I don't do rape matter. I won't defend it. I won't prosecute it. And I won't do any case against any religious organization. If you like, worship shall go there or anything. I tell you, as long as they're watching anything extraterrestrial, I don't do it. But they brought this divorce matter and it just caught my attention. I said, okay, bring the guy. Okay, why exactly do you want to divorce your wife? No reason. Any extramarital affair? Said no. Said, oh, my wife is it's an issue, she will not do anything. Okay. Any condition, any medical? No, nothing. I listed all the grounds of divorce. Nothing. So why? I'm just tired. I just feel like, and you wanted me to go to court to go and do that. I said, I can't go to court to go and do that rubbish.
When should there be a cause for divorce? I don't think there should be a cause for divorce. Someone can just feel like I don't love my wife anymore,
Yes.
and I get rid of her. I mean, I don't think that is the case. I mean, if
And
I
get rid
feel
of him
like
too.
yes, I mean it goes both
What
ways.
if
If
she
I
kicks
feel
you
like
out
I'm
to
no
get
longer
rid of
in
her?
love
Exactly.
with if I
Yes.
feel like I'm no longer in love with my wife, I have the right to get rid of her. It's as simple as that.
And if she wakes up, think she doesn't like your face anymore, doesn't she
I
have the
mean,
right
Wow.
to kick
she
you?
has the right too. That's what I'm saying. She has the right
Good,
too.
good.
Well,
It goes both
See,
yes.
ways.
Ben, real quick to your case, doesn't that fall under the irreconcilable differences?
No.
If there's no reason for it.
No differences. The fantastic woman doing fine. In fact, he put the woman in family house. They've been living in family house since married the woman. The woman had 4 children. The firstborn was I think 12 years old or what. They've been doing fine, nothing, but they transfer him away from okay, I won't mention the station now, from a state in Nigeria to Abuja. So it was getting to Abuja. I think she found a new babe and then felt like I have to detach this girl. And so and bad news for
Well,
him in
Benny,
Nigeria.
bingo. That's the reason right there. What do you mean there's no reason? She
That's
found
just
another
the
babe.
reason. But the law doesn't recognize that reason. So
Oh, really?
in Nigeria, you have to fall within the 4 major grounds of divorce. If you don't have any, you can't divorce. You must fall. Then you must fall within it. So, and he couldn't get one to fall within. And I said, bad. But you see, he still went ahead. He got another lawyer to help him go to court and the woman filed. I didn't even know what happened again in that case. But my point is, why would you go to bother the court on that when you know that you have no ground basically under the law, to go to court? It's just a simple example I'm giving you. So there are so many people lost cases in court. Do you know that the strawman cases they do in court are many? You see people are not fighting, but they are going to court to just go and get judgment to do something. They are not really fighting in the real sense.
But Obeni,
Obeni,
to
can I
make a
come in,
case for
please?
these people,
Yeah.
Can I come in,
this
Obeni?
law, sorry,
Yeah.
Madam Zita, this law you're talking about, that
Yes.
individual that is going on to file a case don't
Yeah.
actually know the law, which you know. They are not lawyers. So they
Yeah.
basically hire a lawyer that knows the law to
I
go
know.
and, judge the case or whatever, argue the case in the court. So now, you can say, if you say that, if a lot of people have frivolous things that come to the court or they want people to go to the court for. If you say that they should start, giving them some kind of fine, doesn't that, create a sort of, I would say, negative impact that we don't even need lawyers or we don't even need the courts anymore? Because, if people feel like I'm wrong. I mean, because in a court case, is either one person is wrong, one person must be wrong. Do you get? So that person that knows is wrong, or is bringing a fallacious, evidence or whatever, knows that. Do you get? And if he knows that he's going to be persecuted, I mean, there's no point having the courts in this case because, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's no point having the court in that instance.
So I understand you, Des, but it is what it is. I just feel it's one of the way to decongest our court. I just think so. I feel so. Madam Sita.
Yeah, Obeni, before you leave, let me
Let's
ask
hear from
you.
Sita. Yeah, yeah, go on.
Talking about frivolities, can you please tell us? I know some people are curious. The significance of lawyers sleeping in courtroom.
Madam Sita, did you watch today's
Serious.
proceeding? You
Yeah.
watched today's proceeding?
No, people were sending me clips here and there, and it was ridiculous. So I
Man,
don't know why what happened. So
no,
please,
now.
can you tell us the significance of lawyers sleeping in a courtroom? Because a lot of them will sleep.
Madam Zita, first and foremost, how do you control the reflex action caused by nature? You can't control it. People, we all have different um, health condition, or what they call is the underlying condition. Simba, help me with a word. We all have different health condition, and we all have different condition. Like today, you will see one of the lawyers going out often, probably to go and use toilet and others. And my lord, even also noticed and said, well, we understand with you at our age, we know our condition, and we need to be standing up to go to toilet and do one or two things, possibly prostrate and all these issues and others. Old, don't let me even name a condition, but at least old age goes with all these things. That's one. Secondly, this is the first time camera will be beaming on the faces of those lawyers. Don't forget. And I want to also believe this is the first time lawyers will be sitting 12 straight hours in court, listening to not even arguing. When you are arguing, I can be on my feet and canvass argument 10 hours. If you permit me, I will be canvassing. I defended my thesis for about 5 hours and I was enjoying it. So you can be on your feet, but that is when you are active. Even when you are active, you may not even remember that you want to go to the toilet and urinate because you are finding the engagement very, active. But when you are not active, you are sitting in a place and one man is sitting there reading judgment, particularly when it's not even favorable to you. You will start sleeping now. So don't they sat there for 12 hours. That's the first thing I want you to understand. For 12 whole hours. And you dare not just stand up. So most times what they do most time is in a team, maybe two will stand up and go, they come back and another one will go, but some stayed behind. So I expect those ones to be dozing off. Probably if I were in their shoes, I'll get some stimulants. Maybe I take bitter cola a lot. Maybe bitter cola, maybe one or two things you can take. Once in a while, I take coffee, but I don't really like coffee. But once I take bitter cola, my eyes will just be it may be red though, but it will not close. Maybe things like that. And probably they never expected that they will spend that long in court, their health condition, everybody. And probably some of them even flew down from somewhere, one place, they are handling cases. Lawyers are very busy now. So as you can excuse their this thing in court.
Okay, the second question is, why did he have to take 12 hours?
Why? Why did what?
They stayed 12 hours. The judgment took a very long time because even as at evening, people were still sending me reports and all those things. I was like, are they still on it?
Yeah, now they started reading that judgment 9:30 in the morning, and I think they close around to 10. So I think it's still part of what is in the public there. There is this thing in public that make people to believe our judges are lazy, our judges don't do anything, they just sit in their corner.
Then, Ogbeni, remember that it was not only one judgment.
Yes, it's
three cases, three judgments concurrently.
That shouldn't be the reason. I mean, I feel like we are talking as if we haven't had judgments before. This took a long time. It was just dragged. I mean, Obeni, you can say that it didn't need to take that long. There is so many short things you have to say. I mean, there's some stuff that they said it wasn't even necessary. It was as if
they need
to bash some
they
people.
They need it for somebody like this.
They need it
I'm not doing it. Why would they do it for me? I'm enjoying my life. What's
let
my
me tell
business?
you, let me tell you why I think people have not reacted to the judgment of that court violently. I know some of my friends who are obedient, who I know that they are very aggressive. I've tried to feed their pulse after that judgment. I realized that some of them have already, some are blaming their legal team as I speak now. Some of them wanted to listen to what exactly it surprised them that was the kind of case their lawyer took to court. Many of them. So, but if they are not come out to read all those things in detail, the wrong information that people like peddling on social media and co would have gone round without them having the opportunity to listen word for word of what my Lord really said. And that could have even sparked violence. And let me give you an instance. One of the headlines I saw immediately on there was Arise, or one of these things was that high ref is not mandatory. INEC has full discretion to determine how to upload. That was not what the court said. So if you did not listen and you just went on Arise or whichever, I can't remember the platform, to listen to that can trigger violence. But if you listen very well and you saw how their legal reasoning, their analogy, their holding, their findings, their observation, each witnesses, how they took each witnesses, if you are a reasonable person, Nigerians are reasonable now, you would think twice before you go to the street, because you know that even if tomorrow all the violent obedience come and you'll be telling them, are you mad? With that nonsense thing you put to court, leave me out of this. So it worth it. And don't forget, it took them almost 150 something days to gather all this evidence, how many witnesses they call, see all those boxes of papers they brought before them. They had to go through everything. They must go through everything one on one before they comment on each one, make their findings, do their conferences. So you expect it to be that long. Why not? And don't forget there are 3 major cases and 2 cross petition, which make it 5. So I expect
Ogbeni, please, I promise myself I will celebrate this platform because everything we have been saying is on point. So I got my small wine here. I will open it. If you have your cups there, you can join me, even though you don't have your video. Yeah. Congratulations to One Man Platform. We said it. It came to pass. I'm not celebrating Tinubu. I'm celebrating this platform. Cheers, guys.
My friend,
Cheers.
celebrating Tinubu. Just say it, and we won't crucify
Yes,
you, Thomas.
yes.
Put a face to it. Yes, it's One Man Platform, but it's Ogbeni that has been digesting that.
It's Ogbeni that made the, that basically told us what was gonna happen, and yes, kudos to him.
Thank you.
But anyway, I'm tired. I'm just tired of Nigeria. I'm not gonna lie.
You have to be tired. You are not Nigerian.
I'm not anyway. Anybody
Yes,
thinking
you are not Nigerian, so don't be tired of Nigeria.
You turn your international passport now.
You turn your international passport already, so you are not a Nigerian. So
I don't need Nigeria. Nigeria, it's just the tired people. I'm not gonna lie to you. But anyhow,
why do we even allow this to be talking about Nigeria? Why should you be talking about Nigeria when you are not in Nigeria?
I wonder.
I have to pray for you guys now.
Why are you people talking like this today? You still have houses in Nigeria. It's an investor.
No.
It's a foreign investor.
So it's
a foreign
investor. So you're supposed to respect me. I'm a foreign investor. Ajali people, thank you, I beg.
Foreign investor. I like that.
But yeah, Nigeria will be good. I always say it, but the way we are going about it is almost as if we are
I don't think there is anybody here that doesn't want Nigeria to be good. So don't think you are the only one. And the mistake you are making is that you only see it your own way. There are several ways of achieving a goal. So the mistake you are making is that you only see it your own way. So you don't want to reason with other
You
people.
haven't heard me. I always say, I have never said bad things about Tinubu. The only belief I have is I feel like it could have been done better. That is what I say every time. That I don't believe that Tinubu would do it doesn't mean he can't. It's my own personal opinion. Doesn't mean you guys believe in him. Fine and good. Let your belief work. If it works, I'm still gonna come here and like kudos. Yeah, you guys said it. You know, like I'm saying Obeni said it, and kudos to him. If next 3 years Nigeria becomes Dubai, I'm the one. I'm even gonna go and renew my passport immediately. Trust me. You know, but the fact that I don't feel like it's gonna happen
No,
doesn't mean it won't.
we don't want you anymore. We don't want you. Please, we don't want you.
We can grant him resident permit. You can grant him resident permit.
No, well, as long as I go come down Lagos, anyone where you want grant me. Yeah, but I feel like I hope you guys are right. But if you guys are not are wrong, I mean, I'm still gonna be here, and you know what I'm going to say in the next 3 years when it start happening.
Well, that is that is what we have now, and all of us should just rally around, do whatever you can do in our own way to reshape and to make that country to progress. But the way we are doing it is that if it's not your way, you always pray for the other way to not to work so that you can justify your way, and that
It's
is
not
where we
about
are making the
praying.
mistake.
Praying doesn't solve anything. If I'm praying, are you not praying
It's
to
not.
Christ?
It's not a
Why
prayer. It's
would
not
my
a prayer
prayer
like that. It's not the
or why
prayer
would
like
my
that. So people
feeling?
are making concerted effort, not even prayer. They are making concerted effort to
What
do
kind
what
of
I'm. So it's
effort?
not prayer.
Listen, what we're not understanding, whether I feel that he's not gonna, or I wish he's not gonna do better, or do better than Obi, is very inconsequential. You have the feeling that he's gonna do better. My own feeling is not gonna trump over yours. I'm not. It's not gonna
It's not.
suddenly.
This you are not getting what I'm saying. It's not about feeling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even the word of mouth, the way we talk sometimes, we
It's
are saying
powerful,
things
right?
that exactly the way even some statement that we make, the way we make derogatory statement against our country will not actually allow that country to be prosperous. We scare away foreigners from our country. It's not going to work for us. So those are the things that we are talking about. If it's not your way, now the judgment has been delivered. All of us, let us write. There's nothing anybody will gain by bringing down that country. If you think you are in the US, you still have families in Nigeria. People, so it's to me, we should be more patriotic. We should not be, if it's not your own way today, it can be your own way tomorrow. That's the way we should see it. 4 years is nearby. So that is the way I think I will be if things are not working well, Obi still has that chance to come 2027. If I will come out stronger than now. So
See the problem I have here. This problem of whatever this court. I mean, everybody think that you won or whatever, but what this is showing, and what is going to happen, to be honest, if something doesn't change with the House of Rep or the senators trying to change the rule of the game in the next 3-4 years, if they don't change that rule, what I see coming is very dangerous. It's gonna be very disastrous, because what it shows that you can play the game as you want. That is what it's showing. And if they don't change that rule, I see a very dangerous outcome in the next. So I'm praying that they actually get that sense, which I don't feel Tinubu himself would want to
Yes.
change.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Labour Party senator that has been representing their different constituency. So how many? And they are they are crying for change before they were elected. So how many bills have they raised
No.
about what you are talking about.
This they just started. Listen, we are talking about something that will happen in the next 2 years. Before they start passing those bills, is like 2 years time. It's not even gonna be now. Before towards
But
the election, that's
they can
when
raise
those
the bills
bills.
now. They can raise the bills
That's when
now.
they're gonna be passing it. But we just like you said, this is just 90 days. So don't, if you are not blaming Tinubu, don't blame the Labour Party, whatever, because it's still fresh. Let's not bash them. No.
There's is say Tinubu, not Tinubu. Tinubu, say Tinubu. Say that.
If I'm not blaming Abado, that one I think you understand it very well. If I'm not blaming Abado, don't blame the Labour Party House of Reps.
There is Agbado, not Abado. Agbado, not Abado.
I beg, Mona, leave me now. I not be a robber.
Guys, yeah. Let's hear from Enigmatic. He hasn't said anything. So land it, yeah, Des.
Yeah,
We hear from
but
Enigmatic. Yeah.
let me just end like this. I just hope that Tinubu or Jagaban actually pass that bill. I pray that they sign it off. I really pray, because it's gonna be, we're not even gonna have a Nigeria if they don't pass that bill in the next 4 years. I just pray. Thank you very much.
Simba, do you still want to say something? Let's go to Enigmatic. Yeah.
There's which bill is that?
You can go to Enigmatic.
The bill of putting that clause they have in the Electoral Act, actually making IREV mandatory. That's what the bill I'm talking about.
Okay, that's one.
Yeah, let's say Enigmatic. Let's say Enigmatic on D. We welcome Enigmatic on D.
I did here, my brother. I did.
Dr. Ogbeni.
Thanks.
Dr. Ogbeni.
My brother.
Let me give kudos to to those who do not know. Ogbeni comes from a state that is actually a younger brother to my big brother state. So first of all, I give you kudos because at least you are still on and in the field, still actively practicing the legal profession. I know what it means to actually practice law in Nigeria. It means a lot, It's sacrifice, and then it means you really have to. It's more or less like passion, and then it takes a lot, basically. So I just pray that God will continue to be your shield and buckler, and will continue to bless you and strengthen you. So and then may the new the PhD, it shall open doors of favor, and it shall be the beginning of better things for you by the grace of God.
Amen.
So, and those of us that we've drifted so far from the legal profession, because if you know, like we're alone in the next involved, it take me on a very different thing. The PhD take me on information technology. So I think good. So that's gonna be on the but yeah, I give you kudos. So that's just by the way. You said it, and it happens. I don't really have much to say. We've said almost everything we have to say about.
Enigmatic, let me hear. Ogbeni, can you still practice in Nigeria?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've said everything. Sometimes we want to sound like we are being clairvoyants, or probably we've been too preemptive, but not. It's just that when you know how things play out, and the most important thing is that now that the dust behind the camel has been dusted off now, because like Ogbeni said, the Supreme Court is just more or less like a dressing rehearsal. They are waiting for obedience. They don't really care about Atiku, because Atiku is an establishment guy. He knows the system, and he will find a way not to not to overcross his boundary. They are very surprised. If people do not know, I said it earlier, the hostility towards these people is first because of their most lackadaisical attitude towards the court, the case. That you see their laziness. You see, it's like Kulata was, maybe speaking about some conspiratorial conversation about
Patrick,
maybe.
people like that, Giddy girl, it was just
Yeah.
lamenting.
I'm just, you see,
He
I'm very
so
chilled.
angry, man. He was so angry, man.
I'm very chilled because Obi used to be the doyen of the judiciary, and do not forget Obi is a product of the judiciary itself. But the people within that circle, they are so surprised the way he let himself down, not the judiciary now, by allowing his fascist goons to go after the judiciary, and that's why you can see the body language. If he goes to Supreme Court, it's going to be another dressing rehearsal for them. They will wash them down, seriously. So at least we've had an election, and then we have a government to run now. Those if you believe I believe this is just making mouth. You didn't tear any passport. If you leave Lagos, so that's just mouth. Now we are seeing what we've seen what the court has done. I'm not really, like I said, I don't really want to talk much about this. It's already gone, and Obi, we know where he belongs now. He knows where he belongs. The most article, I don't know what is going to happen to PDP. If there's any PDP in the building, I don't know what.
Enigmatic, I'll make it file for appeal.
Are you serious?
Yes, so I'm just reading it.
Well, of course, like I said, we're probably what I already is going to be an Obiti Lule, Ode Sukun Lori TV, Article T Sukun TSA, right? And then it's going to be another round of another round of beating, another sound beating, because you are dealing with the problem, when they said Obi is a how did they say it? Say Okute, or what did they call him? Okute, and then it's a tribunal guy. He has
Peter the Rock, Obi, Okute.
Okute, he did it in Anambra State. And I keep reminding them, do you know Obi is not facing somebody in Anambra State? He's facing the Jagaban of Nigeria politics, who you should go and read his record. Go and see how many states he flipped, not even being on the ballot by himself. Go and check the numbers of states that Tinubu flipped by virtue of his associates with a couple of his political colleagues and friends. He flipped Ekiti State for Fayemi. He flipped Osun State for Rauf Aregbesola against sitting governor Oyinlola.
Don't forget Edo.
Counting it now, he flipped Edo State from Osumbo to Oshomole. He flipped Ondo State from Agagu to Bimiko, right? He flipped what other state? Look, okay, at least we can see how many states he's been able to flip. And then when you look at the team, the number one on that team is Walola Nipekun San, right? He was the former Attorney General of Ondo State of those days, right? Former NBA president. Go and look at his legal resume, what he's been able to achieve over the years. He has taken Buhari he has won the tribunal cases up to Supreme Court for Buhari, Buhari Part 1, Buhari Part 2, right? And then I think one other person, I think 3. This will be the 4th one now. Then look at number 2 on the list, Ali Yusuf San. And when you go down, you see a lot of them, almost 50 of them. So when this guy came, and they said,
Yusuf Ali won the case for Ladoja.
So when you look at all these folks, even individually, you could see the cases they won by themselves, tribunal cases. But when Obi presented his team, Levy, he never won. But Levy was part of Atiku's team in 2019 and 2011. They were flogged, right? He has lost some other cases, but I'm not actually talking about these folks now. They are professional gentlemen, and they are doing their job. But what actually got me surprised, which I want to side by with Kulata a little bit, is either these people, they sabotage Peter Obi, or they warned him that this your case is baseless, and he just was trying to do that is okute nonsense, or probably because he's still getting some money from the obedient camp. Because either we like it or not, this is a financial venture for Peter Obi. He has made a lot of money through the obedient movement, right? So he sees it more or less like he needs to keep milking these folks, then going to court. Now he's going to Supreme Court. That's another way for him to generate funds.
Matic, do you think we'll be paid for this court process?
No, even if he does, we know where he comes through the route of the obedience. He made a lot of money through them, a lot, millions.
Can I come in, Enigmatis? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome to the platform. See, I don't have problem with them going to court, but you guys should please tell them these things they put out all over the internet, in their media, in their social handle about Nigeria. I am getting sick and tired of it. They should go, now they know they cannot bully the judiciary. They should go to Supreme Court and they should stop telling the world those bullshit about Nigeria. That's all I want.
Madam Zita, the world is. I was just reading some few things in some. I'm even surprised as I was reading maybe 5 minutes ago that even the some foreign companies this thing actually they are monitoring in some countries. I was reading some stuff now from Kenya, from Ghana, and they are talking about Obi and his lousy obedience. So now the narrative is changing, and this is why this is what I was speaking about, that he had the momentum, he had the fame, he has the wave, but he has mismanaged the capital that he had done immediately after the election. Now he's regressing, right? Most of the lies, lies will always have the expiry date. This has actually culminated into the expiry date of their lies and propaganda. There's always a way to catch up with them. I mean, Atiku, in the house of Atiku, he knew that he's been elegant. He's been doing his own thing. But I mean, we can pinpoint to where these things are coming from. What you just said now, Madam Zita, maybe some few days ago, I was on this platform speaking about, their apostate manner to CSU, to the governor of Illinois, and to some other prominent Nigerians.
Yeah, it was. If you see what they were, okay, you guys don't follow CSU. If you see what those guys were writing on that handle that made them to shut it down,
Madam Zita,
it was
I've said it. I've said it here before. Enigmatic. You guys are making a very big mistake when you're always
clarify the mistake
making this obedience, this thing. Let's first of all analyze this Chicago thing. Who actually went to court? It is Atiku. What is going on? I mean, it's almost as if Atiku, anything that happens in the space, they blame Obi.
Atiku went to court. Hold on. Atiku went to court. Hold on. Atiku went to court. Hold on.
Now it's Obi. It's almost the same. Obi is the one.
Des, look, you can speak to people in the echo chamber, right? Trying to deceive them or be deceptive. People do not have their brains, right? People do not have their brains not working correctly. We know that Atiku has been going to court. Atiku has been going to tribunals since about Macaulay years, right? Buhari went almost 4 times. This is the only time, and you can see the reflection from the judiciary, from the bench. Can't you see the body language in the bench? The woman actually let out the cat. He don't go. She basically told you guys that, do you think the social media noise will intimidate us? The biggest mistake these people made, and
that woman said it.
The biggest mistake these people made is that if you know the workings of the judiciary, you will never dare in your entire life to try to harass or intimidate them. They will mess you up. And Obi knows, and that's why most of them are mad at Obi, Do you all think it's just by coincidence that Justice Mary Odili came out to speak 3 days ago, as close as she was to Peter Obi? They are concerned and they are disappointed that this guy is acting, is pretending not to see what is happening. People can see it. People can see it. So when you say you want to analyze, they are not obedient. Who are they? Are they articulate? Are they batified? Are they kwakwasia? I was speaking about it over here the other time. Ekele was here, almost trying to cry over here. Because at the end of the day, there was a guy who came that at the end of the day, it has a lasting, extensive, and expansive, deficit now, political deficit to the Southeast. There's no way you make a departure from that. Whoever goes against them, whoever says something that is not that does not sync with the idea, they go for that person. Prior to Soludo's memo, Soludo was the cynosure of almost everybody in the Southeast and Nigeria, but all of a sudden Soludo is a Judas now. Look at the way they vehemently went after Ato Eze because he was campaigning for PDP and his political party. The same thing as Ihe Dioha in Imo State. Almost everybody. Tell me what they've not done, but are you going to deny the fact that they went after Sultan of Sokoto or or Dr. Kumuyi or Pastor Adeboye or Prof. Soyinka or the CSU or the governor of Illinois? Are they the governor? All those things, will you say they are Kwakwansia movement or articulate?
University of Chicago as well. Have we forgotten?
Yeah, that's CSU. All this their nonsense they be doing all over the place. But look, and then there's an establishment circle in Nigeria that they've seen the pattern.
Ignimatrix, let me say something. Can I say something? You see, when people do something and they come out and say, why are people saying it's me? More so when you are putting out those things in the internet. I want to let everybody listening to me this morning to understand that the internet is becoming so scopy. It's scary. Those people harassing the governor of Illinois, even me, I know their names. You can track them. It's as simple as ABC. They know them. When that judge in the court said that thing, she knew what she was saying. She wasn't joking. So even if you come out to answer Francis Roosevelt and put the face of a white man,
Madam Sita, finish your work. I want to play something to you.
And
I want you to react to it.
a white man and answer Zakobat Varanzo attacking somebody. You are just a clown. In this present day world, you are nothing but a clown because they know who you are. They know who you are. You can deceive a layman by putting that Oyibo man's picture and answering that name. It doesn't make any meaning. So I am begging Nigerians to stop putting out those things they put out about Nigeria. They cannot destroy Nigeria, but they are destroying Nigerians, including themselves. If you have any problem with anybody, call that person by their name and destroy their name, not the name of Nigerians. I am begging you guys. If Obi is doing something you don't like, say Obi. If Atiku is doing something, say Atiku. If it's the judiciary, call the judge's name and say, this judge did so, and so. This attacking everybody and anybody is becoming so unbearable. What has the governor of Illinois got to do with presidential? Well, I mean, it's just crazy.
Madam Zita, like you just made, I don't know if Thomas wanted to share a video. You just said something.
Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Let me play something, then you can react. Madam Sita, everybody listening attentively. This is what happened a day to the court case at one of Obi Dati's channel. Listen.
that are in this space must also be very careful and understand that Nigerians are demanding for justice, nothing more but justice. If you people are out, make sure you load your guns because you're going to kill a lot of people. If Samani and the other 4 judges refuse vehemently to do justice, that everybody knows and can feel what justice is. Like I've always been saying, when fire drives out fire, we will say pity pity. That is what it is. Tomorrow is either you are out or you're a coward. It's either you are out or you're a coward. So for every other person that thinks any other thing will happen tomorrow, that is just it. That is what it is. And I want to applaud Peter Obi, who has not said anything. Okay, you have said enough. And
did you hear that, or you want me to replay it?
No, we heard it.
You heard it? Yes.
Yeah.
So
Thomas, I see how my
yeah.
floor. You are wasting your time. Let me tell you something. Now, because you know they can lie they are pathological liars. They lie, you know.
No, enigmatic. Their names are here. Mr. Jude. I can be mentioned their names. Their names are here. I have their names here.
You don't even need to. There is a guy. There is an Edo guy. I think in Baltimore, in Maryland, or I know it's either Maryland or probably he stays in Maryland or maybe one of these places in the US. Or Senwenger, what's his name, from Edo State. When you see all of them, and then when you try to you know, they can be dogmatic buffoons in that cocoon, but everybody is not in that, you know, it's not in that league of idiots with them. There's no way you can be lying. Okay, would you attribute this to Kakasiya movement? Does these people look like the Northerners to you? Does these people look like articulates, articles movement to you? Do they look like Ashwaju's movement to you?
Who do they look like? They now have look.
Of course, we know how. Hold on,
let's be logical, please.
Hold on, Des.
I mean, yeah.
You know, we are always very, very conservative and very cautious, not to call names on this platform. But like I always say, right? If I mention Obedient or Peter Obi, you want to be defensive and you get mad at the end of the day, and you want to be crying and be whining like a pity baby.
You should know me by now.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you because I know now that I'm speaking, a lot of them will probably wake up from their from wherever they are sleeping now and be running to the platform, right? They want to come and challenge somebody in their mind who is speaking grammar, right? So what I'm saying is, Madam Zita, she wasn't here when I was condemning that, but because people can see it, even within our African nation brothers. Can you imagine Cameroonians who have had the misfortune of being governed or ruled by just a president for the past 40 years? They want to make shine of Nigeria. So it's a group of Confucianists. Today they want Biafra. Tomorrow Nigeria is zoo. Tomorrow somebody has turned his passport. I'm no more Nigerian. Then they flip second talking about Nigeria. They are just a bunch of...
And they will still talk about stolen mandates.
And they will still talk about stolen mandate. And they will talk about the one coup, the one military takeover. What actually do you guys want? So, and then when we say we cannot be having conversations, Madam Zita came and said, going forward, I do not want people like this, right, to respond or to interject me. I've said it on this platform too, because it's quite a travesty, right, to my personality and to my person, to have conversation with people who want their country bond, who want their country down.
Let me make a statement. See,
I'm not making a statement with you. Hold on.
I'm just making a
hold on. You've been talking for almost 7 hours.
People don't understand how this works. It's like when Nigeria does it, it's bad. This thing that you're saying now about the internet, everybody, it happens everywhere. Just that maybe you're not in tune with maybe United States platform. They bash and bash and bash what they can bash. And the thing is that we see it and we complain that people are basically damaging the image of Nigeria because we are seeing it. I'm sorry, if you go to the platforms, the American platform that I go to, the bashing is crazy. What they talk about United States, you think United States is something that you can go and
Thomas,
nothing will
can I reclaim my
come
space,
out
please?
of it. I'm saying this because don't use because people are just making statements.
I understand you,
passionate
Des.
statements.
I understand you, Des, I understand you. But my point is, look, in 2019, we had a presidential election, right? Atiku was a leading candidate against an incumbent governor, an incumbent president, Buhari, right? The running mate was Peter Obi. Atiku lost, just like Obi lost now, right? Atiku went to court, he went through the whole judicial process and everything, and up to Supreme Court. He was told to go back to his house. He went to Dubai after that to chill out, right? We didn't see all this kind of vociferous vehemence and this, counter-chaos situation all over the place in 2019. But when we are saying, when we say the preponderance, right? The preponderance when you have 70% of the apostate people, the folks who are jumping all over the place, calling for military takeover, calling for zoo, calling for this and that. When we say this is the place they come from, but you guys want to justify that, are they not obedient? Are you denying your own obedience again?
You can't say they're obedient because I'm not one of them. If you say they're obedient, you're tagging me towards them.
If you're not one of them, if you're not one of them, then it means I'm not speaking to you. Then it means I'm not speaking to you. Then it means you have to be quiet.
Say some obedience. Then try and say some obedience. Don't say obedience. Like you're generalizing.
Yes, those fascists who want Nigeria, but they are obedient. So you, in your mind, you have to find a way to disassociate yourself, or whichever way. When you call batified, hold on. When you call batified, you cannot say some batified. The one that, because when we are saying and then look, do you know the establishment? They recognize the obedience now. The obedient movement, the establishment in Nigeria, they recognize them now, and you can see what happened today in court, right? Those the honorable judges of the Supreme Court, of the Appeal Court, they did not just take their time, sweet time, right, to go through 12 hours, going, getting their comb to comb through the process of reading that stuff, so that they want Nigerians to understand that they do not want to give any chances, right, to any of the renegades from the obedience or the fascists from the obedience to have any chance or to have any leg to stand on when they get to Supreme Court. Even the most stupid Nigerian who was able or who had the opportunity to stay by the TV or probably by the radio to listen to 2 hours of that, they will know what remains of Peter Obi now and his case. So they did that deliberately because you guys were all over the place, all eyes on until DSS actually had to pull down all those nonsense, all eyes on the judiciary. I mean, we've been having elections now, and I keep saying it. General Buhari, as a retired general with a bankable 12 million votes from the north every 4 years, fervent Buharist, they never did this nonsense. This thing happened just within a year ago because you guys wanted just a...
Wait, and Matic, were you here 2015? Were you sure you're here 2015?
This guy,
you're talking like you weren't online 2015.
Are you the mouthpiece?
You know the insults we got from the Buhari team on social media.
Did you see any of the Buhari team? Hold on. Did you see any of the Buhari team going all over the world globally to assassinate Nigeria's reputation the way you guys are doing?
Can I clear something?
Yes, Madam Enigmatic.
What are you? Why would they assassinate?
Yes,
they're the one that won, though.
Desi, hold on. We know what you want to talk even before you talk. Yeah. Let's hear, Enigmatic, you still have the floor. Yeah, let's hear from Madam Sira. Yeah.
Enigmatic, there is something I wanted to clear. There is what they call pre and post-election. People should try and differentiate the two. Whatever happened in 2015 was before the election. That's what I keep telling somebody. I said, a candidate say anything when he's campaigning, I don't really hold it against him, because I will tell you he's trying to woo votes. But after the election, judgment has been served. Somebody has been given the mantle. I have never seen this kind of reaction in Nigeria. Let me repeat myself again. Difference between pre-election and post-election. In 2015, before the election, it was war. It's allowed. War of man, war of internet, abuse me, abuse you. If you don't get abused, you abuse. That is fine. But when Buhari was, even before he was declared winner, the person who is supposed to, and his supporters are supposed to make the whole trouble, congratulated him and then walked away. And everywhere went quiet. He didn't go to court.
Sorry,
In
Madam Zita,
2019, let me finish. In 2019, this
let him finish. Let her finish, rather. Let her finish, please. Yeah.
In
Go on.
2019, the same thing. During the election, it was whoa, 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 whoa. When they announced the result, then Atiku and his team went to court. This destroying Nigeria. Oh my God, I don't know if you people get the kind of clips I get that people who are not Nigerians send to me.
Madam Sita, we
people
do.
are
Some
putting
we
out
can't
about
even
my
play.
country. I don't know
Madam
whether you people
Sita.
get. I know why I'm saying this.
Madam Sita, we do get some videos. We can't even share. We can't even share online. We get them. I share with one man. Yeah.
To the extent in 2023, somebody who is a writer in Nigeria wrote to the president of America. I have never seen that level of madness before in our electoral system. So I know what I'm talking about. Nobody should tell me that we used to do it. No, we don't used to do this way. After election, everybody watch. People who wants to go to court will go to court. People will watch.
Let her land. Let her land, please. Yeah.
Even the day Atiku was in 2019, the day Buhari won Atiku in the Supreme Court, it was just where and the thing died down. This madness was not there. Imagine somebody writing to the president of America, and somebody said that is the way we do it. Did you hear what they did to us in 2015? Did you hear what they did to us in 2019? When in Nigeria has post-election becomes this dramatic that people will be calling for Dangote's refinery to be set ablaze. Are you people not seeing those clips? I mean,
Madam Zita,
I don't get it. But if you guys are comfortable with it, that's okay.
Like I told you that even the establishment, right? They know them to be fascists now. Let me read something to you here.
Just give me a minute.
I will be picking some snippet from. Look at this. Shetima didn't buy any nomination form, and he didn't contest any presidential primaries. Bringing him here in petition shows how kindergarten. How can you imagine that at law, kindergarten at law, the petitioner is? When you are seeing this kind of languages from the bench, they are poking, they are one Thessalonians, they are telling you are stupid. irrespective of your harassment and your intimidation, right, and your blackmail with you and your silly obedience. We are here now. What do you think you guys can do? So that's why they are giving this kind of messages to them, but they are not getting. They are not getting it. All they still want to do is trying to justify that. I was reading some of those things, and you can tell. Look at what that lady said now. The female judge. She referred to the social media. That's instructive for you to know that they are monitoring. They know everything that is going on. That they are being harassed. That their families are being harassed. That their relatives. That Nigeria. That all the institutions of the country is being harassed, being blackmailed by obedience that belongs to Peter Obi, and Peter Obi was quiet, mute, pretending like he didn't know. You think they don't know? You think they are stupid, like the obedience, that they want to flip everything and lie about everything? Why is Atiku? Why is Atiku? Why are we not talking about Atiku? Atiku had a better chance, because
The
at the
only
end of the
reason
day,
why you're not talking about Atiku,
if
you
this
don't
thing
want to talk about
actually
him
goes
magic.
to second round, let's assume it goes to second round. Peter Obi wouldn't be on the ballot. It's going to be between Atiku and Tinubu now. Why do you think because they know they have more people who have character, and they've seen elections, and they have the maturity, right, to understand that this is politics and this is just election. And after everything will move on. People will move on. But these people, they will tell you they want justice. They want the judiciary must do the right thing. The right thing to them is until they declare Peter Obi. That's the right thing to them. Or they should go and burn down. Or they should go and burn down Dangote refinery. Or they should go and burn down the airport. Or they should go and burn down the train. Or they should burn down Nigeria. Or they should say Nigeria belongs to the zoo.
Let me say
Enigmatic,
this. Let me
please,
say this
Madam
before
Zita,
I
let me
leave.
just
I
give me
don't.
1 minute.
It's like you. It's
Give me 1 minute.
it's like Des is not even getting my point.
Let me say
I'm getting your point. Give me 1 minute, Madam
Yeah,
Zita, please.
my
I
point
haven't
is,
said anything.
don't you say I don't want to have conversation with fascists? Don't you see that?
Madam Zita made a statement. Okay, I wasn't talking to you. Let me just make a statement. He made a statement that I haven't seen such a thing before. But I will ask you this question, and I need everybody to be truthful. 2015, I was in this space, and I had so many insults on me because I didn't want to vote for Buhari. A lot of insults was thrown at me in social media. Someone even threatened my life at one point. And even we were in that space that the vice president actually threatened to form another form of government if they didn't win. And you feel and you think if they didn't actually win, we wouldn't have something worse than this. If you think and if you feel that we wouldn't have something worse than this, if Buhari didn't win in 2015, then I think you're probably, I don't know, you just been lying to yourself, I would say. Let me use a pleasant word. You're lying to yourself. Because 2015, if Buhari actually lost, we will be in a big mess. We will be in a big mess.
You see, I have said it and I will say it again. This is one of the reasons I said I will not take interjections from some kind of people, because I don't like this to and photo and photo and
God bless
photo.
you, Mama Zita.
I don't base my submission on my imaginations. I base my submission on facts and what is on ground, probably what has happened. So for me to sit down and start imagining that if Buhari has lost, that vice president would have formed his own government or whatever. As I said before, that's why I said there are some people I will be taking interjections from. As I said before, I said whatsoever anybody said pre-election, form of campaign, anything then to somebody like me who watch election, analyze the election, and we say, that was strong, but He was just trying to woo. After all, in everything you find a way around, even the pastors in the church, they try a way to put fear and guilt in you to get out whatever they want to get out for, to get you to submit to God if I want to be nice. So anything before then, I said it before when I was making my statement, I don't count it. But after then, that's when it becomes an issue. And I said it, and let me say it again. We have not had it this bad after then. We have not had it this bad after then. So this, let me say this, because some people will misunderstand me. I am not saying you should not criticize what is happening in your country. No. I am not saying you should not show your grievances by demonstrating or anything if it is peaceful. That is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, please, if you have anywhere, anybody in any of our institutions that are doing something you feel it is not good, or you think the person is doing it the wrong way or going against the constitution or something, please call that person by his name. Call them by their name and criticize them. Do not criticize the institution, and do not criticize Nigeria. Nigeria is a nation, not a human being. That is what I'm saying this night. If you think, what is his name? Was Jega or whatever, whosoever, the way he managed the election, call him by his name. Don't call INEC. INEC is our institution. That is what I'm saying. These guys are destroying our institutions and our country, thinking they are destroying our institutions, our country, but actually they are destroying the Nigerian citizens. Call them by their name, not by their nation, not by their institution. That's what I'm saying. Call them by their name, not by their tribes. That's what I'm saying. You have every right to criticize whatever is happening in a country. But who made that thing you want to criticize to happen? Call that person by their name. That way it will be easier for you to stop it. That generalizing INEC. And you go all over the internet to tear down that institution. Look, I'm sick and tired of this madness. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if you guys are comfortable with it, I am not.
You made a statement of pre-election and post-election.
Thomas,
I mean,
let me
what has
just
happened so far? What has
Thomas,
happened so far in Africa? Thomas, let me just finish this. Just give me 1 minute.
That comment. Enigmatic has the floor. Yeah. Yeah.
Enigmatic has had the floor for hours, but let me finish this.
I just
Which
came.
hours? Which hours? It just
20
came in now.
20
What
minutes
are you?
ago.
What are you? That is the problem I'm having. Hold on. Enigmatic, hold on.
You know,
That's the
you should
problem
know
I'm
that
having
I'm
with.
just kidding now. Calm down. I'm just saying that he's had it for a long time. That's what I mean.
No,
Not
that's all right.
hours. It's
I thought
basically
maybe
what
you
I
want to
mean.
go the route of obedience again, lying to people.
You
Yeah.
should understand.
Go
I
on.
mean, like he's had it for a long time.
Yeah, that's all
I'm
right.
saying that pre-election and post-election, yes, you are right, Madam Zita, but we all saw what happened after the election in the United States and what has been happening in most African countries after election, coups after coups after coups. Things are changing. So if you think that you haven't seen it before, doesn't mean that things are not changing. We're not dressing the same dress code last 5 years. Everything is changing. That's the truth. You can't always do things the way you have done it before. So I don't know about it. I'm just saying that whatever needs to change in Nigeria needs to change fast. Do you get? That's just what I have to say. I rest my case. Enigmatic, you can talk your Bible.
Enigmatic, please let me hear about Adewale before I go. Adewale's eyes is on the judiciary. Can you people see that?
Yeah, you take no saying at me. I want to see when that said our president then deny him manhood. That's why now.
And then while your eye don't they melt too.
They deny my president his manhood. That is not right.
Your eye is melting.
Adewale, why did you change your name? Why did you change your name?
Because
our
manhood was
see you
stolen.
guys
Now.
some other time.
Thank you, Madam Sita.
So just to land my point, now at least I'll give kudos to the judiciary, right? They stood their ground. They looked into the eyes of these there's no way I won't call them, some bunch of vagabonds. They look into their eyes and they punch them in the face, and they did their job excellently well. And God will continue to bless them wherever they are. And then now the institution of the country, at least we can all work together and make them work, right? And then now we can see we can 100 days gone, there are more days to come. We pray for the leaders to do the right thing. And then I want this to actually go to the Supreme Court. Now that Kulata confirmed that they've already filed to go to the Supreme Court, which I really like, because I want them to put it.
They already filed?
Yeah, he said they already filed because
wow.
They have limit. I think they have within 90 days to wrap it. I think November 6th everything must be done, so they have to get on it very fast.
So
I really
is this the same ridiculous case they're still going to adjudicate in Supreme Court?
Well, the Supreme Court process is quite different now. There are several stages. There are several procedures or several stages or processes that they will have to bypass or skip at the Supreme Court level. So after they file their cases and everything, whatever they have now at this level, at the appellate level, they will definitely transfer everything to Supreme. And if there's anything I thought they need to add to that will be at an exceptional level case that will have to have the concurrence of course, the justices of the Supreme Court before they can have that into admission. So all the shenanigans that went through all the processes and stuff at the appellate level, you won't see that in the Supreme. They will just adopt their cases, and then they will call them to come and listen to their lashing, the final lashing. I want them to have a final lead. At least the ABJ 25, know where they belong. We know where the 460,000 the civil forfeiture. We try to lecture them on that several times. They wouldn't listen. So everything now is very clear. So, and when they go to Supreme Court, I can tell you confidently, right, that they are going to take another round of lashing from the Supreme Court. There's nothing, nada, zilch, right, will come out from Supreme Court. The only thing that will come out from Supreme Court is that it's going to encapsulate Peter Obi's embarrassment, right, and it's going to make him a further mockery within the political space. That's it. Atiku is already a jagaban in electoral misfortunes and failures, so it's not new to that. So Obi will take over from where Atiku will stop, and Obi will probably going to be the next perpetual presidential contestant going forward. Now that is just I'm very happy that they've proceeded to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will put a final lead on it, and then probably we'll see the obedience the next 1 week, 2 weeks, going back to their home, to the Biafra, to the IPOP space. Simon Ekpa will probably become a further. We make more millions from them now going forward, because of course we know they had an agenda before Obi came, and they morphed into the obese wave, and now that everything is already scattered, and then do not forget that Tinubu's government now right? They will start dealing with these people decisively. The case, Fashola's case is moving, interestingly in court. It's going very good. The guy, they have a prima facie case against the guy now, and then they are already looking for the other for his right? I think they've launched the Interpol against them. If they've left Nigeria, the police, they are looking for them. They've declared them wanted. So things we get into things we get full cycle with them, and they either ship up. Of course, we can see the ones in Nigeria. Those ones they've moved on. They are doing their businesses. It is just the ones that are still abroad, like Des, Pansat, and all of them that are threatening fire and brimstone behind their laptop or probably on the camera. So God bless Nigeria. Nobody will burn Nigeria down because of an election or because of the interest of a politician. Because at the end of the day, the interest comes first. And then I will just say, that's all I have to say. And then let's just keep hoping for the best for Nigeria and for Nigeria.
Thank you, Enigmatic. It's always excellent. Enigmatic on D. That is our second lawyer.
Can I ask him a question before he leaves?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have you greeted me?
General, before you ban me, greetings. So let me greet you properly. Greetings to the great before you ban me like you do them. So, but let me just ask Ogbeni a question, please. Enigmatic, please. Sorry. I think one aspect that we're not paying attention to is what's going on in the Labour Party. There's this Robodinho going on in the Labour Party. How do you think that turns out for Peter Obi? Because lately he's turned himself into some kind of kingmaker where he then appoints, sidelines the primaries in his own party, where he wants to be the person that decides who becomes what, even though just a member. So how do you think that ends up for him with the backdrop of what just happened in the tribunal today? That was my question for the lawyer.
If I have to speak briefly on what will happen, of course, I will just have to judge by his political antecedent, right? I know at a point when the heat is on for him now, and he will definitely take off. When the heat becomes hotter for him. So I'm basically counting my fingers. It's just when is it gonna eventually decamp from Labour Party?
You think it's going because Lamide is waxing stronger. That camp is they're getting momentum as well. So you think, okay.
Even if Lamide is not waxing stronger, if they are not getting momentum, right? Labour Party itself, they've been in existence for a long time, and they have their modus operandi, they have their culture there, right? This guy basically came, it's more or less like it's a usurper right now in Labour Party, and they are patiently waiting for him to, wrap up his legal issues and just move on with his obedience. Because technically, obedience are not part of Labour Party, right? On the card now, the only person who is a member of Labour Party is Peter Obi, by virtue of him running as their presidential candidate and then being probably a card carrying member. But 90% of the obedience, I can even be bold to say 96%, 95% of the obedience, right? They are not part of Labour Party. So when you look at the political trajectory of most of the obedience, the obedience now all over the world, all of them, they have their affiliation with PDP. And that's why you see a lot of them are very mad at APC and Tinubu, because they will never forget Tinubu for the roles he played. They still believe Tinubu played a major role, right? Dethroning Jonathan, supporting Buhari. So that's one of those, especially those as Edo Delta axis. That's why you see them,
So basically, when Peter Obi went to Edo a few months ago, that was pretty much a PDP rally, just masquerading as Labour.
everything you see in the obedience you see in Labour Party now, you know, they will tell you they are not part of Labour Party, they are obedient.
Right.
They just don't want to tell you they are naturally PDP.
PDP affiliated. Okay.
Yeah, they are PDP affiliated. So when everything settles and then Obi Lagimore finally he gets the final lead from Supreme Court, the Apapa, the PDP, the Labour Party, they will easily ease him out and let him go with his struggle and disobedience. Then they will
do you feel like he is already planning his own exit right? Do you think that he's already planning his own exit right now?
Now that I started by saying going by antecedent, right?
Right.
Going by antecedent, I can confidently say if he lives by that by the trajectory of his antecedent, then we can be saying he's already out of Labour Party. He's just probably hanging in there, you know, to fulfill the final lap of his political endeavor before he moves on. Because eventually, once again, going by the trajectory of his antecedent, then there's every clear understanding that there's a possibility that he will decamp. And then, you know, he's been meeting with Atiku. He's been meeting. He's never left. He's an Atiku boy. They will never leave each other alone, right? And he's naturally a PDP guy. So do not forget that Labour Party was supposed to be a political vehicle for him, right? A political vehicle. But fortune smiled on him. Political fortune smiled on him because he had the momentum of the whole of the Southeast behind him, right? So the Surge suddenly became like a political capital for Labour Party. Labour Party, they are not an ambitious political party. They just want to be in the system.
More like a coalition and regional and local politics. Yeah.
Just come every 4 years, pick up any political destitute as their presidential candidate.
Win few seats in the House or maybe that. Yeah,
go to the election and then come back with like 6,000 votes, presidential votes, and then take their money from INEC. You know, when you run election, there are still some subventions that you take from INEC. So those are those things that I always focus on. Go and look at their presidential candidates. When they had Dele Momodu, I think he made like 6,000 votes. Prior to Dele Momodu, they had somebody else who made maybe similar votes, right? Mm-hmm. So it was Obi now that changed the momentum for them, right? And then they know the legacy members of Labour Party themselves, the Apapa group, they know that Obi is just a meddlesome interloper for a moment. It's just a temporary tenant,
right?
Tenant.
So you think, okay? So you said it's going to decamp. I agree with you. So it goes back. So that would be PDP that you're pretty much saying that it goes back to them.
Do
you see a different place that he can end up in?
Well, I see two choices for him: either ABGA or PDP. So he will have to find a balance. If he goes to ABGA, what will be the choices and the chances for him? Because he will have to contend with his old foes who do not like him. They are still there in ABGA. The people that he messed up when he left. And then Soludo is there now as the leader of ABGA, so to say, being the only governor that they have. And then if he has to go to PDP, then he will have to go and deal with the likes of Wike and maybe so whichever way it goes. For now, I would just call him a political. It's amphibious now, the way it is. But he will definitely have to make, because we can say categorically that he does not have that leadership capacity, right? To build a team. What people were suggesting at a point was that he was going to use Labour Party more or less like like his political home, and probably build that party to a national prominence, and then maybe because of what he was able to achieve. Because do not forget, one thing is working for Peter Obi. He has the whole of his region behind him, right? So far, so good. He has that benefit. That's the benefit that Sowore does not have. Even put Sowore in Labour Party today, right? The whole of Ijaw on the southwest will not kill behind Sowore now. That's the difference between him and and the
because Showore tried to run away from that tribal label. Even he said like, "I'm not. Don't call me." I remember he had this interview done a while back, and he didn't want anything, so he never really aligned himself with being. He wanted to go as being a Nigerian and a centrist. So that
yeah,
kind
even,
of
even if he does, hypothetically, let's assume that he does, right? There's no way the whole of the Southwest will queue behind Showore now.
right. You wouldn't have
that's
that.
the difference. There's no way the whole of Southwest will queue behind Showore, because either we like it or not, 90% of the South is queued behind Peter Obi. So he has the numbers from his region. Showore does not have that.
All right.
So
Can I ask you one more question before, because I know we have other people on the platform that want to talk, because so it's a two-part question. The first part is it's my opinion, my belief that Peter Obi pretty much sealed the fate of the Southeast when it comes to the presidency. They had a little narrow chance, but the way this kind of transpired during the last elections, it sealed it. Number two, a person like a Chinedu with a brain might be the hope of presidency for the Southeast. I mean, someone that is like a mixed tribe, but has some kind of Igbo in him or her, will be more viable than just somebody that is just pure out of the Southeast. Am I too far-fetched for saying that?
But this is an inconvenient conversation for a couple of them that they don't want to listen.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
That was the reason Ekene was always, getting on my nerves the other day, because what I was doing was I was speaking to the political damage he has caused his region and his political colleagues, his brothers, so to say now, quote and unquote, what he's been able to do to them by his selfish and then his greedy political attitude so far, because he had that wave and that momentum, but he fails to actually live up to it when he needed to do that, right? So immediately after the election, he was supposed to make some moves. I think you even called it here that he was supposed to make some national, comment, like a communique to his labor movement, to his obedient movement. Let's do it, this guy. Let's do it like this guy. We are still Nigerians, some kind of words like that. But he was milking their aggressiveness and their malevolence, so to say. He couldn't call them to order. So at the end of the day, he couldn't maneuver politically because they already got him. So now when you look at when you try to probably extrapolate the deficit of that, right, to the region now you do not forget we have an ABGA, a sitting ABGA government in the Southeast as we speak. We have PDP. Do we have PDP? Yeah, we have PDP government in Enugu State.
Right.
We have two APC in Imo and Ebonyi State, and we have a Labour Party in Abia State, right? So they do have multiplicity of political parties, right, under one roof now. Then with Peter Obi now having to have basically politically demarcated the structure, right, with the Southwest as it is now, and then with the North as it is. So, and the South, they are basically protecting their own political interests going forward because they've seen the political deficits and damage he has caused. So they are protecting themselves. That's why you see the likes of Akpabio and the whole of the South vehemently, queued behind Akpabio to ensure that he was able to secure this Senate presidency. And they know that whatever comes to the South, between the Southeast and South, with their political posture so far, they have a stronger, let me say, they have a stronger chance of clinching that position, right, from the Southeast, because Obi basically has destroyed a lot of things for them, but they don't want to listen to it. When you have that kind of conversation, as we are having it now, generally, but they want to reduce it, right? They want to basically reduce it to a personal conversation that you are attacking this and you are attacking that. But it's a general conversation, just like we have it in the Northwest and Northeast. When you look at the synergy that is between Kwakwanso now, right? When you look at the Kwakwanso synergy with the Tinubu's government so far, with Shetima and Ribadu, do not forget we have like two prominent Northeast folks now in Aso Rock, Ribadu from Adamawa State, a Kanuri man, Kanuri stroke Fulani man, and then we have a core Kanuri man, Shetima, right, in Aso Rock. But when you see what the role Kwakwanso is playing now, he's playing that kind of a role that he won't be like a spoiler should anything come to that neighborhood. Nobody can actually pin Kwakwanso or the Kwakwasiya movement as strong as they could be too, right? You cannot have have an equivalent of the damage, right? You cannot basically associate them with any damage as you would or as you could to the obedient. And by extension, you cannot say Kwakwanso is damaging the interest, right, or the position or the chances of any Northwest political movement or any Northwest.
Yeah, if I can interject, enigmatic, if you don't mind. Okay. When it comes to B and his obedient people, followers, let's not kind of pretend that there's plenty or unlimited opportunity for Southeasterners or OB. No, this election, this past election was like, do or die, and we know the reason why. Because if they didn't get it, which they didn't, of course, they have to wait another 8 years, actually 16 years, because they know it has to rotate back to the north. So, in hindsight, what Obi is doing, really, can we really blame him? There's a one second. There's a reason why. I don't know where the term came from. Micro zoning. There's a reason why that term came from somewhere, because they've not been. I know not to blame any regional political party, but in overall, they've not really played their politics the right way.
So excuse me, sir. Let me ask you a question. I want you to answer. Be honest with me. Tinubu rules for 8 years. It goes up north and it comes down south. So if he falls between south and southeast, who do you think people are going to vote for?
South, and southeast.
So Tinubu does his 8 years.
Oh yeah,
and it comes down. Who do you think people are going to vote for? Southeast or south?
Well, it's quite clear that the south people are playing their politics.
End of story. So that's my point.
Well, now. So then, do you realize, or do you understand the desperation? There's no doubt about it. It is the desperation on the part of the obedience of Peter B.
Why the desperation? Is because you did not play your politics right. It's not because you had to win now. No, if you play your politics, it's going to come to you. Just play your politics.
No. Let's not go that route. Nothing comes. It would not have come. It would not have come to. Quickly, it would not have come to.
Hold on. Why must we always cater to people's emotions and not be honest with them? Why do we always have to do that? Why?
Well, it's not. See, again, I did allude to the fact that the Southeasterners they don't play their politics well, and they put their eggs in one basket.
No, lie to them. You'll be fine. And when it goes up there, when it comes down, it's your turn. Keep lying to them. Go ahead.
No. Well, they don't say. Come on, we know they are smart, but somehow, some way, when it comes to politics, they've not been able to align themselves. And if you look at their antecedents and the way they've come about in politics, from the coup d'etat all the way to present day Nigeria, they've not been able to play that politics the way it should be played. And quite frankly, if the Southwest didn't have a politician like Tinubu, do you think so? Like Buddy George or this last vice president will be the one negotiating or dealing for us? They're not going to win. You need somebody with that kind of mentality and skills adroit like Tinubu, right? That knows how this game works. He's been planning this for a very, very long time. But if you look at the Southeasterners, which individual would you say has been planting the seed for a very long time to be able to have the opportunity to assume that position?
Bro, because you're my cousin, so let me be nice. Cousin, hold on, listen. For a second. Everybody in South Africa don't like Tinubu. So it's not about like this is the thing about politics. Most of these are done behind the scenes. It's the behind the scenes. Forget the public display or optics. That's not it's not real politics. Real politics is played behind the scenes.
I agree.
So that's that has been the issue. It's not about the people or what. Forget them for a second. It's the powerful amongst you behind the scenes. Behind the scenes.
Yes. Let me just let me make my final comment so I can leave. But I think you get my point, and people can reason without
I get you. But thank you for responding. Thank you. Yeah,
let me just make my final point. What I want to say is that one thing, Nigerians, I think we do not appreciate, God's love for Nigeria much as we should, because when you see some countries in Africa, they basically have less issues than we do, and they can't even survive it. We've had a lot of issues. We've had a lot of encumbrances that could have turned down the country, but God is still standing for us. So now today marks the culmination of Tinubu's long journey to vindication. Regardless of the vehement viciousness against him. So every single matter as we see it now, some of us on this platform that we've fervently championed during the course of the campaigns in the aftermath and in their aftermath has now been incontrovertibly substantiated at the tribunal. So this reaffirms, the timeless wisdom of steadfastly upholding your beliefs, even when they appear to swim against the prevailing current situation or tides. In the end, history unfailingly exonerates the righteous. As you can see, we've been righteously guided by the spirit of the law and the doctrine of law and doctrine of the patriotism, some of us. And then my heartfelt, so once again, heartfelt felicitation to His Excellency, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for this resounding judicial vindication. Now dispelling the malevolent fabrications that besmirch his character. No, I mean, we can see what happened during the campaign, even after the campaign, as we even speak. So it's now incumbent upon those, this is very instructive now, very incumbent upon those who peddled this untruth to introspect and embrace his governance and the imperative of the national reconciliation. So I wish all Nigerians well, and we should be patriotic enough not to tear Nigeria down because our candidates do not win an election. That's all I will say, and I wish everybody well.
All right, thank you so much, and maybe next time when you come on the
show, go on here, Babati, go on.
I say maybe next time, even though I don't want us, because you are a lawyer, we have other experts and rational minds on the platform. I don't want us to give up on the Southeast politically. I think we can help them help themselves. Even though right now you might not be the best in the city, but I think we still have some kind of, we should help them help themselves, because I'm sorry, they need it. I'm sorry.
Babati, of course.
Just a Big Daddy, just a second. Just a proviso, Babati. The difference between me and Ogbeni, the doctor now, our new crowned doctor, the difference between me and Ogbeni is still actively, on and in the field of legal practice, right? I have, for now, I'm not really actively doing that. So, but that's just to let you understand, basically.
All right.
So that's why I defer to him to handle some of the technical issues when it comes to
all right. But I really I value your opinion, and thank you for coming up today and sharing your view. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Enigmatic, multi pop champagne Kotodio for the platform.
Okay, Babati, to answer to interject real quickly. For the Southeasterners to take the presidency, you know then that the Yoruba nation or the Southwesterners have to abandon their ambition for the position. Isn't that the case?
Are you asking a question?
I'm with no.
Yes,
bro.
yes. Remy, you will come after. I will come after.
This is what I'm saying. Once Tinubu does his 8 years and it goes up north, when it comes down south, no Yoruba in their right minds will want to even contest, and even when they do, nobody will back them.
I'm sure. Why not? Why do you have that confidence? Why not?
I'm sick because of the way people from the Akpabio and his boys, the way they are playing the long game now. People from the south side, they are playing the long game. They're not playing for the next 16 years. They know down the road, when it goes up, we support Southwest. We do everything that they want. When it goes up north, we support them. That way, when it comes down south, you have the political leverage. That's what they are doing. So that's where I'm saying that when it comes down south, it's not going to Yoruba, because the people from the Delta area, they are playing their politics right.
But we're talking about 16 years from now. 16 years from now, if he's going to come back to the South. So are you telling me there's no somebody being groomed right now in the Southwest, or I mean, that they have the ambition also to I mean, 16 years from now is a long time in politics, and by that time, who knows where the interest is southeastern or south would be by then. Who's to say that the Southeast would not come around somehow, somewhere with a great candidate, maybe like Saludo, or I don't know, someone like Mogalu, of course not Mogalu himself, but somebody of that character.
No. Anybody running for office down south when this thing is over will be in their 40s right now. So just think about anybody in their 40s right now is going to be viable to run in the next 16 years. That's what you should look at.
Babati, the problem here is that this guy, Obi, have really shut the door against other contestants. Unfortunately for the Southeast, the way they play their politics is totally different from the other region of the country. They don't have one singular person they can rally around. And if Obi had played this game very well, taking all of them along, most of them also lost their senatorial seat because of Obi wave in the Southeast, and they kept quiet. But instead of him to go back to all of these people and find a way to talk to them so that they can rally around him in the next 4 years, he didn't do that. He continued to gloat over them. So unfortunately for him, for the next 16 years, it's going to be very difficult for an average Southwesterner person to vote for a Southeastern candidate. It's good in a presidential election. It's like this particular court verdict. To me, I give the star to INEC because this is one of the best elections since 1999. Look at it. Even the two candidates, they cannot even come up. They cannot go to the tribunal with all the polling unit results because there is no way to dispute it. Nobody is giving them credit for this. If they didn't have a way to dispute this result, they would have gone to that place. Look at what the judges are saying.
Remy, can we clap for Mahmoud Yakub?
Of course, we can clap for him. He did a wonderful job, but nobody is giving him credit. If you look at all the judges, they are telling us that you want to dispute an election and you are not here with the polling unit result to compare and contrast. You are not here. You are just giving us a blood result from IREC. Who cares about that?
Do you know what one of the judges said, the female one? He said, but some states you won, is it not the same INEC that conducted the same election there?
So, and apart from that, the usage of BFAS for accreditation and authentication, it has reduced to the minimum of you changing results at the polling unit because people that accredit, they have photos, they have their fingerprint. So why can't they go to the court and tell us that those people that voted, the faces or something, they are totally different? So you can say we should give it to INEC, but unfortunately, the way I see it, the only way the South can really make a claim to this presidency in the next 16 years is that in the next 4 years, if they all voted for Tinubu, that is when we know they are serious. But for now, between the both of them, the South is playing a wonderful game. The South, I mean, if they continue to play this game and 4 or 6 states or 5 or 6 states vote,
exactly. Oh, tell you because like I'll tell him, Daddy, they are playing the long game. Is the point?
If they play this game, then, and I'm telling you the truth, on average, because that Southwest will now be the bride. You have to cut them, and I think they will go along the South.
Well, yeah, but they are playing. I don't know who that person is or would be, but they are playing. The South is playing the game against Tinubu's protege in the Southwest, and I don't know who that is. But I mean, I want to see how it happens, and quite frankly. If the Southwest decides to say, "Hey, ends off, we're not running for the presidency," don't you think this would be a golden opportunity for the Southeasterners to take the mantle?
Golden,
Um,
but
But
where
unfortunately,
no.
unfortunately for
Daddy,
them,
where is the political investment? Where is the political capital? You must have that to win. That's what we're telling you.
But I know,
Where is
but
the
that's what I'm saying.
investment?
16 years from now, I don't think, quite frankly, unless you guys know, I don't think anybody knows the candidates that is
on
to that is to emerge from the south or the southeast, even the southwest. Nobody knows right now. It's still far
the
away.
only thing, Prince Daddy, the only thing the Southeasterner can do now, if they can, if they can find a way to play their politics to national politics, if they continue to go en masse to their
Remy,
yeah,
if you don't mind, make that submission. I want you guys to speak on the what they call it, the results. You Babati haven't spoken. You self haven't spoken. I don't want
okay,
us to
I will
deviate.
quickly
Yeah,
say
yeah,
this. I just want to
yeah.
say that if they continue to play their game like this, then they will never. It's going to be very, very difficult for them, for people to trust them and to believe in.
Remy, hold the break right there. Okay, what are you to say about Buhari himself? It wasn't like Buhari was just so much a great politician. If it wasn't for Tinubu that came about, that amalgamated the south, the north and the south, especially the southwest, Buhari would not have had a chance. So
No. You can see that the game Buhari was playing, Buhari have a large chunk of vote from the north. He only need to align with a region.
With the southerner, with the
but
western and southerner.
he was not able to do that for three times consecutively. He was not able to do that.
Hold on. You only need to align with a region that they come together to form a bond. And luckily for him, during that time, Southwest is under the AD or ACN. So all 5 or 6 states are in Tinubu's hand. So whatever he say at that particular moment, before that time, Buhari has been picking candidates from the southeast. But when you look at the terms of in the southeast, a lot of people don't believe in him. They don't even like him.
Well, you see, the failure of the southeasterner really lies in the lap of Atiku. Atiku, that's a friend to Peter Obi. So that's such a conundrum, if you ask me, because
And apart from that, the people from that place too, I don't know what you have been in the party for a long time. They should have make a big claim that this past election that PDP should pick somebody from Southeast. They should have played that game very well. And I know if they played that game very well, Obi will not be their candidate. They will have picked another person entirely. And that person would have been acceptable to all Nigerians. But
because that's what I was actually personally, people don't actually, I was actually upset about that. The fact that a Southeasterner did not come up in from the PDP.
Not like that, and some of them just sell their people by even
Exactly. They see. There's a lot of there are a lot of things at play here. There's a lot of things at play here. Keep in mind. Keep in mind. Wicked.
Prince, hold on. Can I ask you a question? How many Southeasterners were running in the primaries of PDP, if you remember?
I can't remember. I only know about Wiki that was prominent. Wiki was prominent.
No, hold on.
Prominent.
Hold on. This is now. I'm getting to the point. In the APC primary, if you remember, the only Southwestern that did not step down for Tinubu was the VP. Yes. Everybody else did what? They stepped down. In the PDP, all the Southeasterner, nobody came down for each other. They all stayed. You see what I'm saying?
They didn't step down.
Don't make those behind the scenes first.
See, if you remember, the problem was Wiki. See, Wiki had that party, the PDP ticket, almost in his mind, almost sealed. But they came about the Southeasterners. They were not going to support Wiki, so they sold him out. They sold Wiki out. It was plain sight because we saw what happened. They didn't support Wiki, but at the end of the day, they didn't have a viable candidate. Of course, they have Peter Obi, but guess what? Atiku already paid. He already bought the ticket. You know, that's why the only option was Atiku, and Obi wasn't going to be a VP to Atiku the second time around. And that was the reason why he ejected himself from the party. It was quite clear. but Wiki was the man to go for it. Now, that's the dynamic in the PDP. The South and the Southeast dynamic. Now they need their own vehicle, so to speak, to project themselves. Now, what would it be? Is it a Labor? I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe they have to go back to ABGA. ABGA can't do it. So now is the return back to PDP. How are they going to rebuild PDP, and who is going to lead PDP in the next election is the question.
So that is where the problem lies. Don't be surprised if this old man, Atiku, is also going to come back in the next 4 years. He's already playing that politics again, because at the end of the day, that party is going to be fragmented, and a new party will come out from it, and probably they will kick Atiku out. And for the Southeasterner, now they don't even know where to belong. Is it to go along with Obi? I doubt that. Is it to continue to put all their eggs in Habga? I also doubt that. Is it to some of them are in APC? They are not even sure whether to stay in APC or go back to their regional party. So what I'm trying to say is that
Remy, categorically we can say Wike is out already from PDP.
Even if it's not out, Wike is not going to contest for any presidential election.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's not going to do that. But he's going to play a game. If you are kicking me out, I'm going to make sure that this party die for life. That's what he's going to do. They are going to that party to say that you that's the game they are playing. Okay, you want to kick us out? Let's see how this party is going to survive. And I bet you, if PDP does not care,
but Remy, they already killed the party, isn't it?
They are waiting for the final final burial. Okay, that's what they are waiting for. It's a chess game now in the PDP. You, Atiku, and the gang make any move to fire me, and then let's see what will happen. Because I think Wike is not only alone; he's still in alliance with Makinde and the rest. And there's so many power broker in PDP. They are still in Wike camp, and Wike, no matter what, he knows how to bring people to him.
Remy, Nigerian politics is funny. And Wike is a minister in Tinubu's cabinet.
Yes. But Atiku only knows, Atiku game is this. When the election comes, that is when he throws his money.
Wike will leave that party. He's just waiting for the normal time to leave.
He already dared them. Let them sack him and see what will happen.
And he's going with Wike.
Well, for 8 years, for about 4 years or so, it was Wike that carried PDP on his back financially and otherwise. So, and because we know, again, Peter B is not surprising. We know he's antecedent. He's not a builder. When the party was left there, he didn't do nothing to help PDP, and that's why he's able to jump from one party to another. But I was going to submit this though to the Southeasterners. Quite frankly, the way they need to play their politics, I think they need to come this coming election and literally kowtow to Tinubu in order to gain political capital for the next 16 years, because they have to build their way up. Because for them to really win or do something magical in the South, the Yorubas have to give up. They have to give up their ambition. I think they can deal with the South. I think they have the strength and wherewithal to deal with the South. But if the Yorubas have to play,
they are aligned with the South. You can see Akpabio, Wike, and all these minister of sports, a lot of ministers from that place, strong political alliance from that place. I believe.
Align with who?
With Southwest.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the Southwest needs to give it up. They have to come out and say, we're not interested anymore. Now, South, and Southeast, go deal with it in the South.
And do you think Southwest will do that?
Well, that's what I was telling Babati. That's what I was saying to Babati. That's what they have to do.
Never do that.
Well, that's what they have to do. Well, of course, they can, Thomas.
Unless they play the game that Southwest can trust them. Southwest
Exactly.
will never align with you if you are not being trusted. Never.
Thomas,
Yeah?
Southwest
Yeah?
is not going to go for presidency in the next 16 years when it's come back to the South. So I think if the South,
I'm sorry. What give you that confidence? How you know that?
I will tell you what gave me that confidence. This time around, some of our guys they voted for Obi, and some of our guys really voted for Atiku. As you can see from the result, we are liberal-minded. It's true, but what pans out in this election have given us have let us rethink about everything in totality. If you love your brother from another region, please don't love him 100%. You have to put a stick, you have to put a check into it. Unfortunately for the Southeast, the way this guy played that politics does not sit down with the majority of the Southwesterner. I'm talking about
just go on.
Majority of the Southwesterner does not sit very well with that. The way the South are playing this politics, if they continue to play this politics, and in the next 4 years they continue to vote for Tinubu, I won't lie to you. They will probably, if they play their game very well, if I were them, I will not go for any vice presidency under the northern candidate. Let's give it to people like Umai as the vice president. And if they pick the vice president in APC against a northern candidate, then you forget it. That means the presidency is going to the South in 16 years. It's so easy to play. That is it. And I see that Umai as a vice president candidate to any northern candidate in the next 8 years. And if he gets it, and they had there for vice president for 8 years to 2016, what do you expect? Do you think they'll play their game very well? They go to the South as the president. And the Southwest will play along with the South. It's easy. The only way they can name a stake now, I don't see how it happens. They don't have a particular leader that any one of them can run around that this is our leader. This is the person that when he says yes, everybody support him. That's what the Yoruba have. Yoruba are so lucky that each time they always have someone that they can galvanize, someone who they can support, someone who they can listen to. But they don't have it in the South and the Southeast. But the South are trying to actually manage the system. Look at Jonathan. Look at the way he warmed his heart to Buhari. Look at the way he's going to meet Tinubu too. He's just playing her head. They are playing her head. And you in the Southeast, what are you playing her head? Who is your leader? Who is playing this game like all these South leader? Look at what they are. Look at Jonathan. Look at Ojili. That Peter Odili before is coming out again. They are trying to sweeten the way for Wike in future. If Wike perform very well, that is another president you are seeing in your hand in the next 16 years. Don't be surprised.
And he has contested. People has knew him already. He has contended for primary, and he did very well.
If he can perform in Abuja in the next 8 years, what do you expect? That is achievement. So that's why I always say that Nigerians always look at your achievement. When you talk about, no matter what you talk about Wike today, he's a crazy head, is this, but if Wike say, I'm going to build this bridge in 10 months, and he was able to do it, who do you want to pick? Do you want to pick somebody that will just be telling you container economy or something like that? They are playing this game, and they are playing very well. The South are galvanizing together with their whole elder people and their former president and who is who. Before you even know it now, Wike is going to mend his fences with other APC guys. They have already done that. And don't be surprised. If PDP push it, the governor of Rivers State, all of them, they will go to APC. And that is dead.
And even on both sides, when it goes up north, they're going to be the best to get the VP slot to prepare them for the presidency. This is all being planned. That's only my argument with the Southeast region. You must build political capital for years. It's my turn. I mean, look, it's not good enough to win. It doesn't work that way. You must build something now for the next 4 years now. Please, Southeast, I'm begging you, don't say Peter Obi again. Don't do it to yourselves. It's going to be a disaster.
No, Baba T. They are already saying they are coming back. They are coming back. You should know that.
Remy, seriously, but you see my point, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you don't really build any. Okay, go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that they will not repeat that mistake. Never again. Because they know if they do the same thing, the result will be catastrophic. They won't do the same thing again. Before you know it, now look at all those senators, look at all those reps on the platform of Labour Party. Now, some of them will either go to PDP or go to APC if they want to remain relevant in the next 4 years. And so at the end of the day, they are not going to repeat that mistake. But my issue with them is as simple. Can they galvanize themselves together? Can they truly choose one person? No, that is the problem. There are too many big men fighting each other every available opportunity. And then when one of them even have the support of the whole nation, there is always this way that, oh, we don't want him. So when you look at the Hausa, when they pick a candidate, they all galvanize and support him. The same thing with the Yoruba people. It's only the South and also the Southeast. The North Central too, although they don't have that kind of galvanizer against one leader, but they still believe and listen to their elderly people and their older and those ones that have been in power for a long time. So that is the point. The way I see it, in the next 8 years, the presidency might go to the Northeast. And if we play our game very well, and if at Ribadu or Shetima, or even I would like El-Rufai, but the reason why they cannot go back to Northwest again, because they are there for 8 years. So probably between Shetima, Ribadu. But I will probably look at the way of Ribadu. If we can really work hard and the security situation in Nigeria improve, because now it's about achievement. People will ask you, what have you done when you were there for 8 years?
Well, Shetima is going to get residual success of Tinubu also. So I'm not sure Ribadu
in the politics of Nigeria, look at the president. It's very, very difficult for a vice president for 8 years to come and rule as a president in Nigeria. It's not going to get that chance. Forget it. They're not going to give it. They will, as an average black man, it's always...
Well, that is maybe that's correct, but you got to keep one thing in mind. See, Tinubu values loyalty, right? And there's a reason why it did risk it to go all the way to the Northeast to select Shetima. And I think there's a lot of things. There's also a different dynamic going on right now, because I think, see, the power at the end after Tinubu, we may likely see a Northeast and South combination, quite frankly.
Yes. I also believe that it's going to be like that, and in continuation with the Southwest voting for them, and then they only need North Central and Northwest to also tour along, and they will tour along. It's always like that. So the reason why I don't see Shetima there is because people will say...
That's why, Remy, I asked the question, when are they going to start building political... Because what happens is, if any politician of prominence in that region even attempts to reach out to other regions, that person is labeled as a betrayer. It's a Okura Usa, it's this and that. But that is the only way you can win. If you don't reach out to that,
you know Pius Hying and this former PDP publicity secretary, what's his name again? That guy with the gray hair now, I forgot his name. They already went to Tinubu. So don't be surprised. In the next few days or few weeks, they will be member of APC.
Who is that?
Pius Hying. Pius Hying and...
the former Senate leader, president.
Yeah, former Senate president, and also, what do you call it? That guy that have a long battle with EFCC for a long time, he was in court before they exonerated him. I would have loved them. Yeah, thank you. I would have loved them if they can propel this former Senate president, Ken Nnamani, not the governor, the Senate president. That former
that is who but that is who Tinubu actually wanted for Senate president until the obedience kind of took him away. Now that's who
I'm not talking about that one. That one is the former governor. That is
and that's the one he wanted for Senate before the OB happened to him.
Well, like I don't know Tinubu very well, but that guy, don't be surprised. He might also pull a joker from the Northeast. Even people, he's just full of, but at the same time, he cannot do exactly what he does in Lagos, like the whole Nigeria. But I am thinking, if Ribadu can really do a lot of stuff in the security, I think Nigeria will accept Ribadu. Nigeria will really accept it. Even ahead of Shetima, Nigeria will accept it. For the Southeast, they have to get their hearts together and probably propel somebody and then galvanize.
First step. When Soludo, I'm sure he wants to run for president someday. When he starts to make inroads to the north, please don't label him as a betrayer. He's still one of you. Don't call him Okoro, whatever. When he goes to Santo to go and get some,
they will rubbish him. They will rubbish him.
The reason why they will rubbish him, Babati, I will tell you. They think that guy is after Obi. They think it's a spy to the Yoruba and the Hausa.
Remy, that is when they will go and bring out the letter he wrote.
Yes.
That you can see it's after Obi. That is how they will do.
So at
Don't
the
be
end of
surprised.
the day, it's like a person that wants something and at the same time shooting himself on the foot. So they won't get nothing. Go and write it down. They won't get nothing at the end of the day. That is the problem. Look at the south side. You can see Asari Dokubo talking with Wike. You can see Tom Polo putting his voice in go and do this job. They are controlling their space very well. What about their own space in the southeast? They are letting some people killing their children, maiming their teachers, and doing whatever they like. They are not controlling their space very well. And when things happen, they lash out at other Nigerians. And they were the luckiest Nigerian because they were given the opportunity to reside.
Did you
Babati, I want us to go to
Sorry,
I want
go
us to
ahead.
go back to. I want us to go back to our discussion. We're a bit deviated, yeah. Babati, what is your response about the election petition results? Yeah. What is your response? Or pairing Tinubu's candidates? Yeah.
I was actually working. I was like in the efficient quarter. I had to take a break at work, so I wanted to listen. But it was like, I think it was like 2 hours. I didn't have enough time, so I came on earlier on the show, the morning show. I don't think anybody's surprised. I mean, the rational ones, the rational human beings. No, if you're rational,
we rational ones.
let me, except for rational mind, you will have said, why is that?
I told you that rational mind will run away. Where is he?
I know. He's listening to us. He will let it be like 1 week when everything has died down. Then he will come back.
Sleeping at home. At his
Okay,
corner of his room.
let Yorubani Akinfile Lori is not here, so let's not just. But anyways,
no, we are not batching him now. It's just banter, now.
Yeah,
Babati.
Yeah, no. But nobody was surprised. I was not shocked. But what I'm shocked by is like the level of incompetence, like the
Babati,
way.
can you say the obedience are not shocked as well? They knew what is going to happen.
No. Not all of them. Trust me, bro. Not all of them. Some of them actually thought that they had a chance. I'm telling you.
But
I'm not. I know.
How come now, Babati?
I'm telling you. I say I had them as friends. They are giving money from America. You think I'm joking? I'm telling you, I had them as friends. I've been mocking them on WhatsApp all day. My friends that I
mock them, please. Mock them. Help me. Tell them. Somebody. You have a friend, Thomas. That mock them for me, please.
Oh, I'm nice. They're the one. I know my better. They will start texting me. All eyes on judiciary. All eyes on judiciary. What is all this all eyes on judiciary? Why are you texting me all these emojis on? Don't worry, Mamui. So when this now happened, they kept quiet. I'm like, no. You can't keep quiet though. You can't keep quiet. So I've been. But my thing is this: is it's like come on, it's that two things. So you see that the people that Obi hired, they knew he was going to lose, or they were just that incompetent. It has to be one of the two. It has to be one, because the way the judge was like delivering those, I was like, wait a minute, a senior, an SAN ordinarily will know not even pursue this case, unless it's just because of money. Like what they were even talking. I'm like, why would you even agree to even defend or support Obi's case? Because it didn't even make any sense to me. So that kind of bothered me. But number two, what worried me the most, Thomas, was Obi's absence in the court. That is bad.
And he has been going since. He has been going since.
They abandon our more so you disappear as a general. You don't do that. That is, even if you know you're going to lose, you don't. What you should have done is you lose the case, you call a press conference immediately after the court case, then you answer all questions. That is what the leader does. You take ownership of it. If you're going to fight to go to Supreme Court, then you make it. You say it right there. But for it to just disappear, and you have your own minions in court, why you are we don't even know where you are. They asked your campaign team or whatever, they couldn't even give clear answers. What kind of leader is that? That bothered me more than just even the case itself. He didn't show leadership.
But see, he's an opportunist and a selfish person. I've already known from him from day one. That is why I don't really support him. And I don't believe he have that leadership quality. I never believe he had that leadership quality. But he is smart in the sense that he sees the moment as an opportunist and he lash on it, and he knows what Nigerian people want. Just massage their ego. He used that one against some of the leaders. Hey, daddy, father. He massaged their ego, these religious leaders, and also that's what he did. And for the Southeasterner and every Southeasterner, for them, they want to go away from the country. And now they now say another person that people, and they use propaganda very well, using the tool of online. They continue to sell him. And when all those people in the Southeast saw this and some other few elements that they don't really like anything Yoruba or anything Tinubu or whatever, they also lash on that one. So he used that opportunity very well. And that is why you see the result. So somebody that is polling about 94, 95, 96% of votes in the Southeast, whereas the pattern of the election result in all over the country is not the same thing. You cannot name any state apart from the Southeast that the candidates have a vote of 94%. Are you talking about the Southwest state? Are you talking about the Northern state? Nobody. In fact, the highest somebody have in a vote is about 55 to 60%. So nobody is polling about 94%. And for them too, you can say the policies they play. They will tell you this is the pattern they used to vote. That is a lie.
Okay, but I mean, let me ask you: if I'm really emotionally invested in your campaign and I believe in you as a leader to lead me somewhere to change the country, like you are the man, I believe in you so much. I give money, I give time, and everything, and we go to court and you don't show up. How would you feel?
Of course, I would feel terribly bad because I wouldn't expect my leader to chicken out at the best time, even if he lose as a good sportsman, he doesn't really care. But I can see you just sitting down for 11 hours. In fact, you do not even give it to the judges. The judges dissected everything, quoting cases. I was even tired.
I'm celebrating. Join me.
I was even tired listening that
every
available thing they say, they will quote relevant law session. They will give you
that's my
so many things they have done. You cannot.
Remy, do you know what in the obedience space they didn't even notice, like they lack self-awareness to not even notice that their leader was not even in court. They didn't even why are we even fighting for go?
You don't understand the logic they are saying.
Wait a minute.
The obedient also want Obi to self. That
but they already said the principal Peter B should stay out of it. That they got it. That's what they said. So they didn't care.
Come on, man. Don't do that, man. Come on.
I'm telling you what they said.
That judgment wasn't good.
How bad was it, Ola? How bad was it, Ola?
No, it wasn't good because why did I say so? Yeah, the judiciary, they try to make sure that they upheld the constitution. We all knew from the beginning, even those of us that are not learned. So we knew that all these guys, they were just trying to game the system. So why did I say I don't really like the judgment is this? Not because they didn't deliver justice when it comes to that, but I was looking for a specific example. They need to start making a scapegoat. They need to start making scapegoats out of these guys because all these two brothers knew all
A
along.
lot. So you were thinking in the line of one man that every time they announce the judgment, they should send the lawyers to jail for 3 years. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, they should do that. And they should find
No,
the millions.
guys, consequences.
Babat, please
Because
hold
all
on,
these
please.
people.
Ola, yeah, please. Let me seek your indulgence. Please, Dad, you said something earlier on that they got it. Yeah, hear this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
They got it.
So
Ola, continue, man. Emma Binujo. Yeah.
So you see, one thing is this: we can't just allow this waste of public resources just on some kind of 419 or just on 419 barristers. Because how can the barrister, they call it a solicitor of the Supreme Court of the Federal
SAN, SAN, to your loan. SAN.
No, they should be they should be sanctioning these guys. They are 419. They are trying to con their clients. How can SAN pretend not to know the position of the Supreme Court on some of these matters? See how ridiculous. Okay, now
A lot. Where they're breaking the laws is the question.
I think they should be sanctioned. How can learned lawyer does not know 25%?
No, Prince Daddy, if they are the custodian of law, so why should they be the one now making mockery of the law? Prince Daddy.
Well, Simba, if you heard me before, I've said it. These people are there to make money and a lot of money. What you consign them? They don't care. I mean, so when they're willing to pay them, in this past election for Peter B and the LP, they made a lot of money. They made a lot of money.
See that they did not even allow they to break in Nigeria before they asked them to go to Supreme Court.
Okay.
Of course,
make more money.
They got to get paid. There's plenty of money to be floating around. Are you kidding me?
They're always stupid. They also give them more money, and because this money was stolen from Nigerian coffer. And do you think Obi will spend his own personal money like that? Is it not those ignorant ones that are donating money to him, and they'll continue to donate? And he just
Obi is a businessman. He's a businessman. He can't just allow it, and he's a stingy person. You want to allow his money to you. Yes.
So the question I asked
because I was expecting that the judge should have fined the party, fined the candidate, and fined the
in fact, the lawyers, those lawyers are supposed to part away with minimum of 100 million each.
Yes.
100 million each of those sons. We will have making more than 1 billion from them.
Simba, do you think it's easy to listen to a lot of laws for 90 days? And then you have
you know the number of hours, wasted hours yesterday that we all had yesterday listening to the judgment.
I'm not even talking about we that are listening to them. I pity the judges. Look at the judgment. Look at how they are quoting.
Yes, I was wondering how they cope. The reading those things is not easy. It's not like casting a news. It's very difficult.
The point I'm trying to make is that look at how they are giving presidents every particular electoral hat, the presidencies, the cases, the something like that. It's not a human. It's not a simple job. That means you have to sit in your chamber or in your inner whatever your
you see, as I was
hours
saying,
and hours and hours. They are mad. They are mad with Obike. They are really, really, really mad with him. That's why that's because they thought this is just a waste of time entirely. You could not prove any case just from the way from EC8A, the polling unit, you did not submit anyone to show different that you are cheated.
Those lawyers, those sons, they were very shameless. They are shameless bunch of guys there.
Well, yeah, you can
I
use
don't
the
know.
word shameless. You can use the word shameless, but not incompetence. Because when earlier when I was responding to one man on the chat, listen, these guys they knew what they were doing, but they came out there with a shoddy job. They showed lack of respect, I would say, for the courts because they didn't even do their homework. The simple things you would think a SAN or a learned attorney would know to do, they didn't do those simple things. They didn't do them.
Yeah, and
You think they're stupid? They're not stupid. They're getting paid. They're not stupid. They're getting paid.
And in addition,
Okay,
President,
can I quickly say this?
if
Can I
Obi,
quickly say
sorry,
this?
okay,
You know one thing is this: we have best practice. The questioner is this: the judiciary in Nigeria should look at what is obtainable somewhere else. If this had happened in the United Kingdom or in the United States, will these guys still be able to go to the court tomorrow without suffering any consequence?
Because like America, your credibility is everything. So you wouldn't even take the case in the first place. Nigeria don't have that credibility attack. America, you wouldn't dare even take the case because of your credibility going forward.
Yeah,
but
but
Nigeria, don't get like that. You still move like nothing happened.
there must be reason. There must be reason for people to guide against the credibility. So when we look at these guys, because now the resources, the judicial resources that are supposed to be channeled to something else, we've concentrated this thing so much on this guy, just proving case to nowhere. So to me, that's everybody may like it. Yes, I like the way that the lady among them spoke. In fact, I love his own judgment because it was very affirmative in everything she was saying. I was saying, if any lawyer should even cross the path today, that woman could have sentenced, could have just dished out a punishment immediately. Because this thing is, even for common people to reason this thing now before the judgment, and look, even everything we discussed, everything Ogbeni told us, although Ogbeni is not a common person, but just look at it, everything we've heard in the public opinion for those people that are not trying to deceive themselves and are not trying to expect miracle or to be from anywhere, what they've said just came as if, if someone that was neutral now pretended to be a prophet, that person will now have some kind of a patronage now, because they will believe that you have special power to foresee the future. It's just because some Dundee SCN, wherever Bele faces SCN, that would try to mislead. Just imagine, should they have their way now, and they turn the law upside down, for example, then we will have gone with the deficiency. Because this is what we should look at. Just look at a day where a crook lawyer, just because by conspiring with some crook element, if they manage to turn our constitution, our laws to they manage to turn it around and push it the other way to the other way, the thing might just come to stay. So these people, they should uphold the ethic of the. There should be a process that we've already adjudged you to know more than enough that this case that you are trying to defend is just like you are trying to mislead the public, you are trying to mislead the court. That's just the way it is too. I think the judiciary, because if some people were punished now, for example, now they won't even be rushing to the Supreme Court, and they don't and the desperate politician they are representing too, just because they are looking for loopholes, not because these people don't know that what they are fighting for, that there's no case there, but they are looking for loopholes, and they be praying within themselves. Maybe the defendant, they will just be off guard, and they will just find some kind of cook way to just kite them. This is unfortunate.
Okay, that the judges will be sleeping or they will be without their. To me, everything is just ridiculous.
I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
It's ready. Everything is ready.
to me,
I've been drinking wine.
Osakome is one of Obi's lawyer, right? If I get it right.
No, it's Atiku. The guy has been cashing out. Only God knows when he has been cashing out from PDP.
Who is that Atiku lawyer? Who is that Obi's lawyer, sir? Because I have to ask if I can
Levy is the lead counsel.
People like that, if I have a business or some people that want to engage them tomorrow, I will say, Ogbeni, look very well, you make sure this one people not just want to collect your money. Make sure you have a good case before you give this up. Why don't you try seek opinion of other lawyers before you
but Ola, the politicians themselves, do they also know better? Atiku cannot tell me that all those simple things since he has been in politics for decades.
Do you know why Yahoo boys and all those 419 money to do people? It's just because people are so greedy, they are vulnerable because they believe in impossibility. So when you see someone that those people that are supposed to help you, when those people are the one now pushing you, that's the danger there. You understand? It's just like
Ola, sorry to interject. I also see another thing here. Sometimes the client also, Benny also mentioned it. And I know that maybe it's Peter Obi or Atiku also push them, let's go to court also. Even if the lawyer is printed, we don't have a case. But what I don't really like is that those lawyers coming to the court and they call them son and they make a mockery of the law and try. How can a son does not know 25%? To a layman is very easy. And we are just discussing about
and Remy, they were not teaching them English. Semicolon,
yes,
comma.
They were teaching them English. It's so funny. So you are trying to
actually a question for Ola. I don't know if Ola saw that, but I think maybe Ogbeni or Enigmatic answered the question earlier also. The lead lawyer, I think is it for Obi, that stood up during the reading of the judgment that interrupted. What was that all about?
No, that was nonsense. I was even expecting that such kind of lawyer whosoever he is.
But Ola, why can't they walk him out? Why can't they walk him out?
That's why. That's one of the reasons.
But he was really dressed down. Look at what the judge was hungry. Look at the way he just dressed him down. And I think probably maybe they are going to fine him later. The problem with our country is that punishment is not dished to people.
No consequences. No consequences at all.
With whatever you like. That is not the world. If you do something bad, they must sentence you, and justice should be prevailed as quickly as possible. Look at what happened to all of us. We wasted our time. We wasted our time for like 180 days. That's about how many months like that? We wasted our time.
6 months. 6 months.
We are talking about stupid 25%. We are talking that I won the election. It's my mandate. I'll go and fight. Look at yesterday. I was mad with that Jew. They are going to go to Nigeria and burn the street and go and make a stupid protest. Where is him today? He cannot show up. Where are they? What happened yesterday in Nigeria? Were they allowed to protest? Go to the street and protest. Whether the army will not shoot you down.
They have been tutored. They now know better.
You see,
look at the judgment. Look at how these guys are claiming, giving examples. Nobody can tell us. It's quite glaring that they don't even quote one case. They will quote several cases. Several cases. I had the name of Yaradua. I had the name of Kogi governor. And so many people you don't even know quoting cases from 1999.
Even when they mentioned the Kogi governor, they show him he was laughing with the guy beside him.
Yes, so many cases were like that were mentioned, so you can't dispute it. I was even like that 25% in my head. I think this is a no-go area. It's so clear. Yeah, you can't tell me that Abuja people is better than Lagos, so they have to. So I don't know, and they continue to come here. People like all those days uptown and the rest talking in a very low tone and trying to think they can. Oh my God! It's a calamity at the end of the day. And I think I like the way the judges dressed them there, and justice was well served. If they go to the Supreme Court will find them more. They will find.
Remy, did you see that? Did you see in the media in Abuja they were holding this stupid town hall, whatever, to intimidate, tweets like they were holding like this. So not even the regular folks in that photo, but the so-called intellectuals in that space, like the so-called PhD holders, lawyers, they were championing this intimidation of the judiciary. That's why I think.
But Babati, I think education in Nigeria or among Nigerians, when it comes to ethnicity, tribalism, even politics, it's beyond intelligence. I think they would throw everything into caution, and they just everybody can just say anything, and that is why. No, I pity Nigerian youth. I pity Nigerian youth because most of the information.
Simba, hold on.
Okay.
So you're telling that someone that is well educated doesn't know that you must not necessarily get those numbers in Abuja to win. That the people in Abuja don't have two heads than you from.
No, they are special citizens. They are special citizens.
So what level of schooling do you need to know that doesn't make any sense?
No, they are doing it deliberately. They are doing all those things deliberately. It's not as if they don't know.
What you are saying as a learned son, how can you allow your? I think I like what Olas just said now. They should have fined them heavily, maybe like 50 million.
No, if they are giving them all of them 100 million each to pay, we won't be hearing about Supreme Court this morning.
Yeah, because if they have done something like that.
And now the foolish Atiku and Obi, now they will still part away with billions again to pursue that case.
You know why they are parting away with that money? Because it's not their own money. Those money was stolen. They were Nigerian money. If it's their money, they will not be parting away like that. That is the truth of the matter. Obi,
you know, to go to presidential tribunal as a presidential candidate, you don't need less than 5 billion naira.
It's true.
And even now that the naira has, in fact, it will be in the tune of 10 billion now.
So the sitting of a son alone, I had one day sitting. I don't know. I'm not sure. They say it's 5 million naira just to sit in one day court. 5 million naira for one son.
See, my recommendation about finding these people is I won't find them 100 million. You see, one thing you can do is if they are so important in the court and you give them some kind of priority, I will suspend them and I will reduce the priority. Maybe in the court before, because they are signed, they give them those things. I will remove that. In fact, it depends on the level of punishment, like what they did to Anduaka. So when you remove your sonship or whatever they call it, if you get to that level, they need to see that's the way to clean that institution. So the Nigerian Judicial Council needs to do a lot of things. Because if not because of this kind of 419 sons that knows the law, because, for example, you can't say you don't know the position of law on 25% for goodness sake. I heard about tax saying those things that the Supreme Court has settled this case over and over. Look at many parts of that judgment. They were referring to the cases in the past. And there's no way that some of these sons, some of them were even involved in those past cases. And you are now forming some kind of ignorance of the position of the law. It's impossible. So if you give them some kind of priority before some kind of privilege, remove those privileges. Even if you are going to suspend it for a year, let them feel it, because their likes will likely motivate the lack of obedience that they think they can even. Just imagine what that the lady justice was saying, that what audacity. Those guys, they were even threatening all those judges. They were giving all those kind of nonsense just because they think they can blackmail the judiciary. So who are those people that are giving them that audacity that make them believe this is not possible? They are the lawyers. Those are the people they should target. That look, it's just like, I don't know how far this is true. I asked a student lawyer one day that I said, some of you guys that are defending criminals, or he said nobody defends criminals. He said nobody defends criminals, that their duty is just to make sure that the way they deal with that job. He just explained something that to make sure that the way they deliver the judgment is according to the laws, that they don't just give them more than necessary punishment, that Nobody will go to the court and go and defend a criminal, except they know that that person didn't even commit that crime. Once a lawyer knows that they commit that crime, they are not there to defend the criminal, but just to make sure. It just uses some kind of a legal jargon, this thing. What I'm saying is this: if you don't punish all these lawyers, these guys, they will see murderer tomorrow and they will be telling people, oh, it's not the one. These people, they will help many criminals to escape justice. So that's where corruption starts. You know clearly that what we're going to do was not okay. You will now be looking for loopholes, thinking that okay, the judge or maybe your or the other counsel will just be off guard. I will use just your jargon. I will use your cleverness just to capture and to change the position of the law. I think honestly, they need to. The judiciary themselves, I'm sorry, the judge, they tried, but I think they need to do better. And look at these people now, they are running to the Supreme Court, knowing quite well that within themselves that they are not going to win. And like I said, we may be blaming the unlearned person that are their client. But like I said the other time, truly it takes your greed before anybody can con you. But if A is greedy and someone con the person and you are able to arrest the person and charge him to court that is a fraudster, a lawyer that is trying to con his client to force him to produce money to pay the legal bill of the case that we know that it's not clearly going to win, those persons, they should be seen as 4192. Because you know you are going to defraud this person. Okay.
You're right. Yeah,
So,
4-1.
to me, all this kind of nonsense we have to stop. Look at what Prince Adewale said the other time. He said, when you want to know the position of the law, don't ask the lawyers that goes to the court. Ask the judges and ask those people in the academia. They are those ones that will tell you about the truth. They will tell you the truth, the true position of the law. But if you are asking lawyers that are involved in this, they give you a story because their mind, they are preset to start looking for loopholes. Loopholes is what they are looking for, not the real position of that law. And they'll be looking up some jargon technicalities. Look at the audacity. Someone that didn't even come second. All of a sudden, our stolen mandate. Okay, you have to make 20, you are made to make 24 states out of 36 just because you want Abuja. All of a sudden, look at that woman that delivered that judgment that said, okay, the way work law is this, you don't make one person to be equal than the other. So in this voting now, for example, you don't have to create some kind of special vote that, okay, because you have two heads and that one has one head, you are from Abuja and someone is from Lagos, so you are more important than the person. You know, even a normal citizen should be able to be concerned. You don't have to be biased. If someone is not normally telling you that, oh, Abuja people, they have to have 25%, you should be concerned that, oh, what of me that I'm living in Asaba? What of me that I'm living in Lagos? What of me that I'm not living in this thing? So it simply means that Abuja people are human beings. All animals are equal. But those animals in Abuja, they are more.
But Ola, did they think that those people that wrote the constitution, that are they drunk to put such a thing in the constitution?
That's what some ridiculous fellow citizens are trying to infer. That those people that wrote the law, they are so stupid. They just want some other people. Because why do we have the law if the purpose is to enthrone some other guys above their citizen for them to operate? So this guy, there's this sentiment that we have in that country is that once this thing favors me, it is justice.
I don't care. Yes.
Once it doesn't favor me, it's injustice. Ask many obedient today why they are supporting Obi. They are not supporting Obi because of what they in quotes, although false development they've attributed to him in Anambra or whatever state he wrote. I was listening to Professor Lusotudo that called that call Anambra the gully erosion capital of the world. That what is happening there, that place, that the level of flooding in Anambra State, that it was just like he was trying to present the situation that there's nothing like that in Nigeria. Remember why we're talking of the flooding in the central because of this river they relieve from Cameroon or wherever they relieve that dam. You know, that kind of flooding got to Anambra during that time, that this Baba, this Obi, he didn't do enough in Anambra, but could go to the North Central to just enter boat to sympathize with them, just in the name of politics. Whereas you'll be telling us about some kind of story of development that you cannot see any concrete in Anambra, and you think that's what you want to settle on. So the reasons
No, he was able to solve all the problem. That was why he saved their money now, because there was nothing to do in Anambra again.
You see that question.
Oh, then Gary or there. Oh, what kind of government system?
When one man raised that question one day, sometimes last year, that
even America, they are not saving. Is there any country that is saving money? That you now say you become a governor, you are saving money.
In fact, a sign of development
when everybody is boring, it's boring.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Yeah,
a sign of development in a developing nation is this: you have to spend money. Like we were talking here the other time, Nigeria is a place that if you carry $1 trillion for developmental job in Nigeria today, you will see that Nigeria has not even got to anywhere. Look at India. When we're trying to compare why India were better positioned than us the other time, India has over 400,000 megawatts of electricity. Over 400,000 megawatts. Nigeria can't even do 15,000 megawatts successfully. So it simply means that if for us to even be able to compete with India as it is now, by now we should even be boasting of something around 70,000 megawatts. Now, 70,000 megawatts simply means that people will see why they come and invest in our country, because people need energy. We need electricity to run our schools. We need electricity to run businesses. We need it. So when you are saying you call yourself a genius by your ingenuity, even if you just look at, okay, I would like to develop human capital. Maybe you just mark a particular place as education estate, for example, and you power that place, and you put ICT people there, and you invite people to start developing local skill for people to survive. You know, we are doing things, but you said you are keeping money. And now ask people question that time is this: what was the motive behind saving that money? The money you kept in the bank where you maintain your interest. And people cannot really see this thing as corruption. Whereas we have Batonaji, just because he had interest in a particular company that was bidding for power, he resigned. That's the person that you say, oh, this man is truthful in his approach. So to me, the judiciary, I'm sorry to say, I don't know if this one is an offense. I don't know whoever is listening. They should do better. They are one of the reasons the obedience are encouraged. They are one of the reasons some crook lawyers are encouraged to support cases to support the kind of article and will be ridiculous and fraudulent cases in the court of law. You know, they should stop all those nonsense. Start awarding punishment. Fines. Don't just be creating activities.
Fines. But they did that in short, immediately after the election to some, at least like Olanipeku and Co, the one they gave them punishment in Bayelsa, and the one that happened in Abuja. So I was even expecting that these lawyers they will get water yesterday, but I was disappointed, as you said. I didn't make out some punishment.
You see, if you are giving Dangote punishment of 1 billion, just get your 1 billion. No, It's just a waste of time. You understand? If you are giving all this lawyer punishment of millions to this thing, you are just wasting your time because they can charge.
They are already billionaires.
Yes, they can even charge their clients, the desperate client for it. Don't do that. What you can do is take their privileges away for some time from the court. Just imagine, just imagine a lawyer that have some cases that will give him like maybe that will help him pay his co-workers, run his firm. You just strip him of some privileges, and maybe for 6 months, and he made some kind of lawsuit that can shake his chamber. You understand? They will think twice before they take some kind of rubbish cases. To me, don't find them money is rubbish. If you find
But
some of them
Ola, maybe we are the one rating all this sound more than their intellectual capacity. That's another way I want to look at it. Maybe they were not even. I'm doubting their competence. In
reality, I won't go there. These people, they are brilliant mind. I won't doubt it. The only thing is this: you see, as you have some people with computer science capacity that will be building application to move business forward, to be creative, to bring innovation. There are some that are using the same skill of computer science to be doing some criminal hacking and to be defrauding people. So it's between you apply your skill to doing the right thing and to do the wrong thing. I may be deceiving myself if I think these people lack that capacity. No, they have that capacity just because they know they are trying to see if their manipulation will work on their target. And you know, in a normal corrupt court, who told you that they cannot get away? They can get away. They can get away if they have their means. You know, even in America, as old as America is in democracy, see how desperate Trump was trying to even change the whole situation. If not because the American institutions stood against the guy. So, to me, for us to move forward, we have to sanitize. We have to sanitize the mentality, the mental status of all these legal luminaries, because they've programmed their mind towards what they are going to realize, the value they are going to realize from the 419 consultation, than upholding than sustaining the institution themselves. So to me,
but let me ask you this question. This judgment was watched by the international community. Now, seeing the way the judges deliver their judgment and seeing our son sitting in a ridiculous way, being humiliated that way, do you think NBA is supposed to even summon an emergency meeting and call all their members to order?
Of course, NBA. Didn't you see one woman that was exposing the NBA chairman about that he was supposed to be treasurer, that the NBA was just bypassing? You see that woman that said, "Okay, I won't be accountable for what I was not responsible for to start with." You will see, even the NBA is sorry to say, they've shown us that they are part of the corruption, that they are not above the board. So to me, in Nigeria, we have some people that they don't know shame. They only think of today. They don't think of tomorrow. Except for a few Nigerians that they've been able to prove themselves differently. Like that's why today that I'm not ashamed to mention the like of Okonjo-Iweala, even Soludo. When Soludo finished as the CBN governor, he was consulting for the World Bank and the IMF. Look at where Okonjo-Iweala is today. Look at where Adesina is. Yes, Adesina, right? The guy at African Development Bank. You understand? So some of them, they've been able to understand that you will still get that money, but the type of money you are going to get you may not get a kind of criminal proceeding like the what's the name of this former Attorney General of the Federation, and the one they
Aduaka,
and this one, and this just a recent one, and Malami. So those people, they don't know shame. But look at people like Ribadu, you know, when they were pursuing him, even many organizations, many international organizations, they were ready to give him jobs, to consult for them, you know, because they know the value. Did the guy suffer? Apart from the persecuted him, does that man look like a poor man? No, because if you sell yourself properly, the money you want to make through corrupt means, there is a way that you are going to make better one that will give you peace of mind. But all these crooks, they don't care about their action that will create some kind of society where insanity will reign tomorrow. You know, look at look at what the gang, the criminal element that Buhari surrounded himself with. Look at what they've done to our economy. Look at what they've done to our foreign reserve. Look at what they've done to our CBN. So to me is now the consequence of all those stuff, is it not affecting the consequences? Are they not visited upon everyone in Nigeria today? Even if you think you are rich, in Nigeria, there are some kind of things that the rich people suffer that people will say, okay, one bad move. No, there are some. Just imagine someone that calls himself a big person. Okay, maybe they want to sell first class ticket for 20 million. You can buy. That's not even the problem. But what about a situation whereby your favorite flight will not come to Nigeria, that you need to travel to Ghana before you board the flight? Even see the straight from you are taking from even Ghana from even Lagos to Ghana alone. You know what can happen between Nigeria and Ghana? So to me, is when these criminals when these people think criminally, they don't really think of the consequences. To me, it is sad. It is sad that if we have country that can undo election tribunal within 2-3 weeks, we have our own that is taking forever, and some crook enemies that they are running to the Supreme Court, as if the Supreme Court now will now manufacture something differently for them to. Just imagine, you didn't win election, you are still looking for Tinubu certificate. That you know that even although okay, you didn't win election, you are still looking for drug dealing that Tinubu did in the United States, even when it is clearly written that even in the constitution that
why should people be supporting somebody? All of them, they are not saying that they won the election. They all of them are just looking for a way of disqualifying the candidate. Is that not how can you have followers if you claim that you lost an election or they rigged an election? Then you should come out with evidences that shows that you are the one that won the election. But in this case, the two of them, the two leading petitioners, are actually looking for backdoor of disqualifying the candidate for them to have their way. And so would there not be the choice of the Nigerian people by just disqualifying the candidate they voted for? You come and say, okay, disqualify this candidate and put me there. Does that one sound reasonable?
Well, you know, it is Nigeria that way. We have Supreme Court governor and all those stuff. So you see, what these people are doing is just to find that, okay, if this way, if they will not get this thing, let us get it the other way. That's why they are trying their lucks. And that's why I'm saying that it is important they start punishing the lawyers too now, to encourage them, because someone must have given them that lever that, don't worry, we can get this thing done, you know. So it's showing the fraudulent nature of those people that are.
But even the lawyer are giving so even somebody like Obi that is presenting himself like a saint, for somebody to now be deceiving you and saying that what does not belong to you, I will get it for you, and you want to accept it, and you are spending your money to get such a thing. Is that not fraudulent?
That's what I'm saying, you know, because Asobi is fraudulent, for example. Asobi is behaving fraudulently. okay, let me say Asobi is behaving fraudulently. Assuming there is a lawyer, okay, you went to lawyer A, and lawyer A say, Oga, there's no case here, drop the case. He went to lawyer B, Oga, there's no case here, drop it. He went to lawyer C. If you see the lawyers that start dropping your case because of the lack of merit, you understand? You will think twice too. How come that all those advanced countries, like I said, it's only Trump that was trying to change the outcome of election in the United States. How many countries apart from Africa, how many outside Africa you will see after the election that they will be looking for the judiciary to now overrule the people and install a particular candidate for them? Look at the judgment today. Everything Ogbeni said played out. You see, when people were trying to
It was as if it was Ogbeni that wrote the judgments now.
yeah, like what
In
Prince
fact,
Adewale said. Like Prince Adewale said, when you want to know the true position of the law, talk to the justices and the people in the academia. Ogbeni, not only that he has experience in tribunal, election tribunal, he's in the academia. So he can tell you categorically this is where this thing will play out. Look at it. When they ask Prince Adewale why he's not going to the court, he said it clearly that I've been in that place before. I know what it takes. And I've looked at everything on ground that those people that are going to the court, they have no case. You understand? And that's one of the presidential aspirants. So for one of them to even say, me, I know they go, because I know that these people, they like, in these cases, they are pursuing lack merit. That's a lawyer. He's a competent person to take cases from a lawyer. This I go to that place. How can Prince Adewale know? How can Prince Adewale know that going to that court is just a waste of time?
He's a lawyer himself. He's a lawyer himself.
That's what I'm saying. There's some sand. So there's some pot belly sand where belly face that they will not know that what they were going to do.
Ola, don't you think it's maybe because of our greed and maybe the way? Yes, I think that's why they are behaving like that.
That's why I'm saying they have to trim that. They have to tame the greed. The greed is becoming too much. So the government will just have to find a way to tame the greed. You have to find a way to tame the greed.
Ola, did this surprise you when you heard that they've already filed an appeal? Even though this is, how did you feel about that? That news that both Obi and Atiku might be heading towards the Supreme Court.
It might be, or I heard they've already filed already. That's what I heard it from this forum, right?
But make it make my point is, please make it make sense to me.
I'm if there's any grammar like this thing, I'm the wrongest person to make it make sense, because that lacks zero sense. It lacks zero. In fact, if there's anything worse than zero, it lacks zero. In fact, minus towards negative infinity. Very, very infinitesimal. In fact, I don't know how to describe it, because when you see when you cannot say sometimes you start wondering whether those people trying to push that thing in the judicial sense, whether they are really human, or they just believe that they will create their own universe outside the human race. You understand? I ask a simple question. What exactly are they going to push there? Because I don't know. Are they going to push that, okay, people in Abuja, the same judgment that Supreme Court gave, that already said to, okay, people in Abuja, they are superhuman beings. So once someone wins with 25%, they win the election there, is the president too. And people in Ilesha, people in Nakure, people in Lagos, they are just like they are just insect. They are not human. What are they going to push? Okay, are they going there and they will say, okay, someone got 8 million votes and me, I got 6 million votes. And I've now invented a mathematical method that says 6 million is greater than 8 million. I don't know exactly what they want to prove there.
You know,
Now,
the question I want to ask Ola, is it by phone call or did they have meeting overnight with their clients that they've just already concluded that they are going to Supreme Court? Is it not possible for them to not, okay, let us even sit down, look at the merit of our case? They have to have a meeting with their client and so that at least if you are getting this kind of news, maybe 1 week after or some days after today, then it makes sense to me. But for them to have overnight decision like that is baffling my imagination.
That is why that's why I personally believe that the judiciary
To me, I can't believe if it is actually true, then those guys are big for one minute. Believe me. If it's actually true, I still believe it's not true. It's not true. It's not going to be true. For them to have taken the decision to go to Supreme Court at how many hours after the court judgment, Ola? It's not up to 10 hours now.
Let me join you to believe that it's not true, but unfortunately it is true. You understand? But unfortunately it is true. So is
there something that they see that we cannot see?
Sunba, you don't understand something. Let me tell you something. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
I hear you.
Yes. Let me tell you something. They have to keep the obedience happy. That is it. His base, he has to keep them happy that now we are in Supreme Court. That is it. Obi is a fraud. Obi knew everything. He knew he's not going to win court. He just wants to keep them in perpetual delusion that they still have the election. That is it. There's nothing else. He knew that he would lose in Supreme Court. As you rightly said, if you lost an election, won't you even sit down, think, do we really win this election? Let's look at the results. Let's look at the outcome of the court. Do we even have a case to prove? In a twinkle of eye, they already filed for Supreme Court. Is that not idiotic?
Thomas, Thomas, not even that. Ola just said, and Remy, I believe, and I agree that those SANs look like fools the way this transpired, right? I guess you guys can agree.
Are they really fool? Are they fool or 419?
I know 419. Now imagine the same people now say we are 419 at the buy only type now. Let's now go to the same people.
And
again. I mean, I'm like, am I the only one? It sounds somehow now. Like, come on, see, like.
Like I said, okay, if the people want to tame your greed, now they say, okay, I did some kind of investment. I invest 100 naira and I make 200. They will try you. They will give you an example. You will try 100 truly, you will make 200. They will buy you totally to the point that you will lose all the money eventually. So those people that are trying those things, they know exactly where they are going to. All these lawyers that you see, all these signs that you see, only if the politicians they can be less over ambitious. It's just because they are over ambitious, and probably some of them they've stolen enough. Because when they've stolen enough, the money they didn't work for, and it is very easy for someone to do them. It's just like if a regular person that runs his businesses, that you violated some rules, and that okay, you have a limited fine you are going to pay, and a lawyer comes to you and say, oh no, we can make you not to pay that thing. When you look at some situation that, when you think very well, because that thing is not a situation whereby you have some kind of over ambitious, but you need to protect yourself. You will even look at, do I even need lawyer? You say, barrister, the trouble is not worth it. Let me just pay fine and go. You understand? But because that's your own money and you don't really want to aggravate the case, But when it comes to all these crew, they've stolen enough money. Those people backing them, maybe they've stolen the state money. So the lawyers too, they are trying to hit the national cake. But the thing is, we should discourage, because if these people, because do you know why we are growing up? When you hear doctor, when you hear lawyer, the way you look at those people with some kind of high level of prestige. Today, can you tell me the difference between the only difference between MC Oluomo is that he does his own physically. He use forces to collect money from people. But these guys too, they are duping their people, just like 419 people. We just use some
let me refresh your memory. I hope you remember that at the beginning, they even got some white lawyers from America. Have you forgotten that they had these foreign lawyers? They were.
Can you imagine that?
Have you guys forgotten that they had all these foreign and they were going to imagine come and defend the case in them? It was that bad. So anybody have foreign come and defend them.
But such a lawyer, what references is he going now to go and be reading our former cases? What references is he going to make?
I don't know.
You see, it's unfortunate to just have to tell ourselves the truth. You just have to, because even the audacity they have. That woman was a person that was even looking that someone should just cross that woman's path and let me even see what the woman will have done. But luckily for them, it be like say all of them give themselves brain. But that guy that was trying to, I've never heard of that thing in life. The judges, they've written their judgment. At that point, we were standing. Were you trying to be like I don't know what was he trying to achieve? Because to me,
he was trying to teach the judge the proper words to use.
Can you just imagine what audacity? What audacity?
To me, that if I were that judge, I would have just discerned him in that straight away and say, okay, go back to your house. Remove his son from him.
Mr. Simba, that what happened is different from what you are saying. Is that you have already dismissed a case that you should pronounce it when you are reading the preliminary judgment. That is what the man is telling the judge. That is better.
We should be
able to reduce the time. It's
talking now. Femi, have you ever seen a judgment being delivered and somebody will be interrupting?
No, I've not seen that.
So why you, whatever the reason, it doesn't have any reason to stand up and be talking. So it's not something that is supposed to be defending, to be even giving reason for whatever useless action he has taken.
Yes, this is what I said. This is what I'm talking about. When the judge is reading the body of the judgment, the body language of the judgment, everything I've already said to that is dismissing the case. That he wants him to pronounce it at that moment. That we should not be waiting to the last. It's just like
Femi. What we are saying here, hold on. What we are saying here is not about whatever rubbish he's talking about is irrelevant.
Oh yeah, millennium.
It's irrelevant. So for you to so it's not something that we have to be debating.
I don't know what Barrister Femi is talking this evening.
No, I'm not.
No, you are a barrister. That's why you are giving reason.
Because
I'm not a lawyer.
For you to be talking of honorable judge, honorable justice, how to talk.
But I like the way the judges talk to him. Now you cannot teach us. We are 5 in number. We know what we are doing.
I don't like the way the judge talk. What I wanted that place is to find anybody that do anyhow to collect
collect water.
Enough of this rubbish, honestly. if care is not taken, if we go this way, a day will come that a son can just stand up and go and slap a judge if you don't stop them now. For example, why do you think obedient are aggressive? It's just because they have some lawyers that say, don't worry, we are going to show them. And these people, they now gang up, they started looking for addresses or where judges stay, where they show them.
Is there anything that they didn't, Ola, is there anything that they didn't employ against these judges? They started by using media against them. Then after that, they started, on their family. They start so many things that they engage. They use in actually to humiliate and then to intimidate these judges.
Simba, I don't know if you see, they posted some name of their daughter, their granddaughter, their place of work. It just, I don't get it. A whole
They even went. They put a banner. Put so many
eyes on the judiciary. Eyes on the judiciary. Just digest that word. Eyes on the judiciary. Is that not so ridiculous?
Honestly, are we they listening to me and they start making all these people to collect? They need to start collecting. Honestly, they need to start collecting. You can't just go to court and mistake people. Let's assume that one judge just look at it and maybe one judge is just suffering from sign of mental challenge and just
I guess what is trending on X right now, on Twitter right now, globally. What is trending?
What?
Obedience. Obedience.
Abi Obingos.
Uncle Fuwani. Uncle Fuwani like
But Paris go wine. I've been celebrating this platform since.
Alright. This is your general. I saw that you don't
what is the content of alcohol in that? But how many alcohol content?
They
were the boss.
No, I'm trying to challenge.
Once he hears drink a woman, you will hear from him.
Come and enjoy yourself, multiply, and go and meet the creator again. What else? This is
eyes on judiciary. And eyes on judiciary. All eyes on judiciary.
Look, I think I heard. See, I've been in and out of this show. I started this show even with one man while the judgment was going on. Ola kind of surprised me tonight. He said they need to start collecting water. This is more than water. Give them anyhow.
Look,
it's about maturity. It's about political maturity. These guys have been dishing out. Look, there's no saint anywhere, but we shouldn't deceive ourselves. Should it get to this level where we have to be, it must be. I say it must be. If it's not, then everything should go down. If as a matter of fact, I listen with rapt attention. I listened to this today. Even the Kenny, all of them I can understand that, could be a little bit frustrating when you are supporting somebody. But by now we should have been matured enough about this.
But Adewale, we told them. Adewale, we told them.
Yeah, they of course they were so even
we are not novice. We are not novice.
Was misbehaving on the show.
No, Pansat had a plan of coming here today, but unfortunately for him, he was unable to achieve his goal. Walmart did not allow him. If Walmart has made a mistake of allowing Pansat to remain on this platform today, we will cause a lot of katakata.
Simba, do you know what happened?
Because what we will be saying, he will just started all these hip-hop thing, Nigeria should go and revolution and fight. That is what he's coming to preach.
If there's something that I learned today, because I'm a student for life, is that the way case is being litigated in the higher court, like Supreme Court or Court of Appeal stuff, it's quite different from the lower court, where everything is, done in such a way. But this one kind of turned like when you are in lecture room, they are lecturing you there. I was listening, I was like, is this still part of judgment? Then I realized it was, when the justices were, when delivering the judgment, more or less like lecturing what
Adewale, let me tell you, the obedient, you can also give them kudos for that. They are the one that push the judges to go into the details and explain everything for them to justify their judgments. And that was why they were into details of that. And I'm very happy that also they televised it for the whole world to see. Because let me tell you, if it was not televised, let me tell you, they will still come about all these, it was done at the middle of the night. You understand? Because that judgment, no. Because at the end of the day, what time did they stop yesterday, Adewale?
I don't even know.
So we will be hearing the result overnight. They will say, hey, it's the same way they declared the election result that they also did the judgment, that the judgment was declared at the middle of the night. In fact, that is what we'll be hearing this morning. If they didn't started in the morning and everybody started watching them and follow them, they will say it was clear that they manipulated it, they did this, they did that. So for them to have televised it and everybody listen, in fact, it cools a lot of tension. Adewale, believe me.
But it was a sad day for the obedient.
Because you say it's a sad day because you also follow the judgment and you hear the details. You understand? The only thing that we'll be hearing before is the judgment. Nobody will know the details, how they come about that judgment. But now everybody is aware. There's nobody that will claim ignorance of that. Anybody that will now come out now and be talking rubbish, then he will be able to, the public will be able to face the person and say, you are a liar.
Yeah, but another thing that what is the purpose of transmitting the proceeding? But the faces of the judges were now shown. It was more or less making mockery of. I understand.
No. It's for security reason. It's for security.
It was shown later after the end of the judgment was shown.
They showed their faces. Okay.
Yeah, they showed.
Because I know here in America, video is not allowed in Supreme Court, but the audio recording of it is always allowed and all that. But so they should have gone that route instead of just showing the faces of people that are bored to death, sleepy.
You're being good online now.
And the cameraman people are just so wicked. They were zooming those cameras on those people sleeping.
Hold on. Imagine the idiot that was interrupting the judge. Make suggestion. How can you be interrupting in the? I think
that they should not use the word
suggestion.
That they should find a way, another word to use. I mean, I was like, this if we want to teach us how to
if the useless lawyer, if he's that brilliant, so shouldn't have won the case. Idiot, he's an idiot. That guy is an idiot.
From other learned colleague that that was a court contempt that they should have disciplined him and all that, but he was reprimanded, and yet he will still have the effrontery to stand up and interrupt them at the middle of delivering judgment.
But do you guys know that lawyer is Tinubu lawyer?
Yes.
I didn't even notice.
That lawyer is Tinubu lawyer. It's not obedient lawyer. It's not PDP. It's Tinubu lawyer. After the end of the judgment, he apologized and he said that he can never do what these judges have already.
No,
That for
whoever,
money,
if it's a Tinubu lawyer, but if he's supposed to be punished, we are not
Yeah.
encouraging such a thing.
Man, well,
Whether
I
it's
thought it was
Tinubu lawyer
I
or
thought it was a
whatever,
brilliant
he
lawyer
should be
because
punished.
it was so
Femi no vex, so I no believe you.
I don't think it was a Tinubu lawyer because he was talking
he
about
was
the
a
No,
word
no, no,
Tinubu
no,
lawyer.
no.
the word
He
being
is
used.
right. He's a Yoruba guy. He's an APC lawyer. His name is Atoyebi or something like that. It's also a son. Okay. So he just wants some clarification that they should use the word dismissal, in which the Supreme Court, the
But
judge.
if you call yourself a son, and that is why I'm still doubting the intellectual capacity of these people.
I'm gonna
You
I
find
think
know,
they
out
are
whether
political. All of them are political son because he should have known better.
Thank you. The word political stand. That is it. They were
All of
what
them are just political son.
because how can you, a learned senior advocate of Nigeria, continue to talk about 25%? Are you stupid?
by the
That
way,
one is the most dumbest something that somebody can go take to court.
the
What do they
Dabure
mean?
okay, at what
Adewale succeed them. Adewale jazz them. That's why then they miss Chan. And because a whole son, they talk of 25% when you know the position of the Supreme Court.
I was like, don't you? As a matter of fact, you should know when to interrupt or when not to interrupt. I like the way they give to him. I don't even care whether it's the lawyer to the
Tinubu, whoever is representing, he should be
then
punished.
Abure dressed halfway. I don't know whether it was coming to the court to make submission to the draft loyally halfway and put on a hat like somebody's going
Sorry,
for
Dewale, didn't the court say that it's not they have a new court judgment and they say that Lamidi is now the de facto chairman. So why is he showing up in court as a chairman?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Oh no, Abure. Okay, if so you want Lamidi that is not covering the proceeding, will now come for the judgment.
Simba, wait. Just a few days ago, the court said Lamidi. This is a new judgment.
What I'm saying, you think Lamidi will now come, even if be himself, who is the petitioner, cannot, so you should come and face the degrees. You should come and face the degrees.
Simba, I'm saying that he's there as the chairman. That's the capacity which he coming. But if you're no longer recognized by the courts, so why?
But the LP was not part of the petition. LP was not made part of the petition. I hope you don't know the LP was not part of the petition.
You are missing my.
Yeah, but there were.
No, let me tell you. Okay, Babati, what I'm asking you, LP, Obi did not make Labour Party as part of his petition. So why should the chairman of Labour Party come to that place?
He did. I'm saying he did show up. Is what I'm saying. Just say he showed up. But
you mean Apapa?
No. I'm saying
was he in court yesterday?
But hold on, please. If Obi didn't make Labour Party part of the petition, is this guy in real senses? Under which party did he contested? Does that make any sense?
I think the party chairman happens to be maybe a witness.
God, this guy is so ridiculous, man.
Not necessarily to make them part of the case, but it could also serve as a witness, to the case, while they are.
The man is not really a labor man.
They've made money already anyway. But I heard that they reject.
No, it's not they. It's the Abure and Co that made money from them.
They said Obi is rejecting this.
It's just like Obi. He wanted to go to a destination, and then he looked for a driver or a bus that they want to use. Abure provided himself under the platform of Labour Party, and he used them. So what do you expect? And they collected the fair this thing from him. That's what they did.
It is so ridiculous to expect that someone who was not even close. You see, I like the way the tribunal rejected the EU report submitted by, I believe.
Why would a foreign report even be put in the first place?
And they said that they should have provided those who prepare those reports to testify.
But why should somebody go and bring EU report?
Because you know when you have a case, you will do everything to ensure that you win the
No,
case.
Tebe, you do everything that makes sense. You don't do anything that will not, you do something that makes sense now.
Yeah. When you have a 37 witnesses or evidence and the two are almost 17 of it, what else is left? It tells you how mundane some of their
And they were like,
evidences and all that.
the same lawyers will still say, Obi, let's help you at the Supreme Court level.
Of course.
The Supreme Court.
I think what Obi is trying to do, you see, before now, even before the election, I was hoping that he wins the election just for one reason and one reason only: an Igbo man become the president of this country. But you see, the event that happens between that election and up to this moment actually proved me wrong, that not in that kind of a personality to become the president of this country. Nigeria dodged that bullet to have this man be. See, when you have someone who is constantly propping himself up as a saint, like I can't do no wrong, and I'm the messiah that will change the country. Now that is too dangerous, and you have the backing of these people that are, I don't know how I would qualify them. They are like a moronic.
Call them out. People like Obasanjo and your father.
Followers.
Call them out.
And to him, like I said on this show, he had boxed himself to a corner to the point that he can't even caution or control those people, these folks that are supporting him. Some of those things that they said online that I see as being delusional, because court already make pronouncement. Apart from that, we've talked about all these things. We've analyzed the judgment was barely rendered when someone was making reference to Ogbeni on this show. I think it's high time of obedient or be
Let no, he can come. He can go and join them and make his money. No,
maybe.
That's yes. We can load them. We can load them Ogbeni so that our man can cash out from the idiots from
the issue of
yes.
is so stupid in such a way that even when you hear that, you begin to scratch your head like, what is going on in the people's head? Can you imagine a seasoned journalist? Probably
who are you calling a seasoned? Don't tell her about that, Rufio.
No, he's a friend to Adewale now. He's a friend to Adewale.
No. That's a same thing. All of them are sleeping on that television. I'm talking about
Adewale. What would they be talking about this morning? What would they be talking about this morning?
I would love to. Of course, they will find a way to twist things and make things so that obedient will.
Actually, my son is not here.
Oh yeah, so that the obedient will be, pacified one way or the other, or consoled. But
in fact, I need to watch that Arise TV.
Kadaria.
Look at that woman too. That Kadaria.
No, that one. That can somebody. You see the way she was talking as if she's a legal luminary.
Exactly.
And she was saying it emphatically, confidently, as if it was her father that wrote the Constitution.
Even if you flip it the other way around, and Tinubu is the one, fighting in the court, and Obidi is the one that won the election. And I will say, wait a minute, you can't say that Abuja is more important than any other state in this country. So what is that? She shouldn't even be part of the play in the first place, because that was the most stupid part of the play or the case. But so for those of us that are not lawyers, that we have no idea about what lawyers is.
But Adewale,
yeah,
you see what happened between Jide and Babajale this morning. This man, everybody, if you have been watching Falana recently, he has been messianic. The guy has been becoming more of a celebrity to me rather than a lawyer. He comes online and he will be talking rubbish. And then the name of saying he fought for democracy, he did this and did that. To me, the man is becoming crazy these days.
You know, when you want to remain or stay relevant, that's what you do. But I think, yeah, of course, yeah,
And
mentioned
to
that.
me, it's a political failure. Fallon is a you know, there was a time he contested for the governorship of your state.
And trust what the state will do.
Simba, there's nothing wrong with Fala now. What did he do? What did he
He
do?
said, what did he do?
No, don't forget that Olani Kwekun, Femi Falana, they are both from my state. And those two guys, they are well respected within Ekiti State. The Femi Falana specialty is different from that of Olani Kwekun. In this tribunal you are looking at now, have you not seen it that Femi Falana will not go to tribunal? It's not his specialty. That he doesn't want to do that. But for him to see some kind of injustices or some kind of something that violates human rights within the constitution, that is his specialty.
So, Ola, I
Yeah,
was
Ola, I'm also
Ola,
from Ekiti. If you've watched other lawyers on the show.
Sorry, Adewale, I just want to quickly put this one to Ola that he always fights for him. Do you hear about a story of one woman who happened to live in Italy and she deposited 68 million naira into First Bank?
Okay, First Bank, yes.
Within a space of 8 or 10 years, and the money, they stole it up to 3,000 naira.
3K. She made 3K.
From 68 million to 3,000 naira.
So
why can't he go ahead and fight for this kind of people?
Remy, that's going overboard, and that type of example is ridiculous. Because
It's not ridiculous. I'm not lying.
Wait, that type of story is ridiculous. That type of suggestion is ridiculous. You see, when I say this guy is pursuing human rights, the question is this: some people still sponsor the legal bill. Don't think everything is doing it for free. So we don't just have to put every tiny case here. No, it's not tiny anyway. It's not that every case that is going to handle. Just like when Ganifa Wemi was still alive too, he did a lot. If you see what these people did, there was a time that these guys were pushing that the judges in Nigeria, they are not doing their job. That they were pushing very hard that the judges and the magistrate within a particular location, they should be visiting the police stations and be asking those inmates there what are they doing, so that those people that they cannot present their case, free them. See, between Femi Falana and Gani Fayemi, they won some cases that still serve as judicial presidents today. So see, wait, Remy.
You can glorify him, but please,
Remy,
don't put him in fine. Please, just you can say whatever you want. He can be your superhero. I'm not saying that not doing a lot of things, but don't put them side by side. They are totally different kind of people.
Okay.
You know what I've noticed?
The thing is this: when you want to be political, just be political. That's why I ask you, what exactly did Femi Falana know? What exactly did he do wrong?
Hey, but if you say it's okay.
I'll tell you what he has been doing lately. You know what I've seen, the trend when I watch lawyers on the television shows and all that, is that they don't sound absolute in their submission, as if even though they claim to be an expert in that field, they will tell you that the court might say it differently, because when you are making interpretation of the law, it's always quite going to be an interesting thing in the court. But what I've seen Falana doing whenever he was being invited on television is to sound absolute, as if, no, this is where it should be, and that is the final. And most of the time, it's usually down to the tune of these people. Actually, I was surprised to see him condemning some of these obedients that are, planning to foment trouble during the election, and about the judiciary bullying and all that. I was surprised because initially he was more or less like on the side of obedience and trying to, prop up some of these crazy idea or crazy loyalist submissions and all that. And I begin to like, wait a minute, if you are the one in the court litigating this case, it won't be saying all this. What I watch other lawyers is to tell you, look, This is my own interpretation. However, the court may decide to go different way. And Ogbeni said something on this show that when you see a lawyer rushing to the media to address the media after the court proceeding, that lawyer is not competent, enough. That hardly you will see them rushing to the media and be downloaded. What you're supposed to have prosecuted, what you're supposed to have done while you're in front of the judges, you are now doing it in the media, more or less seeking public sympathy. But the likes of Olane Pekuns, these are silent. He too also is a philanthropist. I believe he handles some cases pro bonos and all that. But sometimes we have some of these celebrity lawyer. I call Femi Falana a celebrity lawyer. Even Ganifa, I mean, at times there was a time that he was when whenever Gani is granting interview, you will see him sounding as if he's under pressure, he's talking tough and all that. I'm not saying that it wasn't the truth.
Adewale Falana is an employee of Arise TV. Anytime they call him, he
Adewale and Simba, you see one thing. I gave you opportunity to just give me an example of what Femi Falana did. See, for you to castigate this guy, you call him a celebrity lawyer. It's very easy to call him a celebrity lawyer, but you must all not forget.
Ola, we knew what he has done in the past, but the guy has metamorphosized into celebrity now.
Waiting now.
And he's an obedient. He has become an obedient lawyer.
Femi Falana is not obedient. He's, as a matter of fact, he's Tinubu lawyer.
He is.
Femi Falana is obedient.
Femi Falana is not obedient.
He's obedient. Don't deceive us.
This case of certificate they are talking about now, Femi Falana was the first person to even defend Tinubu. When Ganifa Wemi was dragging him, we say, see.
I think the guy is being carried away by the media patronage that he's enjoying. Yeah.
He's on
the Adewale, the fact that it's just like we have for Benny here that we ask for his legal opinion. The same way you will see all those TV, not only Arise, Channels TV, they call this guy. But if you want to talk of this like of Favouring now, that it has always been the guest to
those are fake
and Arise.
Those are
he said he's a retired lawyer.
He's a fake lawyer.
Where did he work before? Where did he work before that he's retiring? Did he really practice as a lawyer?
He practiced. But the only thing is that he concentrates. I think he concentrated more than state. That guy is a billionaire. He don't make him money, so he just quickly retire.
He's a free lawyer.
You see some of those lawyers, they have their speciality. Like my cousin that is a
lawyer. I won't give that guy any brief at all. I won't give him anything.
No, I'm very sure that even online, say you have a case, will you give it to Favouring? Will you give your case to Favouring?
No,
which depends. I know you are more. You know who you trust. Will you give your case to Favouring? What will you do with your case? You think this one is a street fight?
Wait, Simba, he get the ways Favouring made his billions now. That Favouring that you see now, people are doing that guy now multi-billionaire.
Maybe it's an estate. Maybe engaged in an estate. Is it money? Why do we use money to justify somebody's success in Nigeria?
That is his own. That is the way. That is his own.
Because he's a
because it's the same argument that the obedient used to make, that Obi make his billions at what age? Does that one make you intelligent? Is making money an intelligent thing?
Simba.
I know guys from my class when we're in secondary school, they are dumb and they are millionaires today. So what are you talking about? Is it intelligent? Is it by intelligence that people make money?
No, wait, Simba. It is not every lawyer that goes to court to make cases the way we are talking about. Just in the banking environment now, we used to have legal department. Even that legal department now, they are the one that make sure that, okay, they handle the document for the bank to make sure that, okay, the bank do not run into trouble, all those stuff there. But Sometimes whenever they now have cases now, they can now go to Olani Pekun or some other lawyers that used to attend court.
You can imagine. So what is his role in the bank? If they now have to go out of the bank to go and get another lawyer, so he cannot prosecute the case for his employer.
Let's see. It's just like when you see accountant. When you say that accountant now, you think that accountant is just one role. No, some people they are financial accountants, some accountant. There's some people they are auditors, some people they are managerial accountant. So you have you have specialization within the field. It's just like you are a doctor now. You have
Ola, let me tell you one thing. Any lawyer that you see that cannot go to court he doesn't have any point, he's not a lawyer.
No, all of them can go to court.
If you have a doctor, let me tell you, if you have a doctor that decided that okay, this is what I want to do, I don't want to do clinical medicine. What I want to do is to be working with a bank. I have doctors that are working with banks. I have doctors that are working with insurance companies. Those ones we know them, they don't have the confidence, they don't have the skill.
All of them that go to
we have lawyers, so we have lawyers that work in the hospital. Do you know that?
Femi, Simba, that's not what I'm saying. All of them can go to court. Like I'm in the IT now, for example. There be some kind of IT job that even they have resident IT, but they will still call me from outside to come and do. It doesn't mean that they don't have the skill in-house. But I'm telling you that the lawyers that you find inside the banks, to you personally, you will think they can't go. No, they have some other jobs they are doing. Okay, I have a cousin now that is a lawyer. Everything he does with his company matters. That's what he does with it. He doesn't do all this litigation for criminal or those kind of things. No. All his own is like more of a company secretariat or all those
it's just an escape route for the dumb ones. It's just an escape route for the dumb ones. We know them.
It's not an escape route. It's what gives them their own money. It's not every lawyer that we go and be looking for this thing. So lawyers, you see, the thing is, you think that because they are lawyers now, okay, why do you think it becomes some people human rights lawyers? Why some people will not handle electional tribunal things?
A lawyer that cannot go to court is not a lawyer.
I'm not. See the question. No. See, all of them, as far as they attended the law school and they were called to the bar, they can go to court. But sometimes you build experience, you build reputation in a particular field that when you want to do something, okay, just because everybody read computer science, for example, it doesn't mean that everybody can work on servers. Some will work on servers, some will work on app, some work on data, and some work on networking. So
all those examples that you are giving, Ola, they are not the same. Let me tell you, let me give, at least for my own profession, you can decide to be a pediatrician, can decide to be an OB gynae, can decide to be a surgeon. So for somebody to specialize in his own field, it's even from a lawyer that just hide in one corner and say you want to be working in a bank or working in a hospital. Then when there's a case in that hospital or a case in that bank, you go outside and go and employ another lawyer to come and prosecute the case. So what are you doing there?
Excuse me, Simba. Rebus just put out a tweet and was saying that people should come together, forget about once the court make pronouncement, and Bola Tinubu is now the official duly elected and undisputed president of Nigeria, that all parties should come together in the name of unity and push the country forward and forget about every other thing. Yes.
What do you expect him to say? Rebus is a Tinubu guy now, so what are you talking about?
I mean, I understand, but him being also a PDP person, but if you see some of those comments coming under that tweet, he begins to wonder. See, this is the one said, not only Atiku Waka for Igbo Forest, Heavian boys don't shift camp. There's another one that say, I would never recognize an illegitimate president. I would never address him as one.
Adewale, let me tell you one funny thing. Even the Daily Pharaoh TV of this world that you see talking online, so there will be some cases where we say some Tinubu man will be his friend. So sometimes when you see these people on the media, be very careful how you follow them. He may be there online, castigating Tinubu, castigating everything. Even at the end of the day, we see have some kind of people that will be doubling for among the Tinubu camp. If I divide, so sometimes don't believe all the drama you see. You understand? Look at Fayoshe, for example. There was a time that him and Tinubu as the governor, the way they fight themselves. Today, that guy can defend Tinubu to any length. So, see, these people are early. It's all about permanent interest. So it's not about a permanent enemy when you see something. Just imagine now, for example, look at how many properties that Farotimi is holding in Lagos, and you think he's going to want to just take some kind of unreasonable risk and all those stuff. So to me, I don't really believe so much in all those TV drama. Like I said, will you ever believe that Femi Falana will be the one to go and defend the Tinubu certificate, even against his own man, Kanifawemi? So then, to me, I believe I believe that's the way they do their things. You know, I believe that's the way they. But how you guys are saying Femi Falana is because you not be able to say anything.
There's a guy who called himself a Sam. His name is Jibrin Sam. You see, this thing goes beyond goes beyond moral. This is I don't know how I will put it. This is someone who called himself a Sam, actually belongs to the legal profession. And if you see what you put out on Twitter too, you yourself you begin to scratch your head. He's actually, dressed in their ceremonial gown as a Sam. His name is Jibrin Samuel Okutepa. I don't think this is Southeast probably.
Political sign you are talking about.
Yeah, he says no matter what the judiciary decided, based on fact, Nigerians know the truth of what happens on the 25th February 2023 in the presidential election in Nigeria. Truth and fact and evidence improve are poles apart. Why court relied on evidence of fact, truth does not. How do you litigate truth in the court as a lawyer? Everything you presented in the court, you are presenting it in good faith, believing this is the truth. Correct? Correct?
See, no, sorry, let me quickly say something. Thomas, if you are there, Simba said you should please bring him in if you can hear us. So, the thing is this: fact is what they call use, and it's like you are drawing your truth table in any logic. So I think that's the kind of thing they do too. They use all those kind of logic to arrive. So, contextual meaning of truth may be different, but you see, facts, you put facts together to get the truth. That's the way I see the legal cases.
But what he wrote here is kind of like how do I say this now? More of him being not putting it in that perspective. He's trying to differentiate between the truth and the fact. And as a lawyer, I'm saying that if you yourself as a lawyer litigating a case in a court and you are saying the truth and the fact are not the same and evidence are not the same.
No, truth and fact may not be the same truly.
How? You that you are litigating a case don't even believe in the fact that you are presenting as your truth.
No. Truth and fact. Okay, look at this. Someone visited the place. Something happened. And everything that guy did around that place happened. Maybe, for example, maybe they said, okay, someone stole at a particular place around that time. They shared the fingerprint. They saw the fingerprint. They did everything. And they see that, okay, he was the only person that they could see around that place. And okay, at the end of the day, they just concluded that, okay, the fact shows that, okay, Lagbaja was at a particular location, at the particular place. As a matter of fact, maybe they put that in the safe, and maybe the last fingerprint they saw on that thing that led to that place was that Lagbaja. And the fact may remain that the fact was pointing to the fact that Lagbaja was the one that stole. that thing. Alagbaja may not be the one that stole that thing, and maybe someone else that plays smarter, use glove, and or use something to just wedge the container and stole the goods. But just because they could not find the traces of that Lagbaja, you understand? It's even that. So people use file to commit that person, and the truth was that
But
Lagbaja stole,
the
another
fact
person
that
stole that material.
the fact and evidences you provided becomes your truth to you. You believe in that truth.
That is correct.
You
Yes.
believe in
Yes.
it. That's why you are presenting it, all right? To corroborate your position that this is my truth. This is what I believe in. Now, as a lawyer, is it possible that you are going to be, advocating on behalf of your client, knowing fully well that, as a matter of fact, it's a crime if you know that your client, gives you a false evidence, and then you learn that it's actually lying, and you know about it, then you become an accessory to the entire case, right? And you could be punished for that. You could be stripped of your position. But if you are presenting a case on behalf of a client, and you are proving that case with all the evidences that you have, that means it's your truth. You believe absolutely in it. So, but this is a man, whether it's a political son or a real lawyer, a tested one, is saying that truth and fact and evidence. I'm not a lawyer. I've never been to law school, but I don't think it's morally right for him to differentiate between these three, because, for example, as a medical doctor, the doctors knows if you are sick about this is the fact, this is what the science, this is what the medical report says, and they work on it. It's different from when they hear from me and they say, well, you are the patient. What you tell us is they're going to believe what I tell them than what the medical report says. Okay, they rely and depend on what the medical or the blood work says than myself. I may be telling them how I'm feeling, but that may not necessarily not be what I'm actually, what happens, or the truth about what happening to me. But anyway, it's just to me, what I've seen is that people can easily jettison their morality to some of these sentimental and emotional attachment that they have to some of these things, and I've seen that being played out in so many spaces. It
No, no,
tells you about the nature of human being.
I know what you are saying actually, but I'm just lacking in the right example to give. But the thing is this: the court will use facts and evidences. So the fact and evidences is what they use, but now using the word truth now to now manipulate people is another thing. The court will use facts and evidences. So
This lawyer also is also added additional to it, and it says Nigeria will do itself well if at all time it uphold the truth in the running of its affairs. However, Nigerians know the excruciating pains petitioners go through in the hands of INEC, and how pink copies of election results are not always given to agents of parties in most cases. Please tell me, as a political party, right, that have agents in each polling unit, the pink copy that he's referring to, or the other copies that goes to the agent, please tell me where they've never given it to any agent, as long as you have agent present in that polling unit. Is it possible?
you know that court already put that to rest.
And here it's coming from a lawyer, a son.
Like like what we said before. No matter what you do, no matter how you do to prove this thing, even if you get scientific evidence of everything, you recorded everything clearly from the beginning to the end, that you are not missing any detail. Trust me, some people will still dispute it, no matter how. So
I have appeared in front of a judge. I've appeared in front of a state. I've appeared before this federal judge to give professional report. And while I understand, you'll be questioned by both sides. This question, no matter how you try to practice, you have to hone the report that you write. You have to give it the way you see it as professional as you could. And that is my truth. The evidences I'm providing or the report I'm providing is my truth. And if you take it to anywhere, someone in that same profession can also judge my statement or my report and give me, because it must have gone through series of checks, from my superiors and all that. So even while I'm understand, I still give it as professional as I could, and that is my truth. All right.
No, Adewale, like I said, you don't even have to use that word truth because they are trying to manipulate. Why not just stay by fact and evidences? You
Simple.
understand? So
And leave the truth out of
because
it.
it's just mind game. When people are trying to play upon people's intelligence, you now start bringing some kind of this. We know that fact and evidences are totally different from the truth, but you don't really need to do this when you know that courts use fact and evidences. You understand? Because see, that's why do you think they have miscarriage of judgment even anywhere in the world, even in America. Now, look at it now. There were so many cases they did in the past. When the legal officers, all those enforcement officers, be telling you that most people in detention in jails, maybe they never even committed that offense. But the fact,
Sorry, guys. It's Thomas there. He went to bed. I think Simba's still trying to get in.
yes, that I've tried to call Thomas too. I think it seems like that maybe I hope he has not slept because we don't know who is going to shut this down today.
This is daytime in Australia. The money that both of them are going to be using to prosecute the Supreme Court, why can't they give it to their followers, the obedient, empower them, set
I
off
mean,
people?
so be. What are you talking? What are you talking about?
No,
Come
I'm,
on.
I'm just trying to sound a little bit, just to look. It's a waste of resources and waste of time, and yet we have those moronic uh, 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 followers that believe that these people have stand a chance. To me, if Peter Obi is my first choice or my best choice, I wouldn't even advise him at this point in time, because I mean, look, I'm not a lawyer, but when I started listening to the way they were lecturing, then how they came about their judgment, how they concluded, and what the Constitution says, I marveled. I was like, this is like when you are in the classroom in the university listening to your professor, right? Telling them, what the law says. I was like, whoa,
Well,
I didn't know
at
it
at
like
that
that.
level, don't you think that this learned silk or this sans would know better? I mean, you would think they would know better, but the job they did was so. Again, I'm not going to call them incompetent. I think they took the shortcuts. They took the easy routes. They didn't do their due diligence. Due diligence. They just put a bunch of stuff, jumble together, and presented it. And that's what it was. I mean, for them, as long as they remain in court and keep charging the Labour Party the legal fees, I mean, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, the job was so. I mean, it was so. It was terrible. That's all I can say. I mean, they didn't do
I,
much.
I never believe they didn't do their due diligence. You know why? They know the position, but when you know the right thing and you decide to play against the right thing, so that person will make himself look stupid. That is
Yeah,
that what it
because you're forcing the matter. That's what you're saying. You're forcing it.
exactly. Exactly. So it's just like you see someone is a man now, you want to be proving to everybody that no, it's not a man, it's a woman. You understand? By the time that person start proving that a man is a woman, and the person now start looking like a foolish person. because you know that you just want to walk against fact and truth.
Well,
That is
because they end up talking to people that actually have the time to go through something to think. But imagine, what are you talking about? Allow me. But that position was very much believed by their followers. I mean, how many times we had people on this platform, and even some attorneys or lawyers argue on television about the 25% in Abuja thing. That most of us use our common sense, even though we're not lawyers, and say, "Come on." Just like I said, no, you can tell us the citizens of Abuja, their citizenship as Nigerians supersede that of other Nigerians. It's just like that common sense. But allow me actually, because yesterday, when maybe 2 days ago now, today is already Thursday, this guy came, Joel, and was making a really good sound argument that, hey, you don't have to be a lawyer, like a Benny or enigmatic to use your senses based on things that you know to analyze a situation. Of course, when it gets to a certain point, when it becomes more technical, then we defer to the experts, which is true. So if you make the argument, when myself or some people like, okay, look, that Abuja 25% can hold water, but many obedient people believed it. To them, then they, of course, they're smart also. Then they apply their logic, say, hey, why would Abuja people be better than people in Anambra and Lagos? But they believed it and they went with it, and many people came and argue it, and they supported the argument also with whatever points that they had.
no, you see those people is just a function of mindset. Now, okay, why did
Sorry,
you
one second, Ola. Your friend on Sleep TV says definitely the Supreme Court will have to provide more clarity on many issues. That's what your friend on our Sleep TV will find. Put out on Twitter.
No, see, that guy is cashing his cruise. You understand? He's making money from. Okay, okay. Why do you think people go to YouTube and they start showing rubbish, right? Rubbish and senseless things sells more than when you put correct content, quality content out. You understand? Okay, now look at one man show now, for example. How many subscriber, how many people come to that thing? Now look to other shows where they preach frivolity, what we never come to exist. Look at how they come there and go to the forum where they say rubbish thing. You will see people, they will feed that place.
Ola, you have forgotten this popular Yoruba adage, "Oni olóòótọ́ ń lẹ́ni."
No, that's just
People go to where they will lied to. We like lies.
exactly.
This guy that Adewale is talking about. You heard when Reno Mokiri was chastising the guy. He buried his father recently, and it was Obi that put the bill for him. So he's serving his masters. The guy, as you said, is cashing out from obedience also.
So those are the kind of thing you find. You find. You see that there's something that if you look at people generally, people love those people that are paced to their ego. People love those people that are.
There's a lady, a young chap called named herself Nafatiti. I believe is one of them from the southeast or something like that. She's always tweeting, and I've deleted. I don't know. I blocked her, or she's still popping up on my Twitter. I don't know why. From time to time, this Asleep TV crew always bring a tweet up on their show as a reference. And it's kind of like telling there'll be it's probably going to be going to the court and they're demoralized. It's just like consoling their people. And now she put a picture of one of the justices up and on her tweets, kind of like trying to profile her. So many of them are like that. That's what they do. But it's shameful. Shameful in the sense that where you expect to have wisdom, where you expect people that they will learn, Now, this is not a case of it's a do or die, but when you earmark money to say you still want to pursue something that you know will never amount to anything, that's to me that is stupidity. At this
And
point,
I
it's
think,
not about
I think
patriotism; it's about self-interest, and that's what I
exactly.
see playing out.
We have thrown dignity into. There's no dignity in Nigeria again. Everybody is just looking
Of
for
course,
what they
PDP
will
too
eat.
also rejected the
Uh,
case. They said so when it goes to Supreme Court now with this and Supreme Court, affirm this same judgment, what would they say? They would take it to God to come down and ask for the military to take over the
no, they
country.
will.
No,
So you expect them that they will accept? It's not something that you should be expecting now. Would they not say, no, the court has made the judgment, we accepted it? This it can never come out from either of them, either Obi or
Samuel
Atiku.
Ekpa is a bastard. He said, "Have they started crying at Abuja? Indy won Nigeria. Indy take it back. Where is that Umba Bingo in Canada?" Who is crying in Abuja? That's the Samuel Ekpa of IPOP
No, actually, Sam Ekpa is not interested in Obi. I hope you know that.
I know.
So now, Obi, he actually reduced his own market. He reduced his number of followers. But now, I think they will gravitate, more of them will leave Obi and gravitate towards Ekpa now. Because his own market has drastically reduced because of this obedient or no obedient. So far, I can't wait for the Supreme Court to deliver the judgment so that for them to now move fully back with him.
Even though the judges were clear in their judgment and their interpretations, some of these things that you see, popping up online as if they know the Constitution more than those who have been practicing. Talking about five people, five justices, that knows about this, about they've practiced before they become judges and all that, and yet some Shuribuku.com will come and
I think we need to employ the service of professional psychologists to actually look at, profile this obedience and to see what is actually wrong with their brain.
the same thing. See,
Because
yesterday I was going at it with Prince Daddy. The same way this thing played out during Trump election, the same way it's playing out in Nigeria, and they employ the social media platform to propagate some of this falsehood. Then, to the point that the America was almost on the verge of, you know, collapsing. And that is exactly what is playing out in Nigeria as of moment right now. We're having our own moment. And the impact, because some of these folks wouldn't have had any platform to propagate all this, they probably will still be thinking what was in their mind, but they have at their fingertip a platform where they can easily punch something on there and be making some voiceless noise about the election. So now we're having our own moment. So and that's what we're going through. And luckily for us,
most of these things, I think, is deliberate. Even all this sound that you are talking about are giving people wrong impression. They are doing it deliberately, and I think they are also using it for cheap popularity to actually market themselves. So everything is just about. It's not about the mission. It's not about patriotism, but it's about self gain. So everybody is just looking for what they are going to gain from this situation. That's where I look at it, because you
let's say
can't tell me that they don't know the truth. They know the truth.
they
They
do.
just
You
like
see,
spending the
nobody
life here.
denies that there wasn't any some disturbances in some polling units during the election. And because it happens in Lagos and some of these bigger cities, that's why you see all these noises and all that. A lot of things happen. Even in the southeast, there was a video I sent to one man where someone was almost being beaten, and on that video clip, they were telling him, "Look, we don't want no APC here." So the intimidation and the bullying and the harassment that went.
No, the intimidation and the bullying in South is worse than what happened in Lagos. Because the
I'm just
Southland
saying.
was on
But
Lagos. That
yeah, exactly.
Southeastern one
So
was eating.
it is possible to
eating.
take to generalize what happened in Lagos as something that is widespread in the entire country. It is possible. So now, when you have some European observers that came, observed the election in the big city, but never traveled to the rural area because of security purposes,
Are they in your village or are they in my
and then
village?
you say, well, what? Because you pick from the city and you assume that is how it is in every part of the country. To me, I
No,
mean,
in research, what they will do is a sampling. It's sampling
yeah,
that
I
they call
understand,
that
but
like a
that that
pilot
that that
study.
would not make that
No,
Adewale,
you can't draw a
Adewale,
conclusion from that.
Adewale, ta ló ń
yes.
ranjú mọ́ wa yìí? Who is this person?
Àwọn ìyá wa ni àwọn ìyá ayé.
Àwọn ajígini àìgini.
Àwọn ìyá mi àgbà nìyẹn.
Oh my God, this is scary, man.
I don't know. Why do you normally get all these your scary emoji or what would you call it?
From time to time, I will bring
No,
out
but this
some.
one, it didn't come out. This one, it was that smoking one that you came with. So you just suddenly changed this one this morning.
You see, when you guys did not notice me or call me and say, okay, you know what, I will do something. It was the Madam Zita that noticed.
They can run people here now.
Yes, so that at least they will
Oh
notice
my
that,
God.
okay, I did
Yeah,
here now.
we have to wrap up in 10 hours. So let's say we are conversation about under 10 hours.
Let me put everybody.
No, continue talking. No, we just will wrap
What did you change your name? What did you change your name?
in 12 minutes.
If I hear Pem anywhere, they will start flooding people. You may not like someone. See, this election actually taught me a great lesson, folks. In life, you see, when someone is making a move or is on the move or is moving forward, and you don't really know much about them, says less evil about them, because you may not like their way of doing things, you may not like their politics, you may not like anything about them, but be mindful and careful how you because you never can tell. Everything you read about somebody is through media. You don't live with them. You don't know how these people treat other people in the absence of cameras. We are not privy to the way these people are. For those who have been in close quarters with them, that observe them from close proximity, they will come out and tell you, okay, this is what they perceive about these people. But here we are, speaking of evil about somebody, all right? To me, Tinubu is like a child of destiny. Everything being one person can't hold a country to ransom. I mean, look at him today. And all these noises about him and all that, with all the controversies and all that, is now the president, even if it is a one-time president.
You know what? Adewale, you know what even baffled me? Some people are still saying that because he has bribed the judiciary, that was why I had the confidence of leaving the country to go to India, not mindful of what they are going to judge. That is supposed to stay, if it's actually respect the judiciary, supposed to stay in India and be waiting for the judgment. But because he has bribed them, exactly. Meanwhile, their principal ran away. Is anybody aware the whereabouts of Obi and Atiku?
Simba, are you surprised they will say they bribed the judiciary? Is that a news to you?
Anything can be. We can spin anything in Nigeria, and I think
exactly like rational mind, anything can be spinned. So
exactly. And the Nigerians are so gullible, they can. You know what? My problem is with the so-called youth, the ones that call themselves youth. The Nigerian youth, believe me, majority of them does not have brain. I'm very sorry to say that. They don't know, and they believe they know. And when you are trying to let them know, they will be arguing with you. That's their problem.
You know, it's so unfortunate. But we should be mindful how we see people, because we don't live with them. Sometimes people will put stuff out there in the public, and it will be ascribed to them, and they're not the one, putting those things up. I mean, look at Tinubu. Who would have thought by now that Tinubu would be president of Nigeria 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
Who's that? So Thomas Tony,
yeah, so
ó ti sọ pé òun ti mú gógóró láàárọ̀ yìí, so that's why he's behaving.
Mi ò mọ̀ tí non-alcoholic ni. Non-alcoholic ni.
Déwálé ti gbé nǹkan sára o.
No, non-alcoholic ni.
I've not even started. Lately, I've been avoiding. Anyway, maybe I might need to have a toast to this, to Tinubu's victory in the court. Maybe have a little red wine tomorrow, a little bit like that. Like,
hey, but you know, actually,
where's the
I think one of the reasons Rational Man is in Latvia. He's enjoying himself in Latvia.
You should have come out today and defend his own boy now.
No. That was a convenient vacation for Rashtamai. He wasn't going to come here. He's going to be gone for the next 3 months.
They all ran to their hiding spot like roaches, because they know it won't favor them.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what they will say on Dr. Damages on Saturday. That lamentation would be too much.
No, they've started since yesterday. They did not even allow the judgment to finish before they started. No, I listened to them a little yesterday. They were already cursing, making a hell of noise.
There's no rational thinking anymore. I used to frequent the platform, but when I realized that it was fast becoming something that, nobody give anybody a chance. Yes, you support whatever you want to support, but you don't want to hear you as long as you're not in the same direction. I was like, no, wait a minute. I can't. And people are even using vulgar language and addressing people and cursing people out. That's when I say, I respect myself enough.
The question I used to ask them is that, why did they think is their way that's the only way?
That is a good question. Because I was told that people are angry. Who's not angry about Nigeria? We're talking about reality on ground. Who's not angry? You see, when you know these things, we all know how politicians behave, especially from Nigeria. These people are crooked, one way or the other. But we can't lay our hands on that fact that they are crooked, because they're using civil service or civil servant to propagate some of this evil. But we have never seen them, stealing, embezzling in our kuro eye. But we assume and we believe that's what they are by their actions, or the result of their actions anyway. But at the end of the day, if you listen to the other person might know more than you do. But if you think it must be my way, and people defending people blindly as if they live with them, that's when I begin to like, nah, this is not.
Adewale, when I give up on this issue, my own blood brothers, they were former civil servants, retired. And I knew the office they occupy when they were in civil service. I knew what they acquired. I knew that it's not legal. I'm talking about my own brothers. But occasionally when we meet, you still see them talking about bad governance, and I'll be looking at it, you guys come again. You are you. And that is what is actually the way an average Nigerian will behave. We never look at ourselves and see me. What have I done? What have I contributed? What have I even done to run this country of mine? What is my own contribution to the rot in the system? We will never look at ourselves.
Well, Sinbad, since you have a first hand knowledge, what do you think that your relative are able to separate themselves from the rot and think they didn't do anything wrong, that the problem is on the other side?
Exactly. That's what they believe. They don't see the problem from their own side. They always look at the
Why do you
government.
think that is? Why do you think they think that way?
Simba and Prince Daddy, I have something to share with you real quick.
I cannot. No, let me and Prince Daddy finish this one. To me, every time I used to fight them, Prince Daddy, and I will always point at them. I say, "What about you? This thing that you have, all these things that you have, you want to tell me that it's your salary that you used to acquire all these things?" And they'll be looking at me as if I'm the odd one out. And it doesn't stop them from castigating. Then they will say leader. And that is what informed my decision every time, Prince Daddy, that whenever people are talking, I will say no. It's not only by the so-called leaders, the political leaders that we see. It's everybody. It's about every one of us.
Do you guys remember that House of Representative member from Labour Party that said, "I never knew
That
Tinubu was this
okay,
smart."
that he said he was convinced about
Yes,
Tinubu's skills and everything.
yeah, they don't sack him
By who?
by the tribunal.
Court?
Yes, the current Minister of State for Labour and Employment, Nkiru Josha, has now been declared the winner.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm looking at it
And
right
she's
now.
APC?
Yes, the guy is Labour Party, the APC.
So what is now going to happen? Now there is a minister, will he not leave the ministerial post to go to Senate, to go to rep, or what?
I don't know. She might.
Why did he pursue the case? And it's not as if it's going to be automatic for another person in APC. So that means they have to conduct another election. And it's possible that this guy, when they conduct another election, he might actually now win again because he's a Labour Party person.
And it's already, doing the bidding of the of APC.
It will appeal now. I think it will also appeal and go to appeal court. We use that one to buy time.
But
He can pursue it. He can pursue it to Supreme Court, and that one will take him almost maybe 1 or 2 years. So we'll have cash outs from the house.
Maybe it's the even Labour Party that is doing this while you and say, "Sakam, don't worry about it." You already said it.
No, the party can actually work against him.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Because all those things that they're supposed to it might be, we don't know the details, but it might be all these their late registration, whatever that they use against the guy.
I never knew, and they disowned him anyway. They said it's not part of us because.
So if they have another election, they can't present. Labour Party can't present another candidate, can they?
No, they can't.
Yes, they can't. They can't.
They can?
Okay.
No, they can't.
No, they
present another
cannot.
candidate. They can't. If it has to be between them.
Is APC that would present another candidate?
Yeah, but this case, there's no other election. It was declared except if he want to challenge that judge.
No, what I'm saying that the guy is already a minister.
No, it's a lady. She could choose not to. She could relinquish that ministerial position and go for.
Which one? If you are the one, you go to House of Rep or as against being a minister?
Well, she's a minister of state. Remember?
A minister is a minister. No? Well, it depends on. But
I mean, a minister I could serve. You see, at the House of Representatives, you can hide and nobody would notice you. But as a minister, maybe the agreement is to use her for 2 years and replace her. So, I mean, I don't. It depends. But she will eat more money in the Federal Executive Council than being in the House of Representative member. But notwithstanding, I don't know. I don't know what the party might decide to make a decision from at the state level, not at the federal level. They were the one that would tell them what to do anyway. So, yeah. But that is how interesting this time has become. Never can tell. the way the
No,
tribunal.
there are so many tribunal judgments that will relieve so many senators and rep from their position.
Somebody say Wahala Probas is what is going on. That same guy that said I never knew this Mr. President is this smart. You see all these things we've been told and fed on. See,
It should be the one that they also gave to Natasha yesterday from Kogi. Is also I think he's also
we will see the end
is
of
an
that
APC
Natasha.
guy.
Oh yeah, we will see the end of that Natasha on when it
No, Bello will pursue that one to Supreme Court for the guy. Because the guy now Bello's guy.
I know, right? But how can she even win the election when the election was not even done in some places? Nigeria now one funny movie scene. But we will see. We will see. I wish it would be good luck,
And you know the funny thing, the money that we spend on electionary process in India, that money is too humongous. Because now with all these court cases, and that's what I got to, and we should not take this thing lightly. They should maybe I don't know what they are going to put in our constitution to stop all this mess of going to court or whatever. Because all these things that they are doing now. Okay, look at Bajabi Amila now. He became a house of he won the house of representative in Oshodi or whatever. Now he's now the chief of staff. Surely, okay. Now there will be another election in that constituency, and they have to spend money. This one in which state are you talking about now? The one for the LP guy now. Definitely, if the woman did not actually resign as a minister and go for the rep, definitely they have to conduct another election. That one also. So only God knows the number of House of Rep or Senate election that we are going to conduct again. The same thing will go for states, state governors or state or House of Assembly. So I don't know. To me, this democracy is too expensive for a developing country like Nigeria. We don't have that money to be wasting every now and then, and something will happen. Some of them will die because they are already getting. No, it's true. Now, even some before they saw them in, some are dead.
Somebody said, if you don't know how God rules in the affairs of men, follow the trajectory of how Professor Bola Ahmed Tinubu became the president of Nigeria. Unless you believe a mortal man is more powerful than God, that's when you will conclude that is not the backing of God. Everything that could be against him was unleashed. His party, which he founded, worked against him. Members of the incumbent government worked against him. The altar of churches and the microphone of many clergy campaigned publicly against him. Those of us who supported him were maligned, abused, trolled, and insulted. Some still do this, projecting lies about many of us. It's just to tell you that God actually have a hand in it. You see,
I believe that. Adewale. I believe that one totally. That guy, to me, it's not as if we are pouring unnecessary accolade on the guy. He is not a normal human being.
My brother,
I've never seen anybody in the history of Nigeria from our independence that actually fought to become a president of this country. Let us look back. Obasanjo gave this thing to Shagari on a platter of gold.
Yes.
Obasanjo got it back on a platter of gold.
Yes.
The same thing with Yar'Adua, the same thing with Jonathan.
Yes.
So Buhari fought for it, but not this way that Tinubu came. Because as from what you read,
Buhari's own is still on the platter of gold. He was practically handed over to him. The party was solidly behind him, and the momentum then was in his favor. So this time around, all odds are against Tinubu. Some can't even stand him. They can't stand his person. I've been knowing you. I've been on my logo. My brother, it wasn't my first choice, but sometimes I look at him, I say, you don't know. You don't know. This man has suffered a lot of tragedy. His own first son was, dropped dead in London. You remember?
No, let me tell you, Adewale, like things that you usually share about Peter Obi. Right from day one, I've never been convinced by Peter Obi's ability. Believe me. So when I look at the three of them, I say, no, I don't have any doubt in my mind that he's the best choice that we can have for Nigeria for now. But let's look at it. Obasanjo and the like supported Peter Obi because we'll be like their puppets. Peter Obi cannot be different from somebody like Jonathan. Somebody that they can push around, control anyhow, that will not. And the problem the guy we have is that we want to satisfy everybody because he presented himself as a saint, that is the lover of people, is the lover of the Mekono, or the lover of the poor. You understand? And as a leader, you cannot behave like that and be successful. As you used to say, we dodge that bullet. We dodge that bullet. Yes, we dodge that bullet. Climbing the disaster, it will be is our president now. Believe me, he doesn't have that capacity at all.
A big disaster.
It doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't. But I mean, I understand. Was it not what day was that? We're talking about our people from Southeast that they should change their method of politics, and some of our brother here were, angry about that, the suggestion and all that. They took it personal. You see, right now, I said we are going to deceive ourselves. Bola Tinubu has paid his due, when it comes to ensuring democracy continue in this country. But those who do not know who Bola Tinubu was in the 90s, these are the people that decided to forgo their own career and follow politics and also ensure that the democracy that we're enjoying today, he was one of those who fought, who lost personally.
And that same terrible government, Obi took an appointment with that same useless government of Abacha.
See, apart from the Southwest, some places in South that actually lost, things during the democracy fight era. Other than that, every other tribe, they were the beneficiary. You remember? This was as if Nigeria was fine. The likes of Jim Ubudu and the rest of them, then they were living large and all that.
And Zeribe.
Zeribes and co.
Yes.
All of them, they were living large. That's why when this coup plotting was happening and they're saying, oh, don't go to Niger and foment trouble, and I said, of course, why wouldn't they say that? All this that benefited during Abacha and all that, why wouldn't they say that? Because they didn't live that life. When you have the security operatives chasing you up and down, people lost their life, right? So, and at the end of the day, who else will tell you, don't do this, don't do that?
Adewale, have you observed that during the military era, whenever the military want to actually cause any trouble, is the Southeastern they normally use?
Of course.
Babangida used them, Babacha used them. Even in 1979, Obasanjo made them to form an alliance with the Northerners against the Awolowo, and that was why it was an alliance they formed that time, and that it was like a unity government, and they gave them key ministerial posts, key position in Shagari regime that time. That was how Ekweme became the vice president. Yes, to Shagari. So to me, the hatred they have for the Southwesterners have started long before the independence. and it's not. I don't think it's something that can actually be stopped. It is going
First
to
time we will
continue.
have a Democrat at the affair of this country.
No, this is the first time we're having a president. Don't say the Democrat. This is the first time we're having a democratically elected president in Nigeria. Every
That has
other one that we have
nothing to
accidents.
do with the military, huh?
Yes,
Not
that
at
has
all.
nothing to do with not.
Somebody who actually fought it, who actually was a
And
key
somebody
player.
is ready. Though somebody is ready. You see, the other ones are just a victim of circumstances.
You know, the
Are
likes
just
of
victim of circumstances.
what is his name? Jonathan. Jonathan was being brought in to come and eat. You know, you remember it was a vice deputy governor at that time, so it wasn't in
So
the cards.
Alamesia,
Yeah, it
you
was.
know, when it was when Obasanjo put it caused trouble for Alamesia that he became the governor. And before he finishes, he said he should come. And you know, look at the team that man gave to us. And somebody will come here and say Obasanjo is the best president that we have.
Yeah, because
How can you form a team of Good Luck and Yaradua? Yaradua that you know very well that the guy is very sick. And somebody will say Yaradua was the best governor that we had that time.
See, I've asked this question before, and because everybody thinks or Obasanjo presents himself as the lover of the Southeasterners. So the question is, where did Jonathan come from? How come an Igbo person was not a VP to Yaradua?
No, what happened at that time was the agitation from the south side about the oil exploration and all that. So
Okay.
Jonathan was used, you know, to pacify that region, and they also gave contract to all these. Remember, they started with them by, you know, rehabilitating them and amnesty and all that. It started from there. That's how
Okay.
Jonathan became a beneficiary of that scheme.
And you know, the politics that Jonathan also played that time, you know, but that was when he now added all those Igbo names to his name. So the Igbos also adopted him. They adopted him.
The Igbos at that time because remember they were the number 2 in the country, so it wasn't much about them because they benefit from the government of the day at that time. So there wasn't much from the southeast. The people that
No, there was no IPOB, there was no agitation then. During Jonathan, there was no agitation from the southeast.
No, there was nothing. There was nothing. They had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose. As a matter of fact.
And that is sometimes that is why you see that there's no originality in that agitation. It's just a tool of that they want to be using to get power.
Actually, they've been wanting to become president. It was this same Obasanjo that was against going after every of their big shots, the Okadibus, the Ewerem. You know, Ewerem was a former governor in the Second Republic, right? So they were thinking that people like him would be a presidential best shot from the southeast.
Okay, Second Republic during the aborted the second regime.
Yeah, it was a governor, and they were thinking that you know, and they were in charge. That's why Southeast committed their time to serve PDF for a very long time. At the end of the day, they will follow Mubombe because he could pay one. And what is the essence of a religion that doesn't work in your favor? You have of your affiliation that doesn't work in your favor.
No, the PDP party paid the leaders of the Southeasterners. Maybe not the people, but the leadership. They gained a lot. They gained a lot.